distinguished speakers that we have already lined up. I think by the time the Minister of Justice would have arrived for purposes of giving us his remarks. And then our keynote speaker, Honorable Lady Justice Lilian Tibatemwa Echidikubinza, Professor, is already around the corner. So as soon as we make some reasonable quorum, she's going to join us. Our panelists are present. I've already seen Her Worship, the Chief Registrar of Courts of Judicature, Her Worship Sarah Langa, Sui present. Let's clap for them. And then I've already seen Miss Perry Alitua, Executive Director of Women's Democracy Network. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. You're already here. The other two panelists are also on their way. We've contacted them. So basically, that session will center on how best we can leverage on innovation and empowerment as women lawyers in order to redefine gender empowerment. That's the conversation we are going to have this morning. After the keynote presentation, we'll have the panelists engage in a beautiful conversation. How can a lawyer be innovative, a woman in law? How can a female lawyer leverage on the different innovation ideas to scale up, to break the glass ceiling, and be able to compete favorably with our male associates? Then, immediately after the engagement of that discussion, we will have a presentation by Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mugenyi. She's a Justice of the Supreme Court. And she will take us through establishing and managing successful international legal networks for women lawyers. I believe you all know that sometimes we are confined in one space. We are all localized in Uganda. We are not even aware that there are so many international opportunities we can leverage on. Sometimes our mind is settled in one place. So Her Lordship, having worked in the international court, will be able to share with us how best can we network, how can we leverage, how can we build synergies, how can we build bridges, what are the opportunities available, what are the threats, how can a young lawyer who is here plan and strategize to be part of the international space. So that will be the next keynote immediately after our chairperson of the Female Lawyers Network presents. I'll request each one of you to be very, very attentive so that you don't miss the nuggets of wisdom and the insightful presentation. Immediately after the break time, we are going to have MTN present the role of women in the telecom industry. We'll have one of the managers, Josephine Nasiwa. The question is, besides legal practice, business, in-house as chief legal, what other opportunities and strategies available in the telecom industry? There are so many lawyers working in the telecom industry. Can we leverage on the different opportunities and access the telecom industry? That will be the conversation. What are the opportunities? What are the threats? What are the strategies? What can you do to thrive and survive in the telecom industry? What should you anticipate? That will be the conversation immediately after our health break and group photo. The discussion will have a panel, and the panel is a beautiful representation of women in law in the different telecom industries. We have Dorcas from Liquid Telecom, a representative from Uganda Telecom Corporation, now we called UTEL, and then we'll have someone from MTN similarly sharing the experiences. If you're here and you want to join the telecom industry, I request you to be very, very attentive. Then immediately after the lunch break, we are going to look at how best can we navigate the extractive industry, oil and gas. What are the women in law perspective? We'll have a discussion from Ahead Contracts and Negotiations from UNOC, Uganda National Oil Company. The conversation will basically center what are the opportunities, what's available. Can I do an LLM in oil and gas? How about mining? Because we're looking at holistically the entire extractive industry. How do we handle climate change? Are there opportunities we can leverage on to access the oil and gas sector? What are the threats? What are the challenges? How do we compete favorably with the men that are already in that sector? It's going to be one of the most insightful conversations so that we are able to tickle our minds. You may be here and you're not sure and certain which sector you want to join. Is it telecom? Is it oil and gas, judiciary? Do you want to go into private practice? So we are going to have a conversation from lawyers from the private sector. We'll have Asmahani. Then we also have the Women in Energy and Extractives Network, as well as SINOC. SINOC Director Head Legal will be available to also take us through the conversation. And then we'll have another very insightful conversation on the role of women in the electoral process. I've already seen Mr. Kamgisha Richard Babo. It's a conversation, what is our civic duty? How do we engage in that process? What are our responsibilities? How do we strategize? How can we ensure that at the end of the day, we are working towards enhancing our civic duty? And the last conversation of the day, ladies and gentlemen, will be packaging yourself for future professional opportunities and building resilience. You know, one of the things I've learned that challenges us women lawyers is that ability to be tenacious. Resilience. We struggle with work-life balance. You're most welcome, my lord. We struggle with work-life balance as we go through motherhood. We struggle with packaging ourselves. Sometimes when you're pregnant, you feel you cannot handle any case until you're done with all the 3 babies that you're going to pop. We also struggle with managing our homes. We'll have a conversation on stress management. How do you handle? You have a court case, you're similarly a mother, and you're also juggling between pursuing your career, reskilling and retooling. We shall look at that as one of the last topics. It will be very insightful, very profound. We have different speakers cut across the different sector. We have private advocates from Max, Signam, Femfort. Like I said, one of the biggest challenges that I encountered in my 23 years of practice is work-life balance. Being a mother, pursuing my career, doing your work diligently, and competing with the men that don't have any hindrance. So we look at how do we package ourselves? What are the strategies? How do you network strategically? How do you position yourself to compete favorably? Sometimes we don't need to pull others down for us to scale up. When you have your value will push you to the top. So that will be the last conversation today. I'm simply taking you through the program to tickle your mind, to be anxious, to be expectant. What are the future professional opportunities? We'll look at the emerging trends. How many women lawyers are studying construction law? How many have specialized in sports law? Have you pursued something in arbitration? You know, sometimes we complain that the legal space is very small, there are no clients, there is no business, but it's because we are not packaging ourselves well. How do we build those networks that are going to enable us become more focused? We'll engage on tenacity. Are you tenacious enough? Are you professional? How do you build your resilience? Do you bounce back? Or when you hit a snag in your career, you simply give up and pursue something else? So that will be the conversation for the afternoon, the last conversation about packaging yourself for future professional opportunities. We have quite a number of female lawyers that are present, those that have already in practice, the young lawyers, and we have the students manage private practice at the same time juggle pursuing your career. How should a woman in law remain professional and excellent? Sometimes there are so many unethical and morally upright attitude in the legal profession. So how do you package yourself? How do you add value to yourself? That will be the conversation this afternoon, and then we'll close it up with the closing remarks from one of our board members, Joanita Bushara. So I was simply taking you through the program. I request most of the members that are seated behind to simply take on the front seats so that we prepare ourselves to start in a couple of minutes. You can say hello to your neighbor. Networking begins with leaving your table and introduce yourself. I'm Joyce, I work here. I'm going to request all the ladies at the back to come and join these tables. The ladies at the back, please come and take some of these tables so that we get ready to start. Say hi to your neighbor. You can come and greet her lordship. The chief registrar is here saying, what will people say? People will think I'm too much. People are going to think I'm all over the place. Let me tell you, when you're all over the place, you actually dominate the space. So don't fear to prove your confidence. So I will invite the ladies to come and take the front seats. I see the staff from Uganda Telecom. Please come and take on these other tables. The ladies, the secretariat, Sandra, can we have some of the team ladies this side? Just say hello to someone next to you. You can ask them, are you anxious? Are you excited? Me, I'm very excited about learning today. If it means using an accent to just make your conversation more heavy. Are you excited? I'm very excited today. You know, I learned that sometimes you have to use... So, just come out of that table and join another table. It doesn't matter whether you're from Shonubi, you're from Max. Ladies, come in front. Come and take the seats. I learned that you cannot keep local when you want to access international opportunities. Her lordship is applauding me. You have to build and package yourself. I've learned that sometimes the women make the speeches for the men, but the men read the speeches like they actually made them. Have you noticed that most of the personal assistants are women, executive assistants? But someone reads a speech as though they actually made it. So in FLN, we empower you to build confidence. We motivate you to shine. We encourage you to be the best version of you, the truest and highest version of you. We remind you that the value in you can only come out when you understand you have the value. We always remind you that when you don't attach value to yourself, nobody else can attach it to you. Then we continuously tickle your mind to understand that women lawyers are the future of the legal profession. We are the movers and the shakers of the legal profession. We can do more than actually what men can do. So that's why I'm encouraging you, come and sit in front. Don't sit at the back. It doesn't matter which table you're seated on. Just come in front. I see the ladies that are walking in, because I want the chairperson, she's just in the lounge, to come and we get moving. So like I was saying, in FLN, we share the ability for you to believe in yourself more than anything else. When I started practice 23 years ago, I used to fear. I go in court when a man speaks, I cannot speak. A few times I was pregnant. I could simply sit. I cannot, But I learned that the confidence you give yourself is the confidence people are going to see. When you believe in yourself beyond what other people believe is what you actually become. The legal profession is about self-confidence, self-belief, being ethical, so professional, having your morals up there. So all those are things that I've learned over time. And that's the bedrock of FLN, the vision of empowering women in law. Women in law understand it. You don't need to compete unfavorably. You don't need to pull other women down. You don't need to fight other women. If you're in a different legal space, you cannot grow from fighting others. You can only grow from making the best version of you. So I'll request the CEO to bring in our chairperson so that we are able to start. The rest will join us as we get along. The ladies on the last table, please come and join this other table. Don't mind about the label on the table. so that the ladies that are joining us late can take the back seats. We have made some sufficient quorum, so we are going to start. I was simply tickling your mind to understand what it means to be women lawyers. And then let me also add something, that if you're in a legal space where you're being fought more, that means that you're a woman of value. Women love running away from problems and challenges. When people fight you, you resign. Men never resign, they fight to the end. Even when they are published in the papers, even where they pull them down, even if people are talking about them, they still give their speeches. So in FLN, we train you that ability to stand. It doesn't matter what people think about you. What matters is what you think about yourself. Do you know that you're going to change this generation? So women are always scared. Someone says, me, I cannot go to the Constitutional Court and argue a case. I remember when I was in practice, I went to the Supreme Court. I was handling state briefs by then. The case was extremely bad. You know, by the time a criminal case goes to the Supreme Court, it has gone through the Court of Appeal and it's really nasty. But I was trying to build my skills. Even before I could give the arguments, one justice would say, can you tell us about this identification? This ground is not tenable. This is not this. But the more I remained arguing my bad grounds, actually I lost the case, but I built confidence. So in FLN, we train you to try the harder things. What do you want to be? You may fail many times, but remain focused on where you want to go. Life is not about dwelling on your problems. You know, I've learned that sometimes women, we talk about our problems more than the solutions. I have this problem. I'm going through marriage problems. I am a single woman. I don't have a child. I don't have money. Let me tell you, money follows a vision. That vision you had for 2024, pursue it. It's going to become fruitful. Money follows a value. The value you bring on the table, the vision that you hold, is the one that is going to make you confident. So what value are you bringing? Where are you working? In the academia, as a lecturer, as a CSO, as a young lawyers? Yesterday I was motivating some young lawyers in one of the leading law firms. And you know, they were telling me that the firm has a very high turnover of young lawyers. Every 3, 4, 5 months, young lawyers are skipping from one firm to another. So I told them that if you chase money, you can never get anywhere. But just to have value. Continuously be indispensable in that firm. I told them if you run around from this firm to another, no one will understand your skill sets. No one will understand your value. So your value is hidden in you digging it up and exploiting it. So as we get ready to start, I think the chairperson is coming in a little while. Sandra, have we gone to pick the chairperson? As we get ready to start, I want you to remember all those things. What should you remember from today's FLN convention? The ability for you not to fear to be somewhere. Don't fear, do it afraid. That's what they say. In every space, academia, are you pursuing to be a lecturer? Do you want to be in private practice and run a law firm? Do you want to join, or you want to join the banking sector as in-house? You know, recently I was telling another public sector, I went to share motivation with, you know, members of the Ministry of Health, over about 500 staff. You know, people are telling me there are so many fights here. And let me tell you, women run away from fights. We have to stand. If you're here and you want to live where you're working because of battles, woe unto you. Everywhere you go, there will be fights and battles. For us Christians, we know that you can never get to the throne until you fight Goliath. So you have to always remain in the battles. If you're like Esther, there will be a Haman that is going to push you as soon as you get to the crown. So sometimes we think when I finish LDC, I'm going to make a lot of money and I drive a BMW. My dear, it's going to take you so many years to drive a BMW. So everything for women is challenging, but the women that make it to the top are the women that have defied the challenges. The champions that stand. Storms come, you stand. Challenges come, you stand. People pull you down, you remain your head. People will never pull you down until you accept to go down. So when they pull you, you remain static like this. Because life is about remaining on the top and remaining focused. When people talk, celebrate and say, thank God that people are talking about Nalunga. It seems I'm important. Tell that person near you, thank God they've talked about you. Because let me tell you, people never talk about irrelevant people. That's why people pull women down. Have you seen that most of the women that climb up, there's a funny story why other women are talking about them. I think she has slept her way to the top. I think she's a girlfriend of so and so. I think no. People don't need to be girlfriends of so and so to make it. Those are champions that have weathered the storm, gone through interviews, excelled and dominated. So I want you to clap for the women that are still resilient and tenacious. So as we prepare to get ready, I'm trying to tickle your mind. Are you going through a situation where you're saying, I'm going to give up, let me go and be in motherhood? Even motherhood is a challenge. I'm a mother of teenagers. Even marriage is a challenge. You can't say, I'm going to be a stay-home mom. Do you know stay-home moms also have challenges? But we studied. So let us pursue our career vigorously and very ambitiously. It's one of the things that I always encourage people. So when I went to speak to the staff of Ministry of Health, I reminded them that people will always fight. People will always talk. If they talked about Jesus, who are you not to be spoken about? Okay? If they speak about, actually, if you fear to be talked about, then you'll never get to the top. So we are here to encourage you, women lawyers. Let us stand. Let us be resilient. Are you in a law firm? Work your best. Be ethical. Be professional, be resilient, be focused. Work your way with resilience. What other people say is none of your business. Your business is what you say about yourself. I reached a point where I don't even listen. If someone sends me a message on WhatsApp that, Joyce, have you had someone say this and this? I delete it immediately and I even block that person. Why? On your way to the top, you don't need dream killers. Some people will only tell you nasty things people have spoken about you. But you need to hear positive things. You need to hear that you're going to be great and important. That's why FLN is here, to remind you that your greatness is within you and you're going to get to the top. Now, as we get ready to start, point into that lady and tell her that you're born for greatness. Perry, point into your neighbor. Even the guys that are on the media team, you're born for greatness. Tell them with confidence. Sometimes I tell people that I'm the mover and the shaker of my generation. Speak those words of confidence as we get ready to start. Tell them that my generation will remember me. You say it, ladies. Ladies fear to say good things. But if you tell a lady to, if you tell someone, hey, she'll say, do you know that I have dandruff here? Do you know I've had this weave for 5 days? Do you know this is one of the... No. Tell yourself, I'm a gem changer. I'm a pathfinder. I'm the reason this generation is going to be great. I'm a move and shake. I don't see the women saying it. We are getting ready to start. Words of affirmation. We are used to saying problems. No. You say, I'm a game changer. I'm a pathfinder. I'm a generation changer. The world will remember me. The world will speak good of me. I'm unstoppable. Speak it with confidence. Even the guys that are here, I'm unstoppable. I'm undefeatable. No one can stop what is mine. And no one can limit me. Let's clap for that as we get ready to start. So I'm going to invite Sandra because we are a little late. We are going to start the prayer. And then as the different guests come in, we will try to plug in and be able to move. Timekeeping is also very pertinent and important. This is Sandra, our executive coordinator for FLN. Most welcome, Sandra. Let's give her an applause.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed. Let us all stand up to honor God. Let's pray. Mighty King of glory, we thank you for this precious day. We thank you for this time, Lord. We thank you for your mercies that are always new every single morning. We thank you for your grace, Lord. Father, we thank you for this convention because you knew it from the very start. We thank you for all the attendees. We thank you for the service providers. We thank you for FLN entirely. But above all, we thank you for our speakers tonight. We thank you, Lord, because we know you have chosen them with a purpose. We know that they are going to speak to our lives, and it is them that you have chosen that we shall draw a wealth of knowledge. We thank you, Lord, that this convention shall serve the purpose for which it was created. We give you thanks, we give you glory. In Jesus' name I've prayed and believed. Amen.
All right, we can remain standing for the anthems as they are played. Yes, Drake. Yes, Drake. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee, will a future in our hands. United, free for liberty together.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You can have your seat. I don't know if our MC is already here, but allow me invite the CEO of the Female Lawyers Network, Miss Leah Nasasi Rabita, to give us her welcome remarks. Let's clap for the CEO.
My Lord, the Lady Justice Monica Mugenyi, Your Worship, Sarah Langa, our Chief Registrar, the President, the Female Lawyers Network, Dr. Joyce Nalunga Bidimumaso, the board members of the Female Lawyers Network present, representatives from various corporate organizations in your capacities, the female lawyers present in all your capacities, invited guests, the gentlemen that have come to join us today, the female law students, and the esteemed sponsors of this event, a very good morning to you. My name is Leah Nasasda Tumwesije, and I serve as the CEO of the Female Lawyers Network. And it gives me pleasure to welcome you this morning, and I am thrilled about this distinguished gathering because I see us taking charge and leading in our profession. Today's theme speaks to our hearts, and it speaks to a crucial evolution in the field of law around innovation and professionalism. Innovation and professionalism are just not buzzwords. They are keys to opening the potential that is within us. They represent our commitment to creating an inclusive, supportive, and progressive profession. So today, we will delve in different dynamic discussions by different speakers, and I believe that we will not leave this room the same. So as I welcome you, I encourage you to engage fully, to network, to take away actionable ideas that you can implement, to learn from each other, and let us support one another. I thank you once again for being here, for your dedication on a Saturday morning to this event. Thank you for your unwavering commitment, and I look forward to a productive and inspiring convention today. You are all welcome, and let us make this a transformative experience for all of us. Thank you for listening to me. Colleagues, in all your capacities, we have been asked by the hotel from their security department that they have a communication that they would like to make to us. So I would like to call on the representative of the hotel, if you're around. Kindly come and make your communication before we go into other programs. As they make their way, next on the program was supposed to have our president speak to us, Dr. Joyce Nalunga Biribumaso, and I will take the opportunity to make way for her to come and speak to us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to just show you the members of the Secretariat. Others are working behind the scenes. We have a team of about 15 team for the Secretariat. I will not introduce them one by one. And then we also have different coordinators in various regions of Uganda. Madam Commissioner, kindly come and sit here. We have coordinators. I don't know how many coordinators of FLN are here today. You can just stand up for recognition. Like I shared earlier on, I'm not going to, let's clap for the coordinators that are present. Yes, all those are coordinators. And the unique nature about FLN is that we have male associates, the men that believe in gender and women empowerment in legal spaces. So I'll briefly tell you the vision of FLN is what the CEO has shared to ensure that we are empowered so that we can have a just and equal legal space. So FLN is spread out. We have FLN clubs. The CEO has spoken about them in various universities. We have coordinators, and we continuously look at our strategic plan that we launched last year, a 5-year strategic plan, to make sure that we follow and pursue the agenda and the vision of FLN. We believe that women in law, like earlier Oron shared, can be the best version, and they can be able to dominate the legal space. So the Female Lawyers Network is here to encourage women and give them a platform to learn, relearn, reskill, and acquire as much knowledge as they can as they scale up in the legal profession. We have what we call a mentor-mentee relationship. That's why we have a diverse board. Unfortunately, our chairperson had another engagement at 10 because she came a little earlier at 9, and few members were here. So, she was caught up with time and left. But we have a board that you're going to see in our magazine that we're going to share. We have some board members present, Madam Juanita Bishara. Other board members are coming to join us. And our chairperson is Justice Echere Kubinza, Lilian Tibatemwa. And we have the DPP, Honorable Lady Justice Jane Abodo, as the vice chairperson. Other members of the board include Anna Beja, Chief Legal Housing Finance. We have Miss Mariam Babali from the private sector. We have Lieutenant Genevieve, one of the lawyers that is working in the UPDF. And then we have another representative from Uganda Police. She's Commissioner Catherine Kushemererwa. And we have representatives from the academia, different representatives. We have that represent on the board of FLN. Now, like I earlier on shared, we believe that we can only get better by leveraging on our strength. We believe that we can learn and grow together. FLN believes that if we continuously learn, grow, reskill ourselves, then we are able to dominate the legal space. Like I earlier on shared, when I became a CEO in ULS, I had no female lawyer to mentor me, a female lawyer who is a CEO. So I dived into the deep waters and learned my way. And also the few women that were available in leadership, sometimes they could not understand my challenges. So the bedrock of FLN is for you to identify your area, your sector, your industry, and aim to have a mentor and also be a mentee and continue to improve yourself and reskill yourself. So that is FLN for us, and it's one of the most important and growing networks in the female legal space. With those few remarks, I want to thank you for coming today. I want to thank all our sponsors. We can clap for them. We have quite a number of sponsors. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mugenyi, for gracing the event. Our Chief Registrar, Your Worship, Sarah Langa, thank you so much. And Commissioner Nora, and all the different sponsors that are available. Perry, thank you so much. Executive directors that are here. We believe that if we work together, we can be better. So with those few remarks, I want to thank this team for organizing this convention. Thank you, CEO and the team. I can kindly let you go. Now, I'm going to take this singular opportunity to ask our MC to join me now. I've already played her role enough. FLN allows female lawyers in different sectors to grow. So you're most welcome. You will tell us more about you and take us through the other program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think you shouldn't go far because I'll have you come in once again. Good morning. You're most welcome, ladies. We are happy to have you today. It's an honor, it's a privilege to be with these distinguished ladies like you, female lawyers in your different capacities. And allow me stand on the protocol that is already existing so that we do not take much more time. So yes, my name is Rachel Kembabazi. I'm a principal associate at Signum Advocates. And Signum Advocates happens to have been part of the players or key players in FLN. And we are happy to be a part of it with all the ladies at the firm. So without taking much of your time, we'll get straight into our program. We are, as Doctor mentioned earlier, our chairperson came and left, so we'll have to skip that part of the program for now, and we'll get straight to our next speaker, for whom I'll also invite Doctor to usher in Honorable Lady Justice Monica Mugenyi for the next part of this program, and to give her a befitting introduction as we start. Thank you. Doctor, you're welcome once again.
Thank you so much. There's a slight change in the program. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, this morning to introduce one of the most inspirational and excellent Lady Justices of our season. She has 30 years professional experience, largely in the public sector. She has first-hand experience in the harmonization of regional jurisprudence within the East African sub-region, as well as very substantial experience in the legal aspects of foreign direct investment and private sector development. She has led diverse teams in negotiations and closure of cross-border privatization and divestiture transactions in Uganda. She is a Justice of the Supreme Court, a newly appointed Justice of the Supreme Court, following a 4-year stint as a Justice of the Court of Appeal, Constitutional Court. And prior to her appointment to the Court of Appeal, she served as a principal judge of the East African Court of Justice between 2015 and 2020. She's the only woman to hold that position to date. She previously served as a judge of the High Court of Uganda. She was a manager, corporate services of the Uganda Road Fund, a former legal officer of the World Bank project on privatization and utilities sector reform in Uganda, and a senior sister attorney at the Attorney General's Chambers of Uganda. Now, outside judiciary, Justice Mugenyi has served as the chairperson of East African Development Bank Staff Appeals Committee, a position she has held since October 2014. She's also a member of the ICC International Chamber of Commerce Commission on Arbitration and ADR since 2021. She's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators of UK and holds a Master's of Law degree in International Trade Law from the University of Essex, UK. She also holds a postgraduate diploma, legal practice from the Law Development Center, Kampala, and a bachelor's degree of Makerere Universities. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, allow me invite Lady Justice Monica Kalyejira Mugenyi to address us this morning. Most welcome, my Lord.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce, for that kind introduction. I'm delighted to be here. I didn't expect myself to speak first, so I was looking forward to listening in, so I'm going to change my protocol. I think I'll simply adopt protocol as has been established and get right into it. Okay. It is an honor and a privilege to join the Female Lawyers Network at its inaugural International Women Lawyers Convention. I congratulate you on this milestone and look forward to many more opportunities such as this, where women lawyers can support and sharpen each other. Congratulations. The theme for this inaugural convention is redefining gender empowerment through innovation and professionalism for women in law. I had assumed that my sister, Lady Justice Echiri Kubinza, would have done justice to that subject by way of her keynote address, and on that premise, my presentation was intended to focus on the role of professionalism in building and sustaining international legal networks. I shall adjust it a little bit, but we shall get what we were supposed to get. I shall also allude to the function of innovation as and where applicable. The legal terrain has changed significantly since most of us were in law school, where a class had a maximum of 10 ladies and against about 50 men in those days. Today, the numbers of aspiring women lawyers have gone up tremendously. As a result, the legal profession is no longer male-dominated. The 1.5 top-up points program that was introduced by Makerere University in the early 1990s was an extremely innovative game changer in that regard, and we applaud it. However, the numbers notwithstanding, the visibility of women lawyers in the professional space appears to lag significantly behind their male peers. Therein lies the challenge before each one of us in this room today. I pose the question: how can we galvanize professionalism and innovation to engender women's well-being, empowerment, and ultimately equal access to opportunities? I propose to you, ladies and gentlemen, that a culture of excellence is the bedrock of professionalism and the anchor upon which any innovation should be hinged. Joyce Meyer, a leader in her field, simply defines excellence as doing ordinary things in an extraordinary way, going the extra mile to do more than average. My personal experience has been that a female lawyer must work twice as hard as her male peers to earn her place in the professional space. A female leader must work twice as hard to earn the respect and support of her colleagues, male and female alike, let alone that of the keenly observing public. However, should she prove herself, her name will literally speak for itself, opening unimaginable doors and exposing her to immense professional networks. So I shall share my experience. As principal judge of the East African Court of Justice, the only woman and the youngest judge in that division, I so earned my male colleagues' respect and support that they are the ones that nominated me for a regional award on excellence in leadership. That is how much you have to work to gain their support. Furthermore, my successful tenure at that court opened me up to numerous professional networks that continue to propel me to date. I have received quite a number of referrals and speaking engagements from many of my retired, very senior male colleagues, as well as international networks built at the court, and similar engagements and mentoring requests from bar associations and advocates that appeared before me. What am I saying? What you put in is what you get out. The more work you put in, there will be somebody watching and appreciating. You can't get anywhere with trying to cut corners. The hard work must be done. This can be the story of every woman lawyer in this room, whatever your professional space or background. In my view, now I'm going to share a little bit of my experience. In my view, the starting point is proficiency and professional capacity. We each have gaps in our skill set that we should continuously seek to address. This can be done through professional training, mentoring, coaching, by role models and all leaders in our industry, as well as professional attendances such as this. As we evaluate our skill set, it is important to keep abreast with developments in one's area of expertise, as well as global developments in the law, which often provide room for innovation. In terms of skill set, what I have in mind is ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, which has been around for a while, but currently appears to be gaining momentum nationally. It is increasingly becoming the norm regionally. And therefore, I urge you, female lawyers in this room, you would do very well to undertake formal training in arbitration and mediation and fine-tune your negotiation and shuttle diplomacy skills. That is the way of the future. It is important to build your capacity in those areas. In the same vein, regional and international meetings and fora are a very good place to start in building strong and supportive professional networks, as well as making room for learning and growth. Nonetheless, professional networks are often only as strong as our professional brand. One must stand out for something to attract and sustain these networks. Otherwise, attendances such as these, especially if they are not focused or selective, if you're attending everything that comes your way, they will amount to mere social engagements. So identify where your niche is or where you'd like to go. Look for as much training and professional attendances as you can in that area. Be selective. You know your worth. Don't go for everything. Be selective and focus on what you want to do. A professional's personal brand is critical to his or her professional networks, as well as a building block in their professional legacy. I always encourage people, as you start to work, there are students here, as you start to work, always think legacy. It's at that point that you're starting to build your legacy. So be mindful of your work ethos. I'll come to that later. Professional branding provides professionals with the opportunity to shape or define their professional reputation. This form of self-awareness and self-determination is a critical facet of female empowerment. A positive professional brand in respect of the body of female lawyers would illuminate the capabilities of women lawyers, negate the misnomer of women as the less effective professionals, and engender societal and attitudinal change to women's capabilities. Such a brand, however, is significantly determined by one's work ethos. In my view, every female lawyer should anchor their work ethos in the core values of integrity, productivity, and efficacy. What is integrity? Honesty is a sine qua non for professional integrity. It is a pivotal and non-negotiable value. However, today I would like to emphasize something slightly different, and that is integrity in the sense of honor, dignity, respectability, and magnanimity. I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, that one's personal conduct, temperament, and disposition can undo their proficiency and branding and impede on their ability to establish meaningful works. What am I saying here? You may have every qualification, you may have the branding, you've branded yourself well, but if your personal conduct does not align with that brand, you will undo whatever steps you've taken forward. Judicial officers are generally required to have a judicial temperament that is anchored in self-respect, courtesy, and circumspection. Similarly, female lawyers ought to exhibit levels of dignity and decorum that are commensurate with the revered legal profession. On campus, we used to say we are not BA students. No offense, but you are members of the revered legal profession. Whereas a man might get away with disgraceful conduct, society condemns a disgraced woman a lot harsher. Therefore, female professionals should not give any lurking detractors reason to tear them down on account of personal and/or professional indiscretions. Neither in any event should female lawyers be caught tearing each other down. This has been mentioned, I cannot overemphasize it. There is nothing as embarrassingly unprofessional as one professional tearing down another, however good or bad either of them is. In my experience, that tends to be an absolute turnoff for any truly professional networks, especially those of an international nature. It is important to exercise restraint when dealing with networks that are not acquainted with your local politics and/or intrigue. Please put on a very good face whenever you're dealing with international networks. You can have your bickering in the background. I don't advocate for it, but when you're before international professional networks, put your best foot forward. Most of these networks understand that a true professional will be magnanimous to professional colleagues. Remember, your potential role model, ally, or champion could have suffered the same tear her down syndrome before getting to where she is today. So keep that in the background, please, if you want to establish meaningful networks. Good interpersonal or people skills and minimum levels of finesse and diplomacy are particularly critical for sustaining international networks. Just to encourage you, no single human being is born with all these skills. They are nurtured with intentionality and purpose, and we all are work in progress. That, in fact, is the importance of mentors, allies, and champions. They point out your weaknesses, they push you on, they try to guide you, and it's critical that everybody has a professional mentor. Having highlighted the foregoing soft skills, I shall now turn to the hard skills. Productivity and efficacy are non-negotiable components of a good professional brand. For the female lawyers here, with a commercial, banking, and finance background, you will appreciate the vitality of outputs, number of transactions or deals that have been closed or concluded. For those in the more service-oriented sectors, the quality of those outputs is critical as well. A professional brand without tangible accomplishments is a poster girl for inefficiency and unprofessionalism that no credible network would be comfortable to work with. We must work with the end goal in sight, and that is our professional legacy. I therefore urge you, my sisters, to put in a hard day's work and make sure to document your accomplishments. I must stop here and say many women have done a lot and continue to do a lot out there, but nobody knows their capabilities because they don't document them. Look at your CVs and upgrade your accomplishments. I'll give you an example. When I worked in the privatization project, we had an American consultant who once asked me for my CV. And you know, there's this habit of writing all your duties, your schedule of duties, and not your accomplishments. So he rewrote my CV and put in so many accomplishments, I was embarrassed. I told him this is not me. He said, you're really too modest. I have done a very simple job. My accomplishments included minute things, like you look through bid evaluations and he tells you you're a procurement expert. I kept telling myself this is embarrassing, but that is how the Americans do it, and that is the way to go. That is what your international networks understand. So when they see a CV with a schedule of duties, their impression is you work and you accomplish nothing. So, I urge you to document your accomplishments. That is what CVs are for. In any case, if you've done a truly good job, someone will notice, talk about it, open the doors for opportunities, networks, and further opportunities. So there's no reason for you to be shy because you're being watched anyway. I hasten to add, however, that the taste of the pudding is in the eating. The value of one's productivity shall be gauged from the efficacy of one's service. And I want to emphasize here that efficacy is different from efficiency. You can be efficient, you can be productive, but it's the impact of your decisions, if you're a judicial officer, the impact of your work, not simply to your clients, but to the society. Efficacy entails having a good conceptualization of the core function of one's workplace and the environmental context within which it operates, and executing one's functions in a manner that balances both of these interests. At the heart of the legal profession is the quest for a brand of justice that is as relevant to individual litigants or clients as it is to the society or community. Oftentimes, legal and societal interests converge. However, where they do not, it is the role of an astute lawyer to apply legal principles in a way that builds on convergences and clarifies the points of divergence. At the end of the day, law is a social science that ought not to be applied in the abstract. Threats to the normative balance provide opportunities for innovation and growth in the legal profession. So for illustration purposes, if there's anybody in the extractives industry, they'll probably relate. There is a notion of a social license to operate It's called the SLO, and it is associated with the extractives industry, evolved in response to societal interests. Given that the exploitation of non-renewable natural resources was perceived to be directly beneficial to only one generation of a given community, there was need for social acceptance of such projects by the communities living within the extractive site, over and above the usual legal compliance and environmental impact assessments. This is in accordance with the right of indigenous people to give or withhold consent to a project that may affect them or their territories, and to negotiate the conditions under which the project would be designed, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. This is provided for in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And what it simply is saying is the same way law does not apply in the abstract, development projects should not apply in the abstract. Societal interests matter. They cannot be entirely ignored. That, in my view, is a clear example of the function of innovation in the legal profession, namely, to provide leadership to the development of the law without trampling on either people's or societal rights. As was candidly observed by no less than Steve Jobs, innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. I urge us, therefore, to take ownership of our professional spaces and serve for posterity. Let's show up consistently in our workspaces. Let's lean in and make an honest and lasting contribution. Let's be visible for the right reasons as we seek to expand our professional networks and influence. Asanteni sana. I thank you all very much. Do I stay here?
Another round of applause for the Honorable Lady Justice. Thank you very much, my Lord. That was quite insightful to us all. I think it to note was on how our CVs are often done. We do not indicate what our accomplishments are, and yet there are quite many. And as the doctor said this morning, as ladies, we like to keep in the background. So you think that when the men in the law firms or in whatever space you're in have noted their accomplishments, you cannot add that to your own CV. So let us take it seriously, ladies, because we are building a professional legacy for ourselves that will live longer than we have. Thank you, my Lord. Yes, without any further ado, as we said this morning, we've had a change in the program, and with the with the changes that we've had, we did not have a chairperson present. We've had to switch our program a bit. So we'll get straight into panel moderation. That is a panel that should now tell us about gender empowerment. How do we come into these spaces? How do we conquer the spaces as ladies or as female lawyers? So once again, allow me to invite Dr. Joyce Nalunga to invite her panel to just take the stage and get into the next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My Lord, allow me to appreciate you once again for a very profound and insightful paper. And for me, my take home is the need for us to always not cut corners. You know, sometimes women, we want to cut corners. And then I liked also that other side where you say that we should work to gain support from all the male and the female legal associates. There's also that aspect of whatever professional space, we need to remain proficient and professional, and the aspect of capacity building. Women in law, we need to continuously build our capacity. Then my other take home is the fact that my professional brand builds my professional network. The key question is, what's your professional brand? What are you building? Ethically, socially, legally, and professionally? We need to remember that. And most importantly, identifying our niche and being very selective. You know, you can't run around and say, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be there. Women need to be very selective and focused on what we want. And I'm very excited about the aspect of legacy. How do you want to be remembered in your legal space? What will people speak about you? What will people remember you for? You hinted so much on personal conduct aligning with my brand. So we need to remember that your personal conduct at work in every space should continuously align with your personal brand. And then that other aspect of professional dignity and decorum. How do we carry ourselves? The ability for us not to be shy, but to remember we are watched every day, and the need to realize that the impact of our decision on everyone and society indeed matters. Thank you so much, my Lord, once again. Now, we are going to dive into a panel session. I'm standing in for Miss Angelina. She's running late, and she'll join us as soon as we get moving. Now, the first panelist I'm going to introduce is a member of the Judicial Service Commission since December 2016. And she's also a founding partner of Nomrec Law Associates and Law Consultants and Advocates, a law firm based in Uganda. She specializes in human rights law, land justice, family law, commercial and corporate law, and she has a wide range of experience in handling civil litigation cases. She has represented the Judicial Service Commission on the Governing Council of the Judicial Training Institute. She has also been a chairperson. She was a chairperson of the Research Committee, which is one of the 3 committees of the Governing Council of the JTI. And she has contributed overwhelmingly to generating content for the induction training for judicial officers and making into the design of the training programs. She's previously a chairperson of the disciplinary committee of the commission. She was a responsibility she has had for 4 years, 2017 to 2020. And presently, she's the chairperson of the Legal Education and Public Relations Committee, in which her skills as a leader, lecturer, and as Toastmaster are directly applied to further building the image of justice, law, and order sector in Uganda. She has overwhelmingly contributed to delivering on JSC mission of bringing people's bridges to justice in Uganda. She was a lecturer at Law Development Center between 2013 to 2016, and she has held various positions of leadership since she enrolled as an advocate. She started off as in legal practice with Sebalu and Lule and co-advocates in 1988, and she joined the membership of Uganda Women Lawyers Association, FIDA Uganda, in 1989, and through FIDA, she was introduced to the women's movement in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, the lady I'm about to introduce holds a bachelor's degree from Makerere University, a diploma in legal practice, is an enrolled advocate of the High Court and all the courts subordinate thereto, and she's also a holder of a master's degree in law obtained from Warwick University in United Kingdom. And apart from that, she has expanded her competences over years by participating in well-selected short training programs in and out of Uganda. Allow me at this juncture to invite Commissioner Nora Mirembe Matovu Muwanga. You're most welcome, Madam. Come, let's applaud her until she takes her seat. Most welcome, Madam Commissioner. Thank you so much for taking off time to come and inspire and mentor us. The next panelist I'm going to introduce has earned her title as a young pace setter in the judiciary. She's an accomplished lawyer and a public officer whose 19 years career has recorded pioneering feats in the history of the Ugandan judiciary. She started as a magistrate grade 1 and was appointed one of the pioneer magistrates of the newly established Anti-Corruption Division of the High Court of Uganda, where she worked for 7 years in different ranks. She rose through the ranks to become the Deputy Registrar of the Anti-Corruption Division in 2015. She has received recognition of Outstanding and Excellent Performance Awards in 2015 by the former Chief Justice Onbat Magunda Katurebe. And in April 2024, she also was recognized as an outstanding and excellent performer by the current Chief Justice, on Chief Justice Alphonse Chigamoy Owinyi Dolo. In 2020, she was appointed by His Excellency the President of Uganda as a Chief Registrar of Judiciary. And she became the 3rd female but youngest ever officer to occupy this position in the history of the Ugandan judiciary. As a Chief Registrar, she's the first female Chief Registrar in Uganda to assist the Chief Justice to swear in the President on May 12, 2021. Let's clap for that. She has held significant leadership titles and professional memberships, including the chairperson of the JELOS Accountability Subcommittee under the Human Rights and Accountability Working Group, a chairperson of Judiciary Contracts Committee, a member of the Judicial Officers Association, an International Association of Women Judges, Uganda chapter, and in 2016 became an alumnus of the International Leaders Programs organized by the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office of the UK government to identify future global leaders. One of her guiding principles is administration of justice without fear of favor. She has a strong stance in having handled high-profile cases, but handled them with highest levels of ethics and professionalism. She's very optimistic, and she has been seen as one of the generation changers of our seasons. She has attributed her success to faith in God and the love and the support of her husband, Dr. Godfrey Sui, and their 4 children. She has a passion for work that has always driven her to go extra mile. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Her Worship, the Chief Registrar of the Courts of Judicature of Uganda, Her Worship Sarah Langa Siu. You're most welcome, Your Worship. Most welcome. Thank you for finding of time to come and engage in a beautiful conversation with us. Our next speaker is the Executive Director of the Women's Democracy Network Uganda chapter. She's a lawyer and a seasoned lawyer at that, and also a women's rights activist. She currently serves on the board of Uganda Women's Network, where she represents the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA Uganda, and serves as the vice chairperson of WUONET. She has served on the board of Action for ACFORD as a treasurer, and through her work, she has gotten women elected to parliament and local council. She has gotten women appointed in various positions, especially in the 7 districts of West Nile region in the position of district speakers, committee chairpersons, and secretaries to council. She has empowered various women outside politics who aspire for leadership in associations like UNATU and increased the number of women in leadership. She's a trainer, she's a mentor, and supported the formation of women organizations like Women in Politics Forum in Nigeria. And she has trained youth in political parties in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, under the Program for Young Politicians in Africa. She has monitored elections before, a strong advocate of women's rights and gender equality and good governance in Uganda. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Ms. Perry Aritua, the Executive Director of Women's Democracy Network. I don't know whether the last panelist is here. And for that matter, invite the panelists to introduce themselves in terms of the theme, what does gender empowerment mean to them, in 1 minute as an icebreaker. Madam Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. I knew Joyce for many years, so allow me to call you Joyce. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here. Gender empowerment in 1 minute. I am not so sure that one has to think about their gender to look for empowerment. What I think helped a lot of what I did in life was to listen to the voice of my parents as I grew up, that you can be and achieve whatever you want to do irrespective of whether you are a female or a male. And with that, they allowed us to explore and excel in whichever field we wanted to do. For example, my father preferred that I take business administration. And at law school, when we were choosing our choices in senior 6, I put both law and business administration because I knew I could go for either of them. And when we reached the university, I was offered law. He was very disappointed. But as we finished the first term in the first year, they gave us the opportunity to take our first choices, which in my case was to join the business school. However, that is the first year when the business school was moved from Makerere to Nakawa. And I said, no way, I studied to get to Makerere, I'm not going for business. So I stayed with the law school. And I was able to excel because already the background had been set that you can achieve whatever you want, irrespective of your gender.
Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner. Yes, Your Worship, just give us a stint.
Thank you very much. Gender empowerment for me speaks into overcoming the different barriers that stand up against a girl child, to overcome and break barriers in the legal profession. I focus on the legal profession particularly because for me, growing up, I did not see a female lawyer. At least in the upcountry town that I grew, the 2 lawyers who had firms there were men. And so I get to draw my inspiration being serious in the legal profession from a sibling. So while I knew that women can do many things, the voices around me that I'd heard always said law was difficult. And they said law is difficult, especially for women. And being in a girls' school and growing up again upcountry throughout,
law was not like one of the many things that people wanted to do. People were thinking about other professions. I can tell you at some point I wanted to be a teacher because I'd seen this neat and very smart teacher at school, and I thought, wow, if I can be that, then that is life for me. But again, when I come out, I see another environmentalist, and I'm like, yes, being an environmentalist is very good, and it will keep me around home because where we lived was not so far from a certain forest. And I thought my mind was limited at that point because I thought, okay, law, no. But it's until I came to, after getting my S6 results, and yes, I am thinking about the environmental management as a course. And then somebody spoke through my big sibling and said, but this girl passed well, why shouldn't she try law? And again, another one was telling me, no, but law is hard for women, you cannot make it. The long story is short now that I went to law school, and like the boys managed it, we also managed law. And we've joined the professions, the men are there, we are also there with them. So I think it now comes to the conclusion that there is nothing that men do that women cannot do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Yes, Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Joyce. For me, gender, first of all, these are the roles that society gives men, women, boys, and girls. And for us women, usually there are more obstacles. First of all, it depends on the family that you're from. And I always believe that parents play a very big role in what we become. Because if they limit the opportunities for the girls because they think sons can do better, that's where disempowerment starts. So empowerment is when you're able to give both boys and girls the opportunity to really realize their full potential, to be able to make decisions, for instance, on what they want to study. Just like my colleague Nora, I didn't have impediments at home. I remember our parents used to say, go out and excel, may the best child win. They would give you the facilities, so it was really up to you to read and pass. Now, in many families where I grew up from, that may not be the option that their parents gave them. You know, where others would be denied the opportunity to go to school because they are girls, or they would have so many chores at home that they didn't even have time to study. And for me, what drives me in the work that I do is I hate injustice. I always think people must be treated fairly, regardless of whether they're male or female. So for me, gender empowerment, it means ensuring that we don't limit people's opportunities based on the fact that they were born girls or boys, and that society doesn't define who they become, but it's them with the opportunities that they have who define what they want to be. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Now, Madam Commissioner, I wanted to find out what strategies have you found most effective in advancing your career in a traditionally male-dominated field? You know, one of the challenges of us women in law is that everywhere men are more. In legal practice, they are more. Academia, they are more. You know, in judiciary, you know. So what strategies can you give a young female lawyer today that will enable her have what we call career progression?
Strategies, I think you need to start where Justice ended, that define your legacy early in life. What do you want to be remembered for? And I shared this also at the Law Society meeting, that I ended up getting a job at Sebalu and Lule, which was one of the big law firms at that time, because my father was a client in that law firm. But I think I was the second female lawyer they ever employed. And in that space, it was very clear to me that they gave you the opportunity to excel. We used to have the morning meetings together. They give you a range of files to review. They provided every support. But it was very clear, and it was mentioned by my immediate supervisor, that this law firm is not very welcome to female lawyers. But to tell you the truth, they did not disadvantage me because I was a female lawyer. But in the process, I realized that maybe I'm not into the kind of focus this law firm is. Where do I want to be in the next 10 years? Those are questions I kept asking myself. And because, quotes unquote, depending on how you look at it, I started exploring opportunities of being exposed to different areas of the law. And that's how I ended up a meeting of FIDA. And in FIDA, through the processes of interacting with women from all walks of life, I realized how privileged I was. I didn't come from a very, poor, neither very rich background. Just reasonable. But you just realize that you are so privileged. And for me, that helped me to see that the area of human rights can both be an area of growth, but also fulfilling than dealing with corporate matters. And that led me to step out to really get more engaged with organizations that were promoting human rights. So finding what you really want, what connects very well with your DNA, where you want to see yourself so many years later in life. It also influences the kind of cases I take on in my law firm. Some people wonder, Nora, you can be flying wherever. How come you're representing so and so? It's actually a choice. It's a choice because it enables me to give a human face to what the law can do for an ordinary person. And it's really a choice. So being in practice has been exciting. I have a partner who is very much into the corporate sector. So we support each other. We have stormy discussions. We are three of us. And one who has a background from the DPP. So it's an interesting mix. And it helps you to contribute to what they're doing, but I also challenge them to take on a human rights approach to everything they do. So finding what you want to be known for, and then pursue it with a passion that leaves no stone unturned. And I'll give an example. When I was given the privilege to teach at the Law Development Center, I think it's the best thing you can do to yourself, we're training people who are already lawyers, so they know a lot, but you have to come into that space to add value to their knowledge and skills. Very humbling process. Today, when I walk into a court, when I meet lawyers on the street, and they tell, in the Law Society room meetings, and they tell you, you are actually my lecturer at the Law Development Center. Joanne, I'm sure you meet so many because she has taught for a very long time. And they tell you how you've impacted their lives by the approach of how you taught. Of course, we are given all the structured way of doing it, but you have to add a personal touch. to how you deliver in that space. And stand out to be a lecturer that can be remembered. Remember, we are so many. Today we are even more. Those who are teaching there, because there are 4 campuses, there will soon be 4. How do you still stand out from the crowd to be remembered by your students that you are an exceptional lecturer? And for me, the human rights approach to law helped me do that. And of course, at that time, I was also very active in Toastmasters, which promotes leadership and public speaking. And it helped me to be able to use those skills in that space. So be intentional, think about the end, have the end in sight as you do whatever you choose to do.
Wow, thank you so much, Madam Commissioner. Be intentional, be deliberate, think about legacy. Takes us back to the paper presented by Her Lordship, being selective and focused, and remembering so much that, your personal brand should closely be aligned with your professional brand. Now, Your Worship, I'm going to take you to another angle. Of course, you're one of our one of the young pace setters in the judiciary. And one of the things we struggle with as women lawyers is work-life balance. We are mothers, we are pursuing career, we've spoken about capacity building, we are also running around managing different aspects in our families. Actually, most of the women lawyers are strong pillars in their family. They support almost everyone in their families. So can you share with us, how do you do it? How should we manage work-life balance, especially when handling high pressure assignments? Then of course, I'll also request you to tackle, how do you overcome the bias which confronts us on a daily basis in the legal profession? So over to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce. Work-life balance, I think for everybody here who has a family and who manages many things, I think you will agree with me that striking that ideal balance can be a challenge. You heard me being introduced. I'm a wife, 19 years in marriage, 4 children. I have 3 teenagers, and for those who are mothers of teenagers, it's a whole season that nobody prepares you for. And then I have a little son that is 7 years old. But outside the legal profession, of course, I do many things. I met Sandra today, and she was telling me about somebody who was telling her I was in a mothers' union activity. Indeed, I love things like Mothers Union. I've been a leader there. I am an auntie, I'm a mentor. I do 1,001 things. But how do I manage this? I think one of the things we need to understand from the onset is that life is about seasons, and there will be seasons for everything. I look back at my 19 years of the career, and there were times I had a bit of more time to myself, and I had a bit of more time for the things that I loved. But I'm in the season where I have to give more time to work because of the nature of the office that I occupy. So when you understand that life is about seasons, it's going to help you manage in the time when you are dealing with a high pressure job, which is going to cut out a lot of your family time, your girl time, your me time. I have friends right now who say, you chucked us because, some people may think because you are somewhere you have arrived and you have chucked them. But certainly that is not the point. You find the pressures on you cannot allow you to enjoy that life that you once did. So appreciating that it's a season, it will come and pass, and when it passes, you may catch up with other things. That has been important for me in trying to strike a balance. But most importantly is having a support system, because you are not going to be everywhere, as a matter of fact. So you are going to put in place a system that is going to support you. And for me, I want to really thank God first, because at the center of everything, holding for me everything together, it has been God. It has been God who has held everything together for me, and I thank him for that. Secondly, my family has been intentional in supporting me. For instance, in this current season of mine that is very, very hectic and busy, I remember when we were trusting God for that position, one of the things my husband clearly told me was that if you get it, just know I have released you. Go and serve the judiciary. And that has really helped me a lot. Because being a chief registrar, you're the engine of the judiciary. You initiate, everything starts and ends with you. You're here, you're there, you don't have a life. It pulls you here, there, you know. You're like, what can I say? If you are a chef in the busiest kitchen in the world, this order is here before you've finished it, the other one, you know, so your life is like that, all over. So without that intentional support at the family level, even with the children, with siblings, you know, the extended family, people who can stand in for you. Like right now, I should say today, I am hosting something at home, but a sister has come to run in and, you know, put things together so that by the time I go, you know, things are set. And the same applies to the workplace. One of the things I thrive in is building teams, because I know you can't deliver on your own. So if you're going to balance work, you're going to balance your own life, you must build and be very intentional about building teams everywhere. So even as I sit here, there are people working somewhere doing certain official things that I should be doing. So those are the teams that we need to build all over us in order to manage the work-life balance. Certainly, we need to learn to say no. And I think the Lady Justice spoke about being selective about, you know, which networks are you going for, what meetings are you attending, if you're going to strike that balance, because you'll find a weekend like this, you have 5-6 different events where you should be. Are you going to kill yourself trying to be everywhere? You're certainly not going to do that. So you are going to politely begin to learn to say no in order to give priority to certain things. And now about how do you ensure your family doesn't miss out? One of the things I have started to do over the years is begin to take leave a bit of during holiday. This is for those who have, you're raising a family, you're raising children. Take off some leave during the holiday so that you are with the children, you know, so that you catch up for these days of running, you're up country, you're here, you're there, but this 1 week of being together, then you can play the football, then you can chase yourselves around the house, and you find that you have made a balance here and there. Lastly, I think for me, as I keep saying, I'm a daughter of a reverend, raised in the church. God has always been at the center for me, and so there are those biblical roles that we all have, which for me I have always respected and considered to do them, even as I'm in the workplace doing all these things. I have remained true to my biblical roles as that wife, that mother that's trying to do what God expects me to do, certainly with struggle, but keeping on. So I think, Dr. Joyce, those are the few things that I can say. And I think, I don't know whether it is in this forum, I once shared that example of, if you're talking about that support network, I once wanted to quit school when I was adding some papers here and there because I wanted to be with the children. And then I left class one day and I told my friends, you know what, I'm done. I can't be here. I've worked. By then I was a chief magistrate at anti-corruption, but also dabbling as the registrar. So it was hectic. And yet in the afternoon, in the evening, I would go to class. And then on this day, I'm like, what am I dying? Let me first abandon this class and go home. So when I went home, my daughter then was about 9 years. She said, Mommy, why are you here? I'm like, no, I've come to be with you people. She's like, you're going to fail exams. You know, they are going to teach people that you fail and then you come back for us here when you fail. I'm like, but in my heart, these are the people. I thought I came to be with you. Now you're telling me to go back to class. The next day I went back to class and I finished that diploma that I was doing at the UMI. But also in that same space, one of the things we will do with my husband, as I talk about the issue of teams and, you know, balancing these things, was we always did things in turns. If it was my husband's turn to study, he's a university don. So for instance, when we got married, it was important he goes for a PhD. It was not urgent for me to get a master's. So because when I joined as a grade 1, master's was not really a requirement. So I could survive on the job. He went, got the PhD. When he came back, now I can go back. I went, did the master's. Now I need those additional diplomas. In the evening, is taking children home. I'm in the evening class. So that network has really helped me a lot to balance. Dr. Joyce, I think that is a bit sufficient for today. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Worship. I think for me, the take home from that is the need for you to have a support system, you know, like some of us had VD today, but, you know, you've delegated people to go there. Because sometimes with this career, if you want to get somewhere, you have to sacrifice and pay a cost. So it's a good take home for me. And I've also picked that aspect of a supportive family system. Your partners, it also matters which person. For the young female lawyers that are still dating, if the guy is already harassing you not to go to the law firm, you had better take off, because you will not manage being the next Sierra in 2030 when he's already not sub. So it matters which person you're relating with closely. Your family is very critical as a female-in-law trying to grow. And then I've loved the aspect of strategy. You know, that example of where your husband does this, you wait. I think we need to be patient, and also we need to cut the cloth depending on our, you know, our material, you know, like someone said that, you know, cut the hair depending on the shape of your head. You know, it depends. You know, there's no clear cut, you know, strategy. How I do work-life balance may not be the same as the commissioner, as a lordship, as a worship or Perry. So don't compete with others. If someone is doing a master's and your husband is telling you wait to do the master's now, don't say, Dr. Nalunga said and her worship, the judge said we need to do capacity building. No. We are picking the aspect of remaining very strategic, wise, and being very intelligent. You know, each one of us is different, but we are pushing to one vision. So I also love that aspect of hard working. You know, I used to wonder how you manage organizing the judiciary workshops, annual lawyer, and then you have 4 kids. But I think that the critical aspect I'm picking is being smart, strategic, hardworking, and let us not forget the purpose of God in everything as a rock bed, as you've shared. Now, you forgot to tell us, how have you overcome that bias? You know, you're the third chief registrar, female chief registrar. That means we've had so many chief registrars. How did you overcome the bias during the interviews? You know, sometimes women, they tell us, don't bother. Women, you will not handle. You're so emotional. Women are complicated. You know, even us women, we brand fellow women badly. Women are difficult. Women are always cutting wires. No. We don't cut wires just like that. There are reasons. So, Your Worship, you know, just tell us, how have you overcome that bias? You know, where men push you aside and say, no, it won't be the woman to introduce this Chief Justice. You know, sometimes they even tell you, no. The times people have told me, Nalunga, that space is for men. You're too aggressive, you know, tone down. Baganda women are very soft, calm, polite, you know, but you cannot chase this career on a soft plate. So, Your Worship, tell us, how do you manage this bias? What you call it here?
Thank you very much. I'm honored to sit near one of the commissioners who interviewed me when I was becoming chief registrar. And I want to say that those biases are real, and they are so real, like 200%. But it starts with yourself. I think you made a comment before when you're making your earlier remarks that if you don't believe in yourself, nobody is going to do that for you. So you're going to overcome these biases by, one, being the excellent person that the Honorable Lady Justice was talking about. Because when you have a brand that sells, it doesn't matter that you are a woman. That brand is going to defend you, and you're going to build that brand over time, and you have to ensure that you excel when you're given an opportunity. And for me, I want to think and believe that that is what has overcome the biases for me. It's interesting that this is my 4th year as chief registrar, but there are people who thought I would not do 2 weeks. Because I was young and I'm coming into this big space that the matures have always held, and I had a competition where I competed against my 2 seniors, but I emerged as the winner. So for me, that gave me the confidence that, you know what? It doesn't matter who is on the other side. Again, back to my faith in God, knowing that, you know, there are biblical giants. They have dealt with some serious people. You can't think that David was someone different from us. He was one like us, but he overcame Goliath. And people have overcome giants. So if you have that faith in yourself, that with God on your side, you can overcome. It is 4 years, and I'm saying to God be the glory. And it is going to be the longest so far. Maybe the next woman after me will break that record. But at least for now, I thrive in that record of being the longest serving woman. I've served longer than certain men in that space. Lady Justice Monica knows what is in that office. It can be a fire. But again, you're saying things today. You must stand in the fire. So your ability to excel and stand in the fire is going to overcome the biases against women. And just to encourage that any of us, the women whom the Lord allows to stand or work in certain spaces, just know that you represent all of us. When you excel, we have all excelled. When you fail, it is all of us. So it doesn't matter that you are part of the PhDs, the pull her down members. Even if you're on that side, once a woman fails, because remember we come against so many biases. People already know just by being a woman you have failed. What value do you have to add to this? But always make sure that when you open your mouth, what is coming out? Substance. When they give you a project to work on, your report is the best. It stands out. That is how you're going to overcome those biases. But otherwise, if you make people say, we knew it, no wonder, this woman, what can she also do? What can come out? You remember they even told, they said that about Jesus, what good can come out of Nazareth? But the Messiah came and here we are. So someone said, what good will come out of this woman? So let there be quality, excellence in what you do. Mediocrity, say bye to it. Let it not be anywhere next to you. You will overcome those biases and people will know that, you know what? Women can excel everywhere. I am happy here that those Twin Towers we are now celebrating in the judiciary, it was my procurement. I was appointed to be a chairperson of that contracts committee. Then I was a deputy registrar. Initially, that was always a position for a full registrar. So I'm like, why are you giving me this problem? And I was so scared because having worked in the anti-corruption division, all I knew about government procurements were problems and challenges. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be here. But again, my husband, that one that I talk about, he encouraged me. He said, you know what? They've appointed you. Give it a try. You go. And I said, yes. The rest is history. The towers are our project. We handled that project with integrity. We handled that project in a record time. It has been constructed, and we are thankful to God. ICMIS, again, was also our project. God helped us that the biggest projects of the judiciary so far were handled by our contracts committee. So I left there with my head high. What am I saying? When they give you challenging roles as a woman, take it, excel in it. Excel in it, people will know that, yeah, another woman can do what? Can do it. Now, like her lordship, she set the mark as the principal judge there. I believe someone will give another woman, but had she failed, or if I also fail, people will say we can never give this position again to women. So let us excel. And lastly, as you work there, focus on people. Build people, love people, make them better. And I want to give an example of a person who helped make me better. When I was in the civil division, I was the deputy registrar, and then there was an assistant registrar who was retiring then. So we worked about for 1 year, and then she retired. So when she retired, she made a handover report and wrote she wrote 3 nice paragraphs. She wrote comments about me. And one thing she said was that she was thankful to God that she was finishing her career in my hands as her supervisor. She described me with so many nice words, and I put it somewhere there. So in 2020, when I went for the interview of Chief Registrar, I said, let me carry this with me. The first question to me, tell us about yourself. It can sometimes be a hard question, right? Yeah. Blowing your own trumpet. Yeah. We've been encouraged today. And my Lord, just to take on recently, I was writing my CV and I wrote 18 pages, and it is, I've now understood what you're talking about. Write what you have done. Yeah. But back to this interview, when they say, tell us about yourself, one thing I know, interviews, everybody goes to say, I'm a person of integrity, I'm hardworking, I am this, like it's a song. I believe to those of you who sit in interviews, you know this. So I told the commission then that it's hard to talk about yourself, but there is somebody who has written something about me. Can I share? They said yes. Can I read it? And I read it. The rest is history. I'm the Chief Registrar 4 years later. Focus on people, work well with people. You never know when their opinions are relevant for you, to you. But as you value them, they will also value others. And the chain goes on and everybody makes life a better one. And we all overcome those biases as women. Lastly, overcome bias as a woman. Be content in yourself. Women, we have those challenges of, I may not like you because you have a better earring. I may not like you because your hairstyle is better and I want to, fail you. And so you end up finding fellow women fail others more than even the men. So overcome that bias that when you're a woman, you'll be a leader. Forget this is who. Lead and just provide the leadership and achieve your goals. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies, you've had it all. We should remain excellent. Give quality. Sometimes we have so many excuses. Remember when I was a CEO, sometimes the young female lawyers would come in. When a lawyer has cramps, she wants to miss 5 days. Now, how will you become how will you become a powerful leader if you're giving excuses? Let's seize mediocrity, like you've mentioned. We need to say bye-bye to mediocrity, the ability for us to keep time, be strategic, and embrace the challenging roles, because challenges make us champions. Those are the things we've discussed earlier on in my preamble. If you fear challenges, forget to become a champion. So we need to remember that if you want to go and shoot high, expect fire, words, haters, naysayers, and critics. Pick the good feedback. And remember, you're representing everyone else. And don't forget to learn who you are by writing down what you've done. We had already the Her Lordship telling us, it's good to write down, what are your milestones? What are your strengths? Who are you? What is your value disposition? Like I said earlier on in the preamble, women can tell you so many funny things about them. I lack confidence. For me, I easily cry when I'm talking. I'm short. I cannot do what. When I'm speaking. No. Write down what are your strengths. Blow your trumpet. No one can blow your trumpet until you learn to blow it. No one can refine you until you can define yourself. So that is the conversation we are having today. Gender empowerment. Redefine it. Who are you? If someone asked you today, tell us who you are, will you tell us what your value disposition? So, that's the conversation. The biases will be everywhere. You'll never work in a leading law firm if you fear biases. There are cases they will not give you. There are meetings, they will say, no, don't send that girl. Okay, you live in here, people call you a girl, yet they should call you a lady. I've had people call me, Nalunga, that girl, she's all over the place. No, it doesn't matter. You'd rather be all over the place and build your brand, because your legacy is closely linked with what you're doing. So let us shun the biases. Gender biases are everywhere, in judiciary, academia. I know someone who was telling me that in the academia, whenever she would go and defend her master's, she could be faulted for something very small. Even getting a rank of an associate professor in some universities is harder for women than actually the men. The men easily become professors or associates. So shun the gender biases. Shoot for the stars. Don't be mediocre. This ability of excuses. I'm not going to do this. I remember when I was pregnant with my fourth child, I knew I was going to give birth. I could feel the cramps, but I had my mama kit in the car. You know, I knew anytime I'm going to check in the hospital, because I had a GEC case. By then I was in private practice. So let us shun excuses. People get leave 4 months before they actually give birth. Because the saliva is bitter. Let me tell you, we are not going to break the glass ceiling with excuses. Okay? People give excuses. I always tell people, someone gets a problem. The world is not looking for excuses. The world is looking for solution providers from women lawyers, because we are the pace setters. If I was in church, they would clap hands on that. Now, Perry, as an executive director, can you tell us about networking? You know, networking is a little hard. I've had challenges where women say, for us, networking is hard. Sometimes when I'm networking, this and this happens. Tell us, what strategies can I do to network strategically? And also share your piece on mentorship. You're a mentor of so many leaders, LCs, etc. How should we mentor? And for the young lawyers, how should they be good mentees? Thank you so much, Perry.
Thank you, Joyce. You know, the saying, your network is your net worth, is really true. But what I've learned is that to be able to network effectively, you have to have a goal. For instance, we are here for this conference, this convention. As a young lawyer, what do you want to become? What is your career path? You then need to network with those who share some of the similarities in terms of what you want to become. The other is being very clear on what you want from that network. You know, at times you meet someone and you're not sure what you want in terms of the conversation. What do you want to get out of that conversation? So it's very important to be very specific in terms of whom you want to network with and what you want to gain out of the network. Usually when people are introducing themselves, for me that's the beginning, because when they start saying what they do, you know, that is where I start identifying whom I should speak to during the tea break, you know, whether I should change my seat, because that's where it begins. Otherwise, if you go into a room, first of all, you've come late, you don't know who the people in the room are, networking becomes difficult. And you see, it goes hand in hand with some of the leadership qualities that you have to develop along the way. Timekeeping is a leadership quality. Because if you come after people have introduced themselves, it will be difficult for you to know who is who in the room. So for me, those are some of the things I look for, but always have business cards. You know, people think that because we're in this whole technology age, the hard copy of your business card is not important. We are still old school in some of the things that we do, you know. So ensure that you have your card, ensure that, you know, basic things like your email, your WhatsApp number are on that card, but follow up. For instance, if someone says that, oh, I'll get back to you a week from today, ask the question, a week from today, which date, you know? When should I call you, you know? Should I send you an email? So that you're very clear on the next steps. I've seen people, they say, I met so-and-so, and then you ask, so what is that person's number? You say, I forgot. Or the person asks for their number. They don't have a card. Then some of them are pulling out a paper. You look unprofessional, you know? So when you're coming for a meeting like this, especially those who are already working, come with your card so that you're able to be professional in the way you network. The other that I think is important is to be reliable. When you've established a relationship with someone whom you want to network with and you have committed to doing something, make sure you deliver on it. Because that's part of leadership. That is part of networking. If you said you're going to send an email tomorrow at 4 p.m., fulfill that. You know, let that person not be the one to remind you. Because remember, you have networked because you want something out of that network. Another thing is the soft skills. Many of us, when we're beginning the journey, the advantage, maybe before I go to the journey, the advantage lawyers have is you're taught to speak. So there's a level of confidence that you have, which other professions may not have. Now, when you enter into a room, at times we are more comfortable sitting with people whom we know. Am I right? Now, it's difficult for you to network if you remain in your own circle. Because what else are you gaining from that circle that you have not already gained? Unless if you want something more. But we have to develop some soft skills. For instance, how do you start a conversation with someone whom you don't know? Those are things you have to learn. Google has helped. There's a lot of information on how you start a conversation, how you ensure that it is short, but you're able to get what you want. The other is when I get someone's card, I make sure I know their name and I can pronounce it well. One time we had a colleague from Bosnia, and her name was a bit difficult, but I learned to pronounce that name. People feel valued when you know how to pronounce their names. Because if they can pronounce yours, why not theirs? So after the meeting, he said, I've been in this country for some time and most people just don't even take time to learn my name. So there are things which offend people. So as you're starting a conversation, learn, get the person's name right, get the number right, so that when they call, don't say, who is this? Because first of all, maybe you saved a number with the wrong name or you didn't even get the name. It's rude. I deal with, at times, government officials in different parts of the country. I make sure I know their names because there's a connection when you pronounce someone's name, when you ask a few questions about them. What I've also learned is that people want you to, the basic things about life. How are you? How is your family? Things like that. People start feeling a little bit comfortable than you going straight to the point. But it also depends on whom you're dealing with. The other that I have seen working is the hard skills, because you can have the soft skills, but if, for instance, you're sending an email and there are mistakes in that email, I always tell my colleagues in office that I get a brain freeze when I read an email with a lot of mistakes, because one, that means you're not professional. So read the email. If it's a WhatsApp message, read it before you send it, because you don't know who is receiving that email. So being effective, being efficient in what you do. And I really want to agree with the colleagues who have spoken earlier, that you must exude professionalism. For instance, if you're coming for a meeting like this as a young person, at times I work with young people and they say, my dress, my choice. And I'm like, that doesn't work in the real world, my dear. Because the first communication you have with anyone is your appearance. So if you're invited for a meeting, find out what kind of people am I going to meet, because there are people who take offense in the way you look, So be professional in the way you present yourself, because that's the first point of communication. So those are the few things that I want to share. Now, in terms of mentoring, I always ask my mentees, what do you want out of this relationship? There are people who come and tell you, I want to be mentored. My question is, on what? The other is also being proactive. At times you establish this relationship between the mentor and the mentee, and you're always the one who has to reach out. Yet it's the mentor who wanted you to share certain skills, certain knowledge. So be proactive. And then yesterday I was in a space where there was an interesting story shared about a mentor and a mentee. At times people go out and say, oh, so-and-so was my mentor, and yet their behavior is contrary to what the mentor's behavior is. So this person said they went for a funeral for one of the very highly placed politicians in this country. She had passed on. And then some of the people were saying that the late was their mentor. We are really the worst politicians you'd have in this country. So she kept saying, you people, don't just say I'm your mentor. For me, there are people who must say, when did I mentor you? So we have to be careful that when you learn certain behaviors, you exude them. For instance, if your mentor is very articulate, learn to speak. If your mentor is a person who ensures that time is kept, very reliable, or you want knowledge on, for instance, how to become a good politician, because that's really what I do on a day-to-day basis. Exude some of the qualities that good politicians exude. Don't be the one where people start wondering, is that really a product of that mentoring? So to be able to be a good mentee, you have to identify what you want out of that mentorship. Reach out, and these days we have phones. Also be able to tell your mentor that I will be calling between a certain time zone. At times people call at midnight. I'm like, what are you doing? It's wrong, because someone also has to rest. So there are just certain few principles that will make the mentor-mentoring relationship successful. Thank you, Joyce.
Oh, thank you so much, Edie. Thank you, Perry. I've picked something about, when it comes to mentoring, maybe I should also caution the young female lawyers. You cannot pick, a male guy who wants to meet you after 7, 8 for mentorship. Last month a young lawyer called me and told me, President FLN, my mentor bought me some funny things during my birthday. That relationship, sometimes you have to see those feelers. And of course, Commissioner is going to guide us on how do we handle sexual harassment as women in law, because it's one of the things that is blocking our ability. So even in the mentor-mentee, try to be proactive, choose wisely, be smart. If your mentor wants to meet you in a bar, honestly, a male mentor at 10 p.m., 11, honestly, that is an enemy of progress. Don't just cut the relationship and try to follow those principles. And she mentioned something about networking. I'll share my experience. I think for the last FLN event, I needed to secure some sponsorship. And someone told me, the women are going to meet somewhere at 4 points and the party is starting at 11. Now in my heart, I was like, what do I want? I need money. Then I said, let me go for that progi. I was a bit tired. There's a price to pay. When a man has to meet someone at 4 points at midnight, or is supposed to go for a meeting at 1, they are there. I was there at 11. The women lawyers, they call themselves Wolf, women who own law firms. They managed, one of them gave me some dollars for the dinner last year. So if I'd stayed home and feared to go at 11 and pay my meal of 50K, I wouldn't have got a 1M. So networking has a price to pay. Okay, it reminds me when I went to speak to Rotarians, and I was telling them that women join Rotary with goals. Okay, probably you want to meet good people and be on the boards, a network, but along the way they start going for coffee, they start going for different things altogether. So we need to remain focused. When a mind joins a forum for benefits, men never lose traction. So we need to remain with that focus. You have clarity of purpose. Be confident. Perry talked about timekeeping. Most of you are just walking in. You've missed so many things. You're not going to break the glass ceiling when you walk in at midday, when we've already, bonded and networked, Follow up. Have you learned about this skill of following up? When you meet someone and you say, Joyce, let's meet next week for coffee. When? Thursday. Put a reminder in your phone. Send them an email. Thank you for our conversation. Let's confirm. Women don't follow up. So let's learn to work on that. Thank you so much, Perry. I was trying to do a recap. Now, Madam Commissioner, I wanted you to give an advice to a young female lawyer. Different aspects. How do we shun sexual harassment? It's very rampant. It's common in different spaces, okay? Some young interns, okay? Even lawyers in law firms. One lawyer told me that he was working in a firm where it is okay for one of the partners to just tap their butt, with ease, and other lawyers smile over it. All those are different dimensions of sexual harassment. Not protecting our boundaries. Because you cannot climb the ladder on what they call red carpet politics. Professionalism and ethics will push you higher. So, Madam Commissioner, share with us the nuggets of how a young female lawyer can shun all those different aspects of sexual harassment and remain focused, and any other advice you can give us. Thank you so much.
We are beautiful and wonderfully made, aren't we? We are, aren't we? Some people are not answering. We definitely are. And I don't know what to tell you, but you also attract sometimes what you present. I'll tell you a story which kind of threw me overboard. We were launching a book, and 3 people in that meeting, 30 years later, shared that they would have done everything to have me as their girlfriend. 30 years down the road. And I asked one of them, what stopped you? I would have been interested. And he said, Nora, you were unapproachable. You were very clear on where you were going and what you wanted, that putting you off track was very difficult. I said, I missed you. I mean, it was a light conversation. I missed you. And we left it at that. And maybe this came from my mother, and most of us are definitely a mother to someone, whether biological or those we have adopted. My mother was very clear. You are a woman of substance, beautifully and wonderfully made in the image of God. She repeated that statement over and over again. And because of that, treat yourself that way. You will receive the same. It does not always work, but it was very clear to me that it really depended on me. And here in Uganda, I don't think I've had such a big problem. When I worked at the regional, international level, that's where I really faced problems, because maybe people had not seen me grow up. We would be in a meeting at the Africa Union or in New York, wherever, and we are very professional, both men and women. And then in the evening, people are bold. They will come and tell you, I want you tonight. You are an executive director of an organization at the regional level, and someone has the guts to tell you, I want you tonight. They're not even drunk. That's where I found a big challenge. And because in most times I would be alone, maybe my team, we are 3 of us, I just focused on my work. Because anyway, there was not even an opportunity to look on the side. Fortunately, I was being paid well, so I was not a needy woman. And I had children who were in university. And for me, it was very important to be a role model for my children, a girl and a boy. I had brought them up alone. The father died. So I knew I had to stand firm for their sake. Those 3 things, and of course, God being at the center of everything. At the center of everything. But it was very challenging. To a certain extent, I had lost my wedding ring at some point. I had to, when I was going for one of the trips, to buy a ring at the airport in Nairobi, just to have a wedding ring. And this guy had the audacity to tell me, I don't care whether you are married or not, I just want you. And you may ask me, how did you get to that level of conversation? It doesn't take much. I mean, with these Ghanaians and Nigerians, they will just tell it to you in your face. So what is it that you want is very important. What is it that you want to be? As Her Lordship said, your private life is as important as your public life. I cannot be smooching someone in the night, and then in the morning I am at my best before an international forum. It's just, anyway, it couldn't work with me. I think very emotional. So I learned to, if I need someone from you, I will remain courteous, because networking is important in those spaces. I would remain courteous, but be very professional. But if I really didn't have to work with you, I just cut you out. I even lose your contact, because you're not adding value to what I'm trying to achieve. Sexual harassment in the law firms. Women lawyers, when I came back, we decided to start a law firm, And we said we will work with female lawyers, and we have actually done that. What I've also done, which I hope other people do as female lawyers, I make sure I pay the people I work with. It is a structured payment, we have a contract, because I think what makes some of the young lawyers vulnerable is when it is not clear what are the terms of engagement in this law firm. Negotiate that space. I have had these conversations with my own daughter. Even though you are doing a voluntary assignment, if you are, right now she's working as a consultant, negotiate the terms of engagement. Let them be clear, the best if they're reduced in writing. I try to remain true to that because it gives stability to the people you work with. They're appreciated. And then you can also demand from them to meet the kind of quality you want through the work that they deliver. So try as much as possible to negotiate and be clear about the terms that you have. I think you have more choices today than we used to have. Maybe we had more choices. You have more choices today. But anyway, we're very few female lawyers, so it was very easy to get engaged. But the terms must be clear. Move away slowly if it's not working for you. Anyone who touches your waist, your behind, try to kiss you, they are not respecting you. And what I've learned, maybe the hard way, compromise for any human being, the Bible says it. It's only God who is reliable and dependable. A human being will be nice today. When they don't need you tomorrow, they will not be nice. They will just not be nice. It is okay. Do not compromise. Because the cost of regret, I think, is harder to deal with. And then if you want to also meet someone who will respect you, respect yourself. Respect yourself. Invest in it. Love yourself. Dress decently. I've met young lawyers in court and I say, wow. Wow. The boobs are out. The dress is too short. Just respect yourself. How do you want to be approached and interpreted? Starts with your personal presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner. I could not say it any better. Have boundaries. Of course, remember that how you dress is how people will address you. So if you want to work in a farm and you're looking like an artist, a celebrity, the cleavage is out, everything is out, and then you're saying you're shunning sexual harassment. I mean, sometimes male associates say the young female lawyers lead them on. So it's important for you not to compromise, respect yourself. I've also picked the aspect of negotiating terms. I think one of the challenges young female lawyers face is being desperate. Okay, don't be over desperate. If someone doesn't give you terms at the beginning, do not expect them to give you any terms, and learn to say no. Thank you so much. You've mentioned know what you want to be. What do you want to be? Where do you want to go? And also mining our private life. Now, in our last minutes, I just wanted the CR, Your Worship, to share with us how do you manage work politics, and how about the toxic relationships? Sometimes women in law say, no, I'm facing this, I can't. Some bosses abuse the women lawyers. You're stupid, you're what? How do you manage? How do you handle? Sometimes the language is not palatable, and then you give us your parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start from, I think it was Thursday when I met a friend of mine who said, you know what, Sarah, if I'd come to you earlier and you told me what is involved in some of these positions, I wouldn't have taken it. So she's like, you know what, In fact, today I was beginning to check on UN opportunities, what I just want to go away. And I told her, you're not going anywhere. You know what? Nobody promised you that it's going to be a bed of roses. And yes, there is politics, and yes, there are toxic people and toxic environments. That one we are not going to run away from, because toxic environments are in our homes, they're in our churches, they're in our communities. Certainly they cannot fail to be there in our workspaces. The issue is not are they there, the question is how do you handle them, because certainly they are going to come. And I have had my own share of toxic environments and toxic people, and being chief registrar for me has given me an opportunity to put God's word into its reality. You know, for those who read the Bible, the Bible will tell you that in the heart, out of the mouth, the heart speaketh. So I have had the opportunity to know what's in the hearts of some people because of what comes out of them. And you're like, hey, this person, I thought we are friends. Hey, I thought we are colleagues. Oh, I thought we are this. But it has made me to understand that we are who we are, human. In us, there are murderers. In us, you know, there are those things we just contain. But if we hadn't contained, we'd pick guns and shoot everybody because, you know, that is how, you know, we feel about them, and that's how we want to do these things about them. But what I can encourage everybody is that focus on the positives. In a toxic environment, let your mind be on the positives. In other words, count your blessings as you go through the season of that challenge, because they come and go. They are never there permanently. You will not have a smooth ride throughout, neither will you have the thorns every day. So there are those, you know, tough days of toxic situation, it will go. But to keep yourself alive, focus on the positives, lest the negatives will pull you down. And once you're down, you have given your haters, or those who initiated the toxic environment, you've given them the victory. And yet, as we've agreed here today, we are not going to retreat, neither shall we surrender. So ensure that you focus on the positives. But two, learn to forgive. When you forgive, I've actually learned how to forgive. And my test of forgiveness, I don't know how it will be where God takes me next, but I believe my greatest test of forgiveness, I have already experienced it in this current position that I have held, because I've had sometimes tough environments, but I have learned to forgive, and I feel the joy and the peace of forgiveness. So I encourage somebody in a toxic environment, you will manage it through forgiveness. Otherwise, you're going to blow up. Have you heard of people blowing up or collapsing one day? Yeah. It works against you yourself. So you must find a strategy to deal with it so that what people do to you does not eat you up. Yes. Number 3, always remain in control of your emotions. There will be a situation where someone will pick a pen and paper and write a bad letter about you and do ABCD about you. Go to social media and throw things there. Are you going to throw back? Yesterday I was in a meeting with chief magistrates and someone was saying, how come people can complain about us and they go and, you know, throw it all over the social media? Can there be a platform where we also throw our responses? I told them we can't do fire to fire. We will not manage. Remain focused. Throw this here, it will pass. It will pass. For you, you know where you're going. Keep steady. Keep in control of your emotions. They write, it's bad, it's what, it will pass. Tomorrow is another day. Talk to someone, the one you trust. Don't bottle things up and die alone. And I think one of the things we've learned to do is to put up appearances, right? It all looks rosy and oh, it is good, but it's not. So have somebody, there's those people you trust, whom you can open up to and deal with the situation, and you'll be happier and you'll be better. Choose courage over fear. Choose courage over fear. If we feared, we would all have run out of where we are. If everybody began to talk about the detail of the toxic environments they've been in, we would say, I can't stay there another day. You were saying women like to quit. Indeed, let's resist that temptation of quitting. That season will pass. And always what you go through, take it as it's an opportunity to strengthen another woman. Now, like the one I met and I talked to her after some time, she was like, okay, now I'm understanding these things. The workplace can be toxic. So what you go through, use it as an experience to strengthen another girl out there who needs the encouragement. Lastly, remain professional. As lawyers, we have different codes. Now for judicial officers, we have a code of conduct. Remain professional. Remain in the ambit of your code to guide your actions, including when you are going through toxic situations. Lastly, you said I could talk about my career path and how you get to know it. It's just about your passion. Where is your passion? I know where my passion is. It's in the judicial service. By the time I was finishing LDC, I knew I wanted to be a magistrate. I had been inspired at some point when I was doing my clerkship. So I knew I want to be a judicial officer. How far do I want to run? To the very end of it. How do I get there? You keep working. You keep working. You keep working. You go here, you go to the next level like that. So we are on a journey. So know where you want to go. Work towards that. And certainly always God defining your purpose. I believe where your purpose is, that's where you're going to find satisfaction. That's where you're going to find that you give your best. You're not struggling in your purpose. I think if you identify your purpose, then you're going to realize, for me, this is it. Because when I was appointed a grade 1 magistrate, I was also appointed a state attorney. But my heart was not into the other one. So I think if I'd gone into the DPP, I'd be struggling there. I find more satisfaction where I am now. Parting shots, as Dr. Joyce, let me thank you first. And I was looking at this room and saying, we should have been 1,000 young lawyers here. We need to be in this space, especially the young people who are, growing in the profession, and all of us. So my hope is that next time, I think I also have a job to do in bringing some people. So next time, I will also bring some members of my team, because these conversations are very important. But two, most importantly, as I said earlier, the brand of excellence and integrity can never fail. Integrity defends us where we are not. Yeah, Sadah's telling my chief magistrates, if we throw your name in a well or in a pond, what is going to come out? So think about yourself as you go out of here. If your name is thrown in a certain table, what will the people around that table say about your name, where you're not? And excellence, start it at the earliest. Again, in this very function where I met this friend of mine, as I was leaving, I met a senior lawyer whom I've not met him since I became chief registrar. So I was joking with him. I said, the last time I saw you was in civil division. You've not come to say hello to me. Are you waiting for me to leave the office or what? Then he said, no, I will come. Then he said, I want to thank you for a judgment you gave me when I was a magistrate. When you were a magistrate. Grade 1. I was like, what? That is how many years? This is 19 years in the system. That yes, in Mukono you gave me a judgment. When I read it, I knew this is judge material. I said, oh, glory be to God. What am I saying? Start excellence at the earliest. Don't say, for me now I'm a legal assistant. No, let me wait when I'm the managing partner. It doesn't work like that. So I was quite impressed. A judgment I don't remember, I don't even know anything about it. But start wherever you're at the earliest opportunity. Secondly, ladies, the jobs are there. The commissioners are here. How do we get there? Let us not compromise our values. One thing that I always reflect on myself as I was listening to my sister here is that one day you'll stand there. And if you're in a crowd like this, how many will say, I know her naked? So when you're in that farm, you're not thinking about the outside and the bigger picture. But one day you're going to be the chief registrar, the CEO, you are wherever, somewhere, you're standing there. And someone now who has become some useless, let's say useless person, is also saying, I know her naked. May God forbid and help us as young lawyers. So think about it like that. Last but not least, humility. Lawyers, we are going far, and God is still taking us very far. But how are we going to handle the levels we are put at? Must the whole world know that you've become the managing partner? Or you are the chief registrar, you swim over people? No. Remember, all these things are temporal. You're going to leave. So these titles, they will leave, but we will stay. So remain humble in whichever calling that you have. And lastly, Dr. Joyce, thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
So much, Your Worship. Do we have any lawyers with just 2 questions to either to Her Lordship before I hand over to the MC? Anyone with a burning question? Just feel, yes, you can give her the microphone. Any other? Feel free. Maybe it's an area I've not spoken about. Yes, Anne, you can ask Her Lordship and the panelists. The third one, someone at the back. All right, so let's start with you. Introduce yourself and the firm, and then you.
Greetings. My name is Samgeli Siwe from Sibayeni Metro Farming in South Africa, and I do agriculture consulting, and over time I learned a need to do my LLB because I work with a lot of contracts, and I'm not practicing in law. I'm doing agriculture consulting, but as I do my work, I realize that there's a need, as I think Madam Commissioner spoke about negotiating your terms. So what I needed to understand is how do you negotiate your rates on how you charge? And is there a specific fixed level in which specific charges are made? Often when we make quotes with lawyers, they will charge differently, but I guess I'm missing the understanding of at which level you charge at a particular rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Anne, you can address your question to the panelists or any.
Thank you to our dear panelists. I've just come in, but when I listened to the Chief Registrar, the guidance that she was giving us, oh my, I know that I must have missed a lot. My name is Anne Karunji. I'm the managing partner of Karunji and Partners, Advocates and Solicitors, and the Central Region representative, FLN, Female Lawyers Network. My question is to the Chief Registrar. You know, there is this talk of mental health, work-life balance. You know, I have had an opportunity to, interact with many judicial officers, registrars, and you find them in their chambers stressed because of the workload, backlog. People are saying, oh, I will die. I was telling the other one, I counsel in Jesus' name, you will not die. Oh my God, I should have stayed. Is it in G? Okay, sorry, I was going to, So anyway, my question is, what measures has the judiciary put in place to see that these people can, relax mentally, take off time? I keep advising them. I tell them, plan your day. Manage your courtroom in such a way that maybe you'll get an hour and remove yourself. That thing called remove yourself from an hour. Go sit somewhere and have a meal. Don't have the meal in chambers. Maybe, and then take time to breathe, think, or maybe go to a spa. Maybe take a day off in the week, or at least 2 hours off. I don't know what measures does the judiciary have for them. Yeah, thank you.
So much, Anne. Any other student, any female lawyer? All right. Yes, please. There's a lady this side. It's okay, you can stand up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this program. My name is Tushemerirwe Immaculate. I'm a student at Kampala International University. I'm so sorry I entered in late, but my concern is directed to Madame who talked about networking. It is so a privilege that I've had an opportunity to hear about it, how we should network. And my concern is that, as you clearly described, that in a certain function here like this, if people are introducing themselves, you are able to see which person are you able to connect with. And at a point for us as students, we have got to know at least maybe achievements that you can actually put on yourself as you're introducing yourself. So does it mean that if I want to connect, I need to first have something that can actually link me to connection? And then to your a simple request, as a student, how can I polish my connection with people that are maybe, you know, of higher class, but I would like to connect with them, I would like to get encouraged, I would like to get, you know, inspired. How can I move my connection with such people and at my level? Thank you so much. I remain Immaculate.
Thank you so much, Immaculate. Yes, let's have a response from the CR. The first one was Madam Commissioner, then the CR, and then Perry, and then we go for the tea break, the photo shoot and tea break. Yes.
How do you set the terms or negotiate the terms? When we started the law firm, Joan Bushara was one of the people I kept disturbing, asking her all kinds of questions, because she had been managing a law firm for a long time. And to be able to attract good people to your law firm, you must also pay them. For me, it's as simple as that. So I asked different people, what do they pay legal assistants, the known big law firms, as well as the young ones, like the one Anne has just started a few years ago. How much do they pay? The assistants, the legal officers, is it dependent on education, on years of work? What is it? So that guided us to set a standard at the law firm. Once someone is clear that they can be paid, they will do the work. And for me, it becomes easier to demand. I don't necessarily push people to be at the office at 8 up to 5. You can be at the office at 9. Some work up to 7. What I need is the delivery. And so even that flexibility helps, because people have different realities, especially if you are working with women. Some have children, others have husbands, or they have other responsibilities. So you take that into account. But the work has to be done. For those who are charging, I think there was that question, because I've also worked as a consultant. If someone is giving me a consultancy to deliver on A, B, C, and D, you take into account a number of things. Is it 6 months? Is it 1 month? Is it 2 weeks? The shorter the period, the higher the pay. And if it's a desk kind of a consultancy, I will definitely charge less. If I have to go into the field, I used to do a number of consultancies with the UN bodies, UNDP, UN Women, and then you have to interact with government bodies. That is something. So you need to pitch your charge high enough so that you don't feel cheated in the process. So study the terms very well. Be clear about what it is that you want to, what is the deliverable, the output, and then assess the costs that you need to take into account and give a charge. But I've also had those which are not very good in terms of pay, but what you are doing will push you to the next assignment. So I've also taken those ones on, dependent on what I am focusing to achieve in the future. For the young lawyers, I really, really hope if you have studied law, you have finished the diploma course, you must have a value. You must have a value, especially if you did study, not this business of getting people to write papers for you, yeah, and do the assignments on your behalf. If you've studied law the way we did, there's no way you can shortchange yourself. Negotiate the space. If you need to come and we look at your CV, let's do it. But put a standard to yourself. And God is faithful, you know. What you project is what you will get. He is very faithful. There's no shortcut to that. So if of course at the beginning you might work voluntary work. We did that. Eh? You go to FIDA, get the training and all the rest of it. But it propelled us to the next level. Don't do it just for just, or to be close to the lawyers who seem to be, you know, well known in the field. Do it for a purpose. Be intentional. If it's voluntary, and know that it has a time frame. You cannot stay wearing nice suits and a big endowment.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you, my classmate Anne, for those questions. What are we doing, or what measures have we put in place to allow people breathe and manage in light of all the challenges that a judicial officer goes through? First, I must say that the judicial role is not a simple one, and you may almost want to say it's not for the faint-hearted, because what you deal with it against that judicial oath that we take. And it's interesting that as people define where to go, evaluate your capacity to manage. It is true the judiciary has become one of the, I think it's currently the best employer for lawyers because of the improved terms and all these things. What am I saying? Because of these improved terms, we have attracted, there are people who are joining the judiciary motivated by the pay, but there are also those who joined the judiciary motivated by the passion to administer justice. Now, depending on what your passion is, you may find it a bit easier to sail through, or you may find it very difficult. But two, it also takes time to stabilize. So you may find, depending on which person you're speaking to, you may find someone who has just joined 1 year and they almost feel the world is falling apart. But that is how we felt. We are now 19 years, we are stable, we are grounded, we can deal with the matters. You'll bring this matter and I know this is how I'm going to deal with it. But of course we are alive to the different challenges that are affecting everybody, every Ugandan, every sector, and judiciary has not been an exception. So for starters, does a judicial officer have some opportunity to have time to breathe? Yes. Everybody, like leave. Everybody is entitled to take their leave. So each one should know, I've been under pressure, I've worked these 6 months, let me take a break. So everybody should be able to take leave. And we require all the different court administrators as the year begins to send us a leave rota so that we know Sarah will go in January and in Feb and all that, so that everyone takes off that time really to refresh themselves, re-energize and come back and rest from the stress. Two, we also have encouraged people really on self-management. There is a lot that happens with you yourself as a person and how you're going to manage these things. Some people have brought in pressure because of doing the wrong thing or being intimidated instead of standing firm and, the law is saying this, but why am I trying to decide against the law? Those are some things that bring those silent pressures to people and they feel like, oh my God, this place is so terrible. But we need to continue self-management, and so we keep preaching these gospels of self-management. But we also have peer committees, especially around the registry there. We have our new regulations on the inspectorate, which has brought in an integrity committee chaired by the Honorable Lady Justice Monica here, but also peer committees that are now being set institutionally for all cadre of judicial officers. At least for registrars, every registrar right now belongs to a certain peer committee where you sit and unpack your challenges. So we have those peer committees as a soft tool for us to help one another. How do we manage and adhere to the code? What are the challenges in my court? How can I be helped? So those spaces are helping. Now with the lower bench particularly, I have purposed every year, at least I have 2 to 3 meetings with all registrars, with the chief magistrates, with the magistrates in charge of courts. And that's where we unpack some of these challenges. Now, like yesterday, people are able to talk, and then through that, there is peer learning. This one will tell you, I have this pressure of the local leaders, and then another one tells you, for me, I've managed like this. So those, both internal and external pressures, those forums have really helped us be able to have that opportunity to talk and unpack them. In terms of what we've done physically, we are doing, at least at the center now, we have the gym, we have massage facilities, there are lordships here, they are the beneficiaries. When they are tired and stressed, they can go and they are massaged and they feel better and they are able to sit the next day and do so. The commissioners, yeah, so we are, going over and over. You've heard about the health runs that the PS introduced. So those were different. Courts have also embraced them. On Friday, people sweat off a bit and relieve of some stress. Going forward, of course, we've appreciated these mental issues. We have talked about them, and we are headed. There's work happening in the background where we are hoping to have, some either in-house counselors, some support system for the different judicial officers that have been challenged. Lastly, as a soft tool, not really direct on the judiciary, at least I've been able to establish the Judiciary Christian Fellowship. It's 3 years now. Every Wednesday we have fellowship at 1 to 2. We go for retreats. Every year we have a retreat in the first quarter. We have a retreat at the last quarter. It has also worked out and helped people overcome some of the challenges. We also do retreats for staff. Our staff, last year we did the first one. We had about 80 clerks and process servers and all these things. So those are different things we are doing to try and see how do people cope with the pressures of the job and stabilize and manage. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. 1 second, Perry.
Yeah, I'll just take 2 minutes because I'm standing between Yoti. So in terms of Immaculate's question, one of the things that I have personally done is whenever I'm going for an event, I read about it. My first job after I had worked for a law firm for almost 2 years was actually in an organization which was working in the field. Like they are doing a lot of civic education. And how I got that job was in the room where there was a training going on. There was a boss of one of the organizations, and I made sure I was one of those who contributed to the questions, but I had done my research. So after the meeting, he's like, we have a space and come and do the interview on Tuesday. I think you'll manage the job. So whenever you have a space, prepare for it, but make sure you speak. Why I'm saying preparation and speaking? Because people want substance. So that's one of the things. Now, as a student, you have interests, I'm sure. I know, like for me, I was more leaning to commercial law when I was still in the university. But with time, I got more interested in human rights law. So what is your interest? That interest will define where you go. And it will also define the people you want to connect with. So your interest can drive the networks you choose to belong to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Join me in appreciating Commissioner Nora, Her Worship, the Chief Registrar, Executive Director Perry, and also Her Lordship, Justice Monica Mugenyi, who gave us the keynote. Come on, let's give them a shout. Allow me hand over.
Just before we release you from here, I know our time is fast spent. However, we just wanted to keep a memory of our speakers this morning. So we wanted to share a photo with them. This is going to just take us maybe 5 minutes tops. I want all of us be part of this memory. So Sandra, if you can support me on this, let's just have a few seats right here, maybe just 7 of them, where we can have our speakers, distinguished speakers, President, Board Member, Madam John, and CEO. And then we're going to do it this way, so we'll just have one section to the other and to the next. And as you finish, please, I'll request that we have a working tea, because our next program is action-packed. So when your section is done, just grab something and then get back so that we can have the next session. Honorable Lady Justice, I'll invite you to come and take a seat together with us speakers, our panelists, with Madam President, Madam Joan, our board member, our CEO present, and then the coordinators of FLN present. Please come forward. I'll start with section A on this side. Please come and be part of this photo moment. This is section A, this is B, and then C. So let's start with section A. Please, quickly, let's just have this photo moment done. Ladies, in the spirit of timekeeping, let's hasten our steps. Please feel free. We want to see everyone in the picture. Don't come running for the back. You know, we just talked about our confidence boost. Let me not see anyone running for the back, please. You must be where we can see you. I'm seeing my ladies in front of me. Come right here at the platform. Ladies, we need to see all of you in this picture. No, you're behind. Just come right here. Photographer, please let me know. Signal me if you can see everyone. If you can't, let me know so we have everyone in this picture. Are you seeing everyone? Great. I'm seeing gentlemen at the back. Can you see them? Okay. Okay. That's good enough? One more. Okay, section A did well. Thank you, ladies. Grab yourself a cup of tea, then come back to your seats. Section B, I'll invite you to come forward very quickly. Our panelists, please remain as speakers, our leaders, until we have all the photos taken. We want you in every memory we are going to keep. Section B in the middle, please come forward. Ladies, in the spirit of timekeeping, I think we can combine section C because we are not that many. Please, the ladies that are left, just come forward. Timekeeping is a virtue for us. Make sure we can see you all. Don't run for the back. I still see some of us seated. Ladies, please. Yes. Come forward for our last picture. I think we can combine with our program and continue to carry on and manage some of the time that is left for us to finish or end this program on time. Okay, so I'll start by introducing. When you grab your tea, maybe let me just have a bit of ground rules. Connectivity division. High efforts being instrumental in advancing MTN Uganda's Ambition 2025 goal so that everyone benefits from a modern and connected life. She's passionately committed to empowering women and driving positive change. Her leadership at the Women at Work Committee at MTN Uganda includes collaboration with stakeholders like NSSF inaugural financial literacy program. She holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Makerere University. She's a certified project management professional, and she's part of the Project Management International Uganda chapter, where she also serves as a volunteer. She also serves as an all-female executive committee. She serves on the all-female executive committee at MTN Uganda, fulfilling the role of acting chief executive officer in their special women's leadership program. Outside of her professional endeavors, she's a devoted mother, wife, and an avid reader. Her guiding philosophy echoes the words of Dr. Martin Luther King. Not everybody can be famous, but everybody can be great because greatness is determined by service. Please join me in welcoming Miss Josephine Nasiwa as she takes the stage for the next minutes. Welcome, Josephine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to stand in front of you today. It's an honor for me to be here. So I would like to kick off my presentation on a light note. You can take a wild guess. How many of you know the representations of female in the telecommunications industry? You can take a wild guess. Anyone? By percentage-wise. You can take a wild guess. There are no correct answers. Yes? Lawyers, do we speak? 10%, okay. Anybody else? 40%, 5%. I joined the telecommunications industry 14 years ago, and it's been a roller coaster ride, I must say, because as many of you know, people look at the telecommunications industry as a male-dominated one. So it's an industry. I think this is a good thing because it gives you time to finish your tea. So please don't mind me, just carry on and have your tea as we wait for the slide. Okay. Okay. The technical glitch. I would call back the presenter, the MC first, as we sort the technical glitch. Just a second, please.
Sorry about that. We just have a glitch with our speaker's presentation that we are working out. So just give us 2 minutes to sort this glitch and for us to resume with this. I hope we're enjoying this convention. I don't know if you feel the way I felt, that it's an honor or privilege to be amidst the professional gallants that have been before us and that we are continuing to learn from. It's been quite insightful. We felt like this should have maybe taken a day or two because there's so much that we couldn't even compress in the shortest time that we had this morning. So once again, we are grateful and thank you to our panelists and speaker this morning. And indeed, we are looking forward to so much more as we convene. Maybe to our speaker, I'll just request that in the meantime, you could start and then we will have the presentation. Yeah, I'll aid you with that in the meantime.
Okay, it's interesting that we are having the glitch and I'm from the telecommunications industry. You'd think I'll have figured it all out, but pardon me for that. So my name is Josephina Siwa once again, and I'll be speaking with you today about the role of women in the telecommunications industry. That's our topic for this afternoon. Empowering change, opportunities, threats, and strategies. My presentation will be very short, not longer than 20 minutes. At the end of the presentation, you'll be able to appreciate what women are doing to break barriers and drive innovation and change and impact their communities in telecommunications. If you have questions, please feel free to ask them at the end of my presentation. This is the agenda for the presentation. I'll delve into the telecommunications industry overview. Then I'll do a deep dive into women in telecommunications, where we shall explore what women are doing, the projects we are running, the challenges, the threats. Then we'll look at opportunities, and then I'll close with the strategies for success with a case study of MTN Uganda. Are we together so far? Okay, perfect. So let's delve into it. First with the telecommunications industry overview. Sorry. Okay, so on this slide you can see from the various industry reports the key statistics and trends in our space. Notably, internet penetration has reached 60% as of 2023, with over 4.7 billion active internet users, and we have over 8 billion subscriptions using mobile services as of 2023. So there's a lot of innovation happening in the telecommunications space and a lot of opportunities for women as well. So now I would like to take a deep dive into women in telecommunications. Okay, so first let's look at the global trends when it comes to representation. I'm sure you can all agree that a lot of people have a gender bias that technology is mostly for men, right? And it is true, as you can see from the figures here, from a report done by the GSMA, which is the governing body for telecommunications. A survey was done by the GSMA, and according to this survey, for the 3/4 of the companies that were surveyed, women had less than 40% representation. I remember one of the people said 40%. So you are close, that's correct. It's good, but still there's a lot of work to be done. Now, when it comes to leadership positions, it even gets worse because according to the report, there's only 10% representation for women in the C-suite, which is a very, very, very small number. I don't know if it's the same in the law practice, but in the telecommunications world, it's very, very evident. Then we look at technical roles. We have 25.1% representation in technical roles. By that, I mean engineers, analysts, IT professionals. Of course, there are other practices, finance, but technical roles, we take about 25.1%. So who are the women, if we come closer to Uganda, home, so that we can relate better? Who are the women who are inspiring in telecommunications and ICT? Do you see any women, any faces you can recognize? Yes. Which one? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah? Yes. It's very good that you can relate. I added our VP SIA region, Yolanda Cuba, as well, and also I added Miss Funke Opeke. She is Nigerian, and she started Main One, which is a cable company in Nigeria. So of course there are many very formidable faces on this slide. Maggie Lutwama, the CEO for Uganda Telecommunications Corporation Limited, and all the other women who are doing very big things in our industry. So let's look at the different things that these women are doing. How are they empowering change and driving innovation? Of course, there's multitudes of work that has been done, but I picked out these three, notably to give you a clear understanding of what we are doing. I'll first start with the e-waste management project, which is led by Dr. Dorothy Okello, who is the Dean of the College of Science at Makerere University. This project aims to reuse, refurbish, recycle electronics and electric devices. Like when you're tired of your iPhone 16, where do you put it? You throw it. You give it to someone, yeah? So this is what they do, used computers, because these components have hazardous chemicals to our environment. So what they do in this project, they gather these components and then they refurbish and reuse them to keep our environment safe and to keep us at the agreed carbon footprint. Then we have Miss Vivian Dambia. She's at the forefront of the Digital Uganda vision. Specifically, she's working on the parish development model, where her and her team developed the PDM information system, where they collected data from 76% household and distributed $310 million of funding. I hope your parish managed to benefit from this project. Okay, that's out of my scope for the presentation today, but the work was done. And another one that's very close to my heart, of course, because I work with MTN, is the MTN Yellow Care Initiative, which is led by none other than the formidable MTN Uganda CEO, Ms. Sylvia Mulinge. So for this year, we focused on education, in particular teaching digital literacy, digital access to rural schools in order to improve their livelihood. We believe that if they learn today, they'll be able to lead tomorrow. Okay, so all these amazing things that are being done by these women, are they without challenges? Do we just wake up and go without being challenged? Of course not, and I'm sure it's the same in the law space as well. We've had the previous speakers talk about gender bias. It's no different in the telecommunication world, and probably even less. So I can give you an example. The CTO job, which is Chief Technical Officer or Chief Information Officer, there's hardly any women who ever apply for that job. Why? It's a gender bias. It's a man's job. And in fact, they advertised the job recently at my company because the former boss left, and there's hardly any ladies who ever apply because there's a bias now, the workload, now you'll be required to travel abroad. Where are you going to leave your husband? Where are you going to leave your children? Such things. So women shy away from these things. It's still a big challenge in the telecommunications space. Then obviously, so the GSMA report cites that the reason for this is because of the gap in skilling for STEM. Our male counterparts have more STEM degrees than us. So it's no wonder that they will be able to take on these jobs. They won't think about how will I leave my wife, I tell the babies, no, they won't think about that. So there is that gender bias. Now, also notably, we have work-life balance issues. We have to take off time for maternity leave. The telecommunications industry is very demanding. It's very labor-intensive. So women fear to take on jobs that are going to interfere with their work-life balance. They'll take on, most times, the easier roles. So we have to get out of that. Then we have low representation in leadership positions, as I showed you on the previous slides. Right now at MTN, we are working to improve that, but it's still a challenge. And the problem this poses is you don't have mentorship. There's no mentorship, so we don't have people in the C-suite to mentor the young upcoming telecommunications engineers to be like them, to also know that they can make it. So that is what we need to change as well. So we've looked at the challenges, the threats, but surely there must be some opportunities. Are we still together, guys? Yes. Okay. Please feel free to let me know if you're lost somewhere. I don't want to throw a lot of technical jargon. Please follow through with me. So what are the opportunities for women currently in telecommunications? Okay, so this is the slide for technical jargon, but I'm going to make it very easy. So you've heard of 5G? Okay, so companies right now are expanding on the 5G technology, which has obviously brought about things like automation of cars, Internet of Things. So there's a lot of opportunity for women in this space to study degrees that are related to these technologies so that they can take on the jobs. And now artificial intelligence, automation, digital transformation, they are the talk of every organization right now, including the Uganda government. So there is room for women in this space to position themselves and strategize and come up with initiatives to help organizations improve their customer experience, do predictive maintenance. So there's these opportunities here. There's also opportunity in research and development, in sustainability and green technologies. How can you innovate around producing energy efficient solutions in order to not impact the carbon footprint? So these are opportunities are cybersecurity. as well. Now, all these opportunities are there, but there'll only be opportunities if we don't solve the core problem, which is the skill gap. So we must find ways to close the skill gap of STEM for girls. And I upload programs like Girls for Girls. How many of us have heard about Girls for Girls? I'm sure some of you are members. Yes, very good. That's very good to see. So we must upload programs like Girls for Girls because they have a STEM mentorship program which has been running for quite some time now, and we've seen impact. I also upload programs like the Data Literacy Program for All, run by my company, MTN, where they equip girls to learn machine language, AI, so that they can compete aptly in that telecommunications world. Okay, so we've seen the threats, the opportunities. What are the strategies for success? And I'm going to give you a case study for MTN Uganda. Okay, so one of the things we must be keen on doing is continuous skilling and learning. Nelson Mandela said that education is one of the most powerful tools that we can use to change the world. Okay, that's good. So at MTN Uganda, we really value the transformation that education can bring. And in line with our Ambition 2025 strategy, we identified the skills that are needed to enable ladies to compete in the ever-changing world of telecommunications. And we came up with a Data Literacy for All course, which was launched. And here, the learners are equipped in AI, machine learning, and data science. In the middle there, you can see MTN Girls in Tech program. So we partner with Smart Girls Foundation. How many of us have heard about Smart Girls Foundation, run by Miss Jamila Mayanja? Okay, so she's doing amazing things in that program, and we partner with her under the MTN Foundation. She equips girls with ICT skills, and she then places them with companies where they can work and practice what they have learned. I attended this graduation this year, and you know, when we are sitting here and in our offices, it's very easy to be oblivious of the plight of the underprivileged people out there. So when I attended that graduation, I saw that even with a little thing you're doing, you can impact someone's life heavily. Because I remember one of the girls she trained in her program was able to be placed into a company called EB Bikes. They do electronic bikes. So they train the children and then place them, which is very formidable. So in that, we are closing the skills gap in STEM. These are some of the things that MTN is doing, being intentional, not just talking about it, but doing the work. Now, in MTN, we also are cognizant of personal development for our women. So we do programs at the bottom left there. You can see we had a personal branding webinar to equip our ladies. We also have a book club that we run every month so that the ladies can grow. You cannot grow if you're not reading. So we equip them to learn and be leaders. We position them so that when a leadership position comes up, the person is confident enough to take it up. We've also facilitated at the HSAKATE, where my colleague Agatha facilitated and taught the girls about cybersecurity and ICT. Okay. The other strategy for success is diversity and inclusion. There's a lot of talk going on about diversity and inclusion, and this is how we are doing it at MTN. Now, MTN this year launched the All-Female Executive Committee. Those are the ladies you can see. It's a group of ladies across the organization selected on merit by their managers to work on strategic projects with the CEO in order to help the company meet their objectives, but also for them to get the C-suite experience firsthand. Remember, we say 10% of representation in C-suite, but how do we even get there? Yet we don't know. So that's some of the things we are doing, and I was privileged to volunteer to be the acting CEO on that team. So we are doing projects and we are implementing them and impacting change in the organization. We also have a partnership with external stakeholders. You can see Dr. Patricia Murugami there. We invited her for our Women's Day celebration to keep impacting the ladies. Now, our male counterparts at work keep complaining that we are doing too much. We are doing too much because we have events every now and then, okay? But it's not doing too much at the end of the day. This is how we grow, right? This is how we grow. This is how we network and keep improving ourselves, because life is about continuous improvement. And on that note, we also have the Rising Stars Leadership Program, where they select ladies and have them trained for a full year. It's an intensive course so that they are ready for leadership programs as well. Lastly, the other strategy we can pick from MTN is the special initiatives like the Women at Work initiative, which we serve on. Golf, we have women in golf, yes. I know people say golf is a man's sport, right? A lot of women don't play golf, or is it just me? Does anyone play golf in this room? Dr. Joyce, I know you. Yeah, so golf is known to be a man's sport, so we are breaking these biases and barriers in MTN. We have cohorts where we have the ladies go and they learn golf. They actually learn, and it adds on to a skill they have. We also have a program where we celebrate girls in ICT. We post on the internal comms, and the women daily are celebrated for their achievements. Now, MTN is good at employee value proposition, that's very true, but specifically for women, in our gym, we have in the Women's Month where we invite coaches to talk to us about nutrition so that we can keep in shape, keep in tune with our biological setup. So we are also big on that, and also mental health. On the previous slide, we saw that one of the threats is work-life balance. So to solve that, we have a creche. So a creche is like a nursery at the workplace. It's there, we have caretakers. If you come with your baby, you can leave your baby in the morning, go to your desk, breastfeed them, and then go back and work. Okay, so one of the key things that we need as humans is to volunteer and serve, because you can never find true fulfillment in life unless you're impacting others. I think the commissioner talked about it, that you return from the world what you project into it. Okay, so we need to serve, and we recognize that. So we have school outreach programs and also the financial literacy program that was mentioned earlier. So in conclusion, in order for these strategies to work, there are key things that we must do as women in telecommunications. The one thing that we all need, I think it was mentioned by that Howership, Sarah. She mentioned that you need to be self-aware. I've shown you all the opportunities, but you can't know what you want to do when you don't know yourself, right? So the first step, and I would implore all of us here, to first do the self-awareness journey. I'm part of a program called Talitha, or formerly EZA. I know some of you have done it here. So I can share my personal experience. So I've been in the telecommunications world for a very long time, but I've always been hungry at not satisfied where I am. I started as an engineer, now I'm a sales professional, and I'm now delving into project management. How did I arrive there? And I always wanted to know what I'm good at. What are my strengths? Do we know our strengths, ladies? I've had some of the notable people here saying, I think it was, she said that she had an inclination to commercial law. Some of us don't even know what we want, but don't get discouraged. The Bible says when you seek, you find. Keep seeking for what you're good at, something aligned with your skills, with your passions, with your natural giftings. So project management for me was aligned with my giftings. I love to teach, I love to encourage, and I have great organizational skills. So finally, and Oprah Winfrey always said that you will know what you're meant to do by how you feel inside. When you find that thing, I think Dr. Joyce will also attest to it, you feel a certain way. Otherwise, if you're still uncomfortable where you are, know that it's not yet it. That is the guiding light. So first, you must do the self-awareness journey. Then secondly, you must volunteer. Volunteering is very crucial. I think it's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who said, and helping other people. Then, thank you. Then the third thing that we must be keen to do, we must stay hungry. I know you've heard the late Steve Jobs say this, but when he says it, sometimes we feel like that's so complicated. But what he basically means is have a mindset to learn. When they called people to join the all-female EXCO, we were all green. We didn't know. But one of the people I look up to is Florence Nsubuga. I don't know if many of you know her. Florence Nsubuga, she's in Girls for Girls, and she's currently the CEO for Beckley Energy Uganda. So I always asked her, like, how have you risen up the career ladder like that? And she said something that sticks to me to this day. She's always open to learning. Always open. She doesn't fear the opportunity. She goes in with the mindset of, I'm going to learn and then serve. And that's how she has done it. So we must be willing to serve. Then I think the final one is pick other people up on the way. Very important. We are no longer in the era where you're going to be successful alone. It doesn't work like that. Okay? I don't know if the young people can relate because I see only the older generation clapping. But young lawyers, there is no other way. You must pick someone up. I think it's Flavia Navasa. She works with the Coca-Cola Group. When we did the financial literacy program last year, she facilitated and told us the first thing you do when you get into a position, identify somebody and train them to succeed you. Okay? Now, some people can refuse that and be like, now you want the person to take over my job. But how will God know that you're ready for promotion if you're not even willing to help other people? Okay? So I'm saying all this to say that the opportunities are there, but they will not work unless we solve the core problems, which starts with us. Okay? And of course, not forgetting the fact that we must solve the core problem also, which is the skill gap for equipping girls in STEM with skills. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll conclude with a quote by Reshma Saujani, who said that we need to get women to the point where they aren't apologizing. It is time to take ownership in our success, and I couldn't agree less. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the convention.
Another round of applause for Josephine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. In fact, I also must start by applauding the Female Lawyers team for bringing this topic to light, the role of women in the telecom industry, strategies, opportunities, and challenges. You know, this is one of the topics that we usually, or practice areas that we usually refrain from. Maybe because it's not very familiar, or we do not have quite a number of people we look up to in that area. So this is a very dear topic to me, and I'm happy to have seen one of my former colleagues, Daphne, that will be taking the floor soon, that is here to also equip us with some knowledge. We are happy and proud to see ladies in this practice area, and thank you so much. I think my key takeaway so far is that whatever you do, you have to find your spark. Find your spark and sparkle. Yeah, and you must do it. Yes, let's not apologize for it, and wherever we are, let's do it. And yes, one of the other things I've learned, at least in my short career journey so far, someone that has mentored me and held my hand in this career journey has always told us something. He always says, at the end of everything, just be a good person. Be a good person, mean well for everyone that comes your way. Mean well for them, extend opportunities, and yes, Our next panel will tell us more about that. So please allow me get to this panel discussion for the distinguished ladies in this area. I'll start by introducing the moderator, and I will introduce her profile without even mentioning her name. You know, sometimes when we mention the names, you're biased, but her profile is rich. So she's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. She's a principal legal officer at the National Water and Sewerage Corporation. She's also a partner at Nuwajuna and Company Advocates. She's also a company secretary for Higgston Technical Services, a construction company in Uganda. She's the member of the Uganda Law Society, the East African Law Society, and the International Bar Association. She's currently a board member and of the executive committee on the Young Lawyers Committee at the Uganda Law Society. She's an associate member of the ICSA. She's also a venture capitalist. She's a director at Rama's Hair Salon and Amari Voyage, a tour company in Uganda. Her philosophy is that business opportunities are available on the continent and are quite limitless. She's also a philanthropist and a founder of Kitabu Back Project, heading a team of 30 volunteers, an NGO that aims at promoting quality education through advocacy and book donation. She's an associate at the Royal Commonwealth Society, where she was recognized as a highly recognized runner-up by the Queen's Young Leaders Awards. She's been recognized as a 30 under 30 Ugandan hero for her tireless efforts to better the quality of education in Uganda. She's been a speaker on national television, national newspapers, and radio talk shows advocating for the rights of children. She's passionate about leadership and is an inaugural president of the NWSC Leaders that aims to bring out the best in people. She's passionate about learning and, of course, holds a master's degree in international law and development, and also has a number of other leadership qualifications from Harvard University and other institutions. Please join me in welcoming Miss Brownie Ebal. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for that heartfelt introduction. I was seated and my friends were pinching me. They're going to think it's a very old woman. And I said no. So for the young people here, it's not too young to start. I had that misconception when I birthed Kitabu Book Project. I was in my 4th year of law school. I went for a UN conference, and one of the guest speakers was a 16-year-old girl who started a foundation called Pencil Foundation, and she was donating pencils to Africa. And I said, me, an African, why are they donating pencils to us? Like, really? We can do this. So I was convicted, and we started Kitabu. Kitabu is now 10 years in the making. So whichever stage you are, even if you're still in university, you can make an impact. So don't think you have to grow up to do something. No, start now. Our distinguished panel are ladies from the telecom sector. We'll start with Agatha Christine Kamukama. She's an IT project manager, MTN Uganda Limited, with 8 years of experience, renowned for pioneering innovative digital ICT solutions within the telecommunications sector. Her impactful contributions to financial inclusion include overseeing critical upgrades to mobile money systems and introducing fintech products that have significantly improved the livelihoods of the underserved populations across Africa, including Uganda, Zambia, Eswatini, Rwanda, and South Africa. She's committed to empowering young women in STEM fields and mentors girls through Project Girls for Girls. She holds a master's degree in management of technology and innovation from the University of Winnipeg, Canada, and a bachelor's in information technology from Makerere. She's a certified project management professional and an active member of the Project Management Institute, USA. As a speaker and facilitator, Agatha plays a pivotal role on the MTN Women at Work Committee, mentoring youth at the Navagerika Development Foundation in coding, practical computer solutions, and cybersecurity. Her expertise in digital transformation and fintech is focused on driving business growth and expanding access to financial services through digital opportunities. Can we have a round of applause for Agatha Christine? Our next panelist is Ms. Dorcas Daphne Butagalanye. She's a legal and regulatory affairs officer with Liquid Telecom. She oversees the legal and regulatory function at Liquid Intelligent Technologies, a Pan-African technology group present in more than 20 countries, mainly in sub-Saharan Africa. She advises the business on its telecommunications network, data centers, cloud and cybersecurity solutions, with a major focus on legal, governance, regulatory, and compliance. She has extensive experience in regulatory practice, technology, media, and telecommunications, transactional due diligence, corporate governance, and tax advisory. She previously worked with Signum Advocates, where she advised national and multinational entities about various legal issues in the different areas of practice offered by the firm. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University and a postgraduate diploma from the Law Development Center. She was awarded with the award of the Most Promising Newcomer at the Africa Legal Awards 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, Dorcas Daphne. Can you give her another? I think our beautiful ladies. I'm like, damn. And finally, we have the Chief Legal Counsel, Uganda Telecommunications Corporation Limited, one of the sponsors, Pros Kembabazi Buhenga. Pros is an advocate. She has over 24 years experience as a legal practitioner. She has worked at management level for over 18 years, rising from middle management to heading the legal department of a busy telecommunications company. She has handled legal and regulatory duties and various complex commercial transactions of local and international nature. She has a rich experience in the telecommunications industry, encompassing commercial law, property law, telecommunication regulation, litigation, dispute resolution, and corporate governance. A round of applause for Pros Kembabazi Buhenga. When they told me to moderate this panel, I was extremely excited because this is tech. I'm excited about tech and love everything new. In regards to our theme, I would like each of the members of the panel to just give us a snapshot in regards to women empowerment, what they think it is, where it has reached, and their thoughts on it. We can start with Madame Agatha.
Thank you. So in regards to women empowerment, for me it means several things, including accepting women's viewpoints. It means accepting women's viewpoints. It means raising the status of women in terms of awareness, in terms of training, literacy. It means, making an effort to uplift them. Yes, that's it. I could go on and on, but just there's so many facets of uplifting women, making sure they have resources, opportunities, they're at the decision-making table. Really, that's what women empowerment means for me.
Thank you. We can have Dorcas.
Thank you. For me, women empowerment generally centers around breaking the biases. And with that, it should start with each one of us in this room, straight from our households, because that is where the bias and the stereotypes stem from. Commissioner Nora gave her story about how her father was more inclined to her pursuing a Bachelor of, was it art? Business, a business degree, and she was inclined towards the legal profession. So what we tell our children, our siblings, relatives, matters a lot. So for me, it's breaking the bias and encouraging and uplifting each and every individual in the different capacities that we can.
Thank you. Madam Press.
To me, women empowerment is, I think we start here. What we are having right now is part of women empowerment. So I want to thank the FNL for organizing an event like this, because it goes a long way. Every person who has attended this event has gone back. I must applaud Dr. Nalunga and all the speakers, because what you have shared has impacted whoever is here, and they will be able to go back and empower other women. The women empowerment to me is in different categories. It includes social empowerment, economic empowerment, political education. All that is women empowerment to me.
Thank you so much. I think we have all understood what women empowerment is. For those who didn't understand, they have broken it down. We're going to the next set of questions. This goes to all of you. We'll start with Madame Agatha. What are the most significant barriers to entry for women in the telecom industry, and how can they be addressed?
Thank you. So speaking to significant barriers for the entry for women, entry for women in the, as regards to entry for women in the telecom space and how these can be addressed, I look at it in two facets. There is the personal barriers and there is the systematic barriers. So in terms of the personal barriers, we are looking at a lack of skills in things like CV writing to, express your abilities. I like the fact that Lady Justice Monica hinted on it earlier. Ladies, we need to learn to document our abilities and even speak about them. There's things like imposter syndrome, those self-limiting beliefs that you're not enough or that you're not deserving, even when there's evidence that's contrary to that. So things like that, and then lacking interview skills, or really all those soft skills that we don't really learn in school, but we need to survive in the corporate world. Things like adaptability, negotiation, critical thinking. So those are some of the personal barriers. And in terms of a solution towards that, I think women need mentorship and they need role models, to help with transferring of skills and knowledge, as well as aiding career succession and planning. Then in terms of the systematic barriers, so we know that they still, I'll tell you, in the telecom space, generally they would prefer male employees to do certain technical jobs like climbing masts or going to remote areas. So there's still that subconscious systematic bias, and things like disparity in the way employees are paid. I mean, you find that women are paid less than men. So, but then I think in terms of finding solutions around that, we need to have supportive HR policies that are very intentional about hiring women and training women. Just like my colleague mentioned earlier, I mean, we've seen the statistics from GSMA. They're very appalling. And we really need to skill. Like you see that there's less than 40% of women in the telecom space. And in that less percent, there's only 10% in the C-suite, and really that's around skilling. So there has to be HR policies that really train the women, that as much as we are telling them that, you need to, to take up leadership roles, be part of the C-suite, we need to see that they are being trained and just really be intentional around that effort. So those are some of the barriers that I think, and the solutions.
Thank you so much. You can go to Dorcas.
Okay, thank you. For this, we shall not run away from the bias and the stereotype, because it is at the center of all hiring and recruitment processes in the telecom industry. A lady walks in applying for a certain position, like Agatha has mentioned. For some critical roles or core roles, they're more inclined to consider a gent. Josephine gave an example earlier about how women didn't apply for certain positions. So it begs the question, are we our own enemies, even in the face of the current bias and stereotype? Are we actively or aggressively going out there to pursue these opportunities in the telecom industry, or are we waiting for them to come to us? So it's, whilst it's a combination of challenge, but at the same time, we as women, we have work to do amongst ourselves to say, if I want to penetrate this industry, what can I do about myself before I approach that segment? If you have not polished your skills, if you have not polished your CV or what you offer or how you portray yourself, even the people who are looking to recruit might not be inclined to break certain biases. Then another thing is intentional adoption of diversity and inclusion policies. We can sit and say, we do this, we do that, but how intentional is the organization about what it says on paper that it's doing? Josephine gave a number of examples, and I would like to say that in the telecom industry, there has been a shift away from recognizing certain positions as male-dominated and even encouraging women to take up certain posts and positions. And this is not only at the local level, but even at the global level, because we all know that teams that have diversity and are more inclusive, you are set out to produce significant results, because by that setup, it means different people's opinions are valued on the table. So as women, even in the face of the current institutional or systematic barriers that we have, let us strive to position ourselves as the next big hire for that telecom industry or for that other sector that we are eyeing.
Thank you so much, Dorcas. We can go to Madame Percy.
Yeah.
It's the same question.
Yes, same question. Yes. The barriers, to me, I feel there's the part that is personal indeed from the females themselves, but stemming back from the society biases and the tendency to find that in our schools there will be less girls that are inclined to STEM subjects. So the tendency is that even at college level, there are fewer females doing engineering and telecom is a world of engineers mostly. But having said that, I will emphasize that we can still do something about that to make it. Even as there are biases, even on interview panels, if the female has the capacity and demonstrates abilities to do the job, it is, they make it also difficult for preference to be given on the basis of gender. So it can be, it is necessary for the females to enhance their capacities, invest in ourselves, develop our skills, and make ourselves sellable at that point. And it is telecom is a fast-paced growing industry, so there are ever evolving changes here and there, and whoever is going to compete in the industry needs to future-proof their skills and be ready for what is coming, because what we have today is changing anytime soon. So the people, in all the opportunities that come up, the competition between the different genders is of course biased towards the men, but the women can prove their worth by being ahead, being ready for the future, and position themselves for these skills. And of course, there is more than engineers and technicians and IT specialists in telecommunication. There is working in the telecom industry involves also all functions of a corporate body, for example, in finance, sales, legal, and all have an aspect of specialization in the telecom industry. A person who's been in whose experiences or skills are aligned finance, but in a telecom with a telecom experience and training will have better opportunities. So females can make themselves ready for these opportunities. I think we'll leave that at that.
Thank you so much. Key takeaways. One of the challenges is imposter syndrome, not documenting your abilities. Some women don't apply for positions. So then after that, you're the one saying they haven't taken you when you haven't even tried to apply. So the solutions that they're giving are mentorship. I think all of you want to find mentors, skilling, be aggressive in these opportunities. I think Doc has talked about that don't sit and wait, do that. And then also, Madame Prosi talked about it in regards to changing, keep learning, do not be static, and using your skills, you can be able to grow. Be ready for that opportunity when it comes. In that regard, we go to Madame Agatha. How can telecom
companies implement gender-friendly policies and practices to attract and retain female talent. We're seeing some are leaving or some don't apply for the position. So how do they attract people to come and work in this industry and stay?
Okay, so just to speak to that, first of all, I think that the industry needs to kind of create an inclusive work culture, a culture where, I mean, people are very free to express themselves, and also, you know, having this transparent, a culture that ensures that, okay, basically, we're looking at organizations constantly re-evaluating their work practices to ensure that they're aligned with diversity and inclusion and equity initiatives. And if that's not the case, then they see how to align themselves, because the workplace has to be enabling for women to, you know, be able to stay in those environments. One way can be like, you know, having surveys where women and even the men within the workspace, I mean, participate honestly about maybe culture-related issues and generally the issues that are at hand, and then also things like ensuring that you have some minimum requirements, like making sure that at least women are represented in those internal committees within the organization. Like my colleague Josephine mentioned, we have some bare minimum requirements within MTN where women have to be represented. Like even interviews, they strongly encourage female applicants, and sometimes if there's no female applicants, they'll re-advertise the role just for them to be available, or for the HR to ensure that they are females that are being interviewed for the different roles that are there. So that's one way to have an inclusive work environment, and the other is to have competitive and fair remuneration within the workspace, because we've seen that disparity. It's very real, and so some of these transparent work practices where people are openly talking about remuneration just helps even at the point of recruiting. Like, women should not undersell themselves at the interview stage if, you know, you're very transparent about remuneration, and then it's also competitive and fair. So that's one way, and I think the other way is to pull from the graduate talent pool. I think that's one of the most effective ways to encourage women to really come into the telecom space and the tech space as well. There are a lot of young, energetic, brilliant women who, you know, are ready to do it all. So it's a good place to start.
Thank you for that. We go to press. What role can mentorship and sponsorship play in advancing women's careers in telecom?
Mentorship is very key in advancing women's careers. As we mentioned already, that the telecom industry has been and is still male-dominated, and there are those personal limiting feelings that many females feel like they are not probably meant for that role. So the mentorship will help encourage and give them the confidence that they can do it. And of course, like we talked about, much as there have been few female role models in that space, but the numbers are growing, not fast enough, but they are growing. But also there are males who can provide the mentorship roles and are willing to do so, as previous panelists mentioned, of course, in the right place and at the right time. So it is the females, the young lawyers, and others, and the people in the telecom industry can seek out those mentorship opportunities, but being careful to avoid any unintended consequences.
Thank you. And we go to Dorcas. How can women in telecom navigate a male-dominated industry? Could you share more practical, insightful tips that a lady in telecom or starting out would actually do?
Thank you for this. For a lady who is looking out to leave their mark or shine in this industry, key at the core of it all is, we've talked about the skill set, so keep your skill set agile and relevant in a way that pay attention to the trends. The telecom industry is morphing every day. What we had 10 years ago has changed. What we have today is changing. Ensure that you attain skills that are relevant, not only today, but for the future. And this can be achieved through a number of ways. Josephine mentioned about the emerging technologies, that is 5G, IoT, cloud computing. How do you attain those skills? At the global level, the providers or the entities that we have that are making significant strides in this space, for instance, Microsoft, Google, they do have on their different platforms free courses that you can take and get certain certifications that will be relevant to the employer that you are seeking out for in the telecom industry. If you want to enter, just the plain bachelor's might not cut it. What other skill set have you attained on top of that? We are in a world where technology is at your fingertips, but it also comes with threats. Have you positioned yourself as a cybersecurity specialist? Or have you positioned yourself as a data analyst? Because telecoms grow based on data trends. Security is crucial in the different fields that we work in and deploy. So do position yourself in that industry. And for a lawyer, if you're seeking to penetrate this space, move away from just the surface of understanding corporate transactions. Do get into the core of the telecom industry, understand it inside and out. That way you will be able to advise, not just as a lawyer, but speak at the heart of the business. This can only be achieved not through focusing on just the legal text, but look at the technology trends, understand AI, understand IoT, understand cloud computing. That way you are better positioned to advise on the different risks and liabilities and how best those can be navigated. That is what will distinguish you from any other lawyer. We all go to law school and study the same thing. What is your unique selling point to make you attractive for this industry? How your knowledge, your understanding. So as women in this room, key takeaway is study. Learning never ends. What you studied yesterday, learn and unlearn. Every day things change, so keep up to date, update your skill set, and do not focus on skills that were relevant 5-10 years ago. There is a lot of information available online, that projects the different technology trends. We know where we are moving. Be a lady who focuses on the future. Do not place yourself in the past, place yourself in the future, move with the trends, and equip yourself with the skills for those trends. Josephine highlighted the different training opportunities that are there. If you're working in an industry or with an organization that has given women a platform to shine, do not hide away, do not shy. Take that opportunity that has been given and own it. Walk into the room and speak with a lot of confidence. Do not shy away from certain opportunities. Every day is all about learning. Grow your circle. If you are looking to penetrate a certain segment, your circle should reflect that. So it will also have a significant impact on your skill set. So building connections, competences, and a community of like-minded individuals. People who are seeking growth will project you further away. That's it.
Wow, thank you. I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. She's told you to grab those opportunities, to take them by the bull. As we are concluding, we're going to have parting shots. Agatha, any parting shots in regards to females in the telecom industry?
Thank you. So my parting shots are really is to say that, ladies, you are enough. Like, when all is said and done, you're really enough. Like, your self-worth matters, and how you accept yourself, because you can skill all you want, you can attend all the conferences that you want, but how do you feel at the end of the day? So you're really enough, and you need to be confident about your abilities. I mean, we've seen the statistics. The only reason that some of the reasons why women are not in these, where there's no representation, let's say in public office or in the C-suite, sometimes it's because we didn't think that we deserved to be there, or we self-doubted. So just remember that you really are enough, and that you have to show up. It's very important to show up and show out. Talk about your abilities. Don't stop chasing for better. So it's really just that you're enough, and you just have to keep moving on and keep progressing. Don't be intimidated. Show up even when the room only has men and you're the only woman in there. There's a reason you're in the room. You're enough and you matter, so whatever you're doing, your work, however small, it matters. Yeah.
Perth?
Mine is to the lawyers, both the young and the senior lawyers. There are opportunities in the telecom industry. There are opportunities even for private practitioners. There are opportunities for in-house counsel. There are opportunities in the regulatory space. So prepare yourselves and go for it.
And finally, Dorcas.
For me, at the center of it all is personal awareness and building your personal brand together with professionalism. What you want will not come and find you where you're seated. Actively go out there and seek out those different opportunities. At the same time, do position yourself in a way that even if that opportunity presented itself and you're going up against a male counterpart, you are an aggressive competitor for that position. So as women, every day, like Agatha's mentioned, let us show up, show out, and walk into each and every room like you own the opportunities present. Thank you.
So ladies, a bigger round of applause for her. I think the key takeaway is show up, show out. You deserve to be in that room. All right? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Brownie, and to your distinguished panel. Thank you. Another round of applause for them, please. Yes, so we just have 5 minutes, and I would like to take some questions from the audience, at least 1 or 2, that's both for the speaker that was here before, Josephine, and then for the panel. 2 questions, please. There's a hand right here. There's a hand right here on this table. Sorry, pointing. First table at the front. Yeah. Microphone.
Wow, thank you so much, our distinguished panelists. My name is Kabatesi Deborah, and I am so privileged to be here. I cannot take it for granted. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. My question goes to any of the panelists. As an aspiring telecommunication lawyer, what advice would you give to someone that is starting their career in the telecommunication industry? And Ms. Doc has talked about us equipping ourselves with the up-to-date skills. What could you help us with those skills that we really need that are up to date? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. One more question, if there is any. You can take the question. If there is none, then over to you, Ms. Dorcas.
Thank you. Deborah, for you, as an aspiring lawyer, first things is do some bit of background research on your potential employer, should I say. Just like you go out to pitch your business to any other client, think of yourself as pitching yourself to be hired. So if you have done sufficient background checks on the entity you are targeting, what is their area of expertise? What kind of business are they in? When you show up for that panel, focus will not be on how good are you at drafting a contract. That has been done and tested. Focus will be what unique skills do you bring to the table in these emerging technology trends. How well conversant are you with disputes or issues to do with cloud computing, data storage, cybersecurity, things like that. So take off some time and focus on courses around that area. Or equip yourself with knowledge in that area, because focus for the telecoms is not how good you are at drafting a contract. It's how good you are at understanding the core business and how best can you protect the interests of the company. That can only be achieved if you understand the sector they are playing at, what risks are there, and how that can be covered. So that's the best or the advice that I can offer. In terms of the skill set that you can equip yourself with, the telecom industry is heavily regulated, and it has different regulators with different focuses on different areas of operation. We do have Uganda Communications Commission, we do have the Personal Data Protection Office. How are you positioning yourself as a person of interest in those areas? Telecoms, we thrive on data that we collect from consumers day to day. How are you positioning yourself in a position that you are appointed as the next data protection officer for that entity? What is going to make you unique from the list of other applicants? Most of the telecom companies that we have in Uganda have a multinational angle. Have you looked into aspects of the GDPR? Have you considered a certification as a certified privacy professional under the European laws? Have you taken that into consideration? So move away from just domestic laws and do equip yourself with some of the international laws that have a significant impact on the operations of the telecom industry. So with that, I guess, and God on your side with the prayers, yeah, you can make it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Daphne. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much, Ms. Brownie, for moderating this panel. Yes, it's exactly 2 p.m. I would not want to keep us any longer. FLN has prepared a serving for us. So let's go have lunch by the poolside. That's just down to your right. We'll take exactly 45 minutes. So we should be back at 2:45, and then we'll have the last leg of this program. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. Yes.
We are going to dive into the extractive industry, but most importantly, also look at how do we invoke our civic duty. Please, let's take seats. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you, Doctor. Once again, Rachel Kembabazi is my name. I'm a Principal Associate with Signum Advocates, and happy to MC or moderate today. Can I have your attention so that we start? Yes, so as we are 15 minutes out of our planned time, and as Doctor said, we want to be out of here by 4:30. So we are going to navigate one of the other areas that we usually, refrain from, and yet it's a trend, it's a hitting area for some of our students present. I'm sure this is one of the areas you probably are interested in pursuing because it's the color of the day as we speak. So yes, we're going to get into navigating legal challenges and seizing opportunities in the oil and gas sector. What's the women's perspective, the female lawyer's perspective in this area? So incidentally, keynote speaker is not yet here, so we'll just get straight to our panel that is going to take us through this. And this panel, yes, and the panel is going to be moderated by Miss Lynn Gitu, or Gitu. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. I'll just quickly introduce her and she will invite her panel. So Miss Lynn is a program leader at Impact, which is transforming natural resource management. Lynn is a legal professional with passion for social justice. She specializes in policy analysis, conflict analysis, women's empowerment, and natural resource governance. She's previously held positions in national and international NGOs, implementing and managing advocacy programming focused on better management of energy and extractives in East and Central Africa. She leads Impact's work in mineral certification and due diligence in the English-speaking countries of Africa's Great Lakes region and coordinates projects across Uganda, including a UNEP-led one named Planet Gold that works to eliminate use of mercury in the processing of ASM gold. Join me to welcome Miss Lynn as she invites her panel. Miss Lynn, you're welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone. Okay. The room is still getting populated. So I'll start off like this. I'll ask a quick question to us as we populate ourselves. I'd like to hear from you. If you could be any superhero, which one would you be? Okay, let me switch it. If you could have a superpower, which one would it be and why? Hello? Yes, please. You didn't do moot court. Just do your voice, we shall hear. To be able to speak every language. Why? Communication would be easier. Hello? Superpower. People don't want to have superpowers. That looks like how. If you were to have any superpower, which one would it be and why? Hiya. So that what? Reading people's minds. Are you sure you'd want to know that? I wouldn't. Uh-huh. So now how would you get into the deal if you haven't been invited to the deal table? I wouldn't want to know what people are. Okay. That's you. Yes, please. Mind control. Panange. Why? So that you control their expectations of you and how they interact with you. Panange. Self-preservation. Mind control, mind reading. One more? Yes, please. Uh-huh. Okay, so reading people's minds, why? Being a healer, why? Okay. Fair enough. Yes, please. Pardon? To be able to? Okay. To absorb all the knowledge in the universe. You'll be tired. Yes, that's what I was telling you. You can flip it, yes? No problem. Yeah. Okay. Retaining all the information in the world. We shall come back to that. There are some things I don't think you should know deeply. Okay.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Sorry, we've had a bit of a change right there. Our panel members are slightly delayed. While we thought they were already around, they're not. So please allow us just quickly alter this program a bit. I think under corporate governance, it would be that we revise the agenda and adopt it in a revised version. So please allow us just quickly go to our civic duties. While we are from having lunch, I think we are more energized to hear what our roles as women in this area are. Because politics is not just, for the males. So we have our keynote speaker already present. I don't even think I'm befitting to introduce him, but I'll invite Mr. Kamugisha Richard Babo is already here to come and address us on the role of women in the electoral processes. Thank you.
I wish to stand on the protocol, which I believe must have been cited at the opening of this convention. I bring you greetings from His Lordship, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, and indeed from the entire commission. I know that from the invitation extended to the commission, it was the wish of the organizers to have a member of the commission who is female. I'm not female, and I'm not a member of the Electoral Commission. My name is Richard Babo Kamugisha. I'm the Director of Operations at the Electoral Commission. I have been delegated by the Lord Chair to be here and occupy the slot given by the Commission, given to the Commission. I want to thank very much the Female Lawyers Network for partnering with the Electoral Commission in enhancing gender inclusivity as well as enhancing the role of women in the electoral process. This convention couldn't have come at a better time than this because, as you might be aware, the Commission in August last year reflected to the country the roadmap to the 2025-2026 general elections, and in the next few months, the Commission will roll out field activities for purposes of the 2025-2026 general elections. Most people, when they talk of general elections, they think of 2026. But the bulk of activities of general elections are actually in 2025. Article 61, Clause 2 of the Constitution mandates the Commission to organize the presidential, general parliamentary, and local government council elections during the first 30 days of the last 122 days of the term of president. The term of president in Uganda ends on the 12th of May every 5th year. If you move backwards 122 days, it brings you to January the 12th, and forward for 30 days takes you to February the 12th. Therefore, general elections will be concluded by the 12th of February in the year 2026. That leaves on about a month and a half in 2026 within which to conduct elections. Uganda's commitment to gender equality and the empowerment of women provides the basis for the Electoral Commission to mainstream gender equality into its policy and practice. The mandate of the Electoral Commission is clearly defined under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and other enabling laws. Uganda has got one of the most robust legal frameworks for the conduct of elections. With the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 and a number of acts of Parliament, as well as regulations totaling to over 20 of them. The mandate of the Commission is to, inter alia, organize regular, free and fair elections and referenda as enshrined under Article 61 of the Constitution, and the Commission is under obligation to perform its functions in accordance with the Constitution and other relevant legislation. The unique constitutional mandate and positive framework has enabled the Commission to perform its duties in an inclusive manner, with women empowerment at the forefront. In addition to giving effect to the provisions of special seats for women in Parliament and local government councils, the Electoral Commission's functions have to be read in the context of other relevant provisions of the Constitution, to wit, every adult Ugandan has a right and an obligation to register as a voter and to vote, and this right is guaranteed for all persons, including women and other groups. In addition to the Constitution and national legislation relating to women in elections, Uganda has ratified several global and regional human rights treaties, which include the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women, as well as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. As a state party to these instruments, Uganda is obliged to take appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women by ensuring equitable treatment of both males and females, promote the right to vote by women and men in all elections and public referenda, as well as to support them and to enhance their eligibility for election to publicly elected bodies. The Commission is obligated to perform its functions in compliance with Uganda's regional and international obligations. Electoral participation can take multiple forms that contribute to the realization of civil and political rights. Generally, electoral processes start from voter education programs, consultative meetings, update and display of the National Voters Register, nomination of candidates, campaigns and polling. Participation in all these processes is open to all adults, including women. The role of women in electoral processes is an important aspect of civic participation and democratic representation in Uganda. The roles include the following. Article 59 of the Constitution provides for a right to vote. Women have the right to vote and are at liberty to vie for political office, which is an important civic duty. However, women's political participation and representation in elected positions have historically been lower compared to men. This is world over. For instance, in the United States, women's right to vote was only realized in 1869 and 1870 respectively in the states of Wyoming and Utah. In Uganda, Article 32 of the Constitution was the long-awaited savior to change the narrative by providing for affirmative action. Similarly, Article 33 of the Constitution provides for equal treatment and opportunities to both men and women in political and economic social activities. These two articles read together are the backbone of breaking the barriers to great and meaningful participation of women in the electoral process. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda has provisions for affirmative action, reserving a certain number of seats for women in Parliament and local government councils. Articles 78, Clause 1b and 181 of the Constitution, respectively, provided for a woman member of Parliament for every city/district, as well as special and additional reserve of a third of women representatives in all local government councils. This has helped to increase representation of women in the national legislature as well as local government councils. However, more work is yet to be realized. I will be sharing with you some statistics, but the point I want to emphasize here is that whereas affirmative action has been on since 1996, women have not been able to achieve much in this area. The reason being the framers of the Constitution and the spirit of Article 78 and 181 was that once women are given affirmative action, they would then be empowered and compete favorably with men. But you all know that some of the women who stood on affirmative action ticket in 1996 up to now are still contesting on the affirmative action seat. Women are actively involved in various civic activities such as voter education, campaigns, community mobilization, election observation, and advocacy for their rights and interests. The National Women Councils Act is yet another unique piece of legislation that has not only groomed confidence in women, but also given them a platform to identify, discuss, and advocate for their interests at both local and national levels. A number of civil society organizations, as well as NGOs, such as FIDA, FLN, NetPeer, Forward, among others, are lately engaging women in this regard. These engagements help to raise awareness, promote political participation, and ensure that women's voices are heard in the electoral process. At the Electoral Commission level, women have been fully incorporated. Right from the Commission itself, the board, women are involved in leadership. They are representatives in management, as heads of departments, regional election officers, district election administrators, and so on. Actually, the bulk of staff at district level, the district election administrators and their assistants and the secretaries, most of these people are women. Other than the permanent and contractual staff, women often participate in administration of elections as temporary staff, as sub-county supervisors, parish supervisors, presiding officers, polling assistants and orderly officers, update and display officers. You must have seen that on polling day, most of our polling officials are actually women. Women generally have a higher voter turnout rate compared to men in national and local government council elections in Uganda. Women are generally patient beings, especially when pursuing their interests, and this explains their endurance of long queues during polling to exercise their right, as opposed to their male counterparts, ourselves, who have excuses of work and more important things to do. This trajectory demonstrates women's commitment to exercising their political rights and contributing to the electoral process. There are a number of challenges coupled with the process of achieving all this. In spite of the country's robust policies and legal commitments, there is still significant inequality between women and men in regard to political representation. Statistics demonstrate the gender disparity in parliamentary representation. While there are 353 directly elected members of parliament, these represent constituencies. Whereas there are 353 seats, such seats in the 11th parliament, only 18 of these are occupied by women. The rest of the members of parliament are the 146 representing districts under the affirmative seat, and then special interest groups where each member of parliament must be female, but they have done better in this area because there is an extra one for older persons and another one for workers, two more for workers and persons with disability who are women. This translates into a strength of 173 out of 529 members in the 11th Parliament. According to International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, women participation in electoral processes is work in progress. At 35% in this country, Rwanda has the highest so far at 61%, Burundi at 38%, Tanzania at 37%, the Republic of South Sudan at 28%, and Kenya at 22%. There are discussions, for example, in Tanzania, there are proposals to allow constituencies elect 2 members of parliament, 1 female and 1 male. There is that discussion going on in Tanzania. Uganda needs to see what to do to further the participation of women in leadership positions. Some of the barriers and challenges that women face in participating in the electoral process include the following: cultural and social norms. Traditional gender roles and societal expectations often limit women's ability to engage in political activities. There is still a perception in some communities that politics is a male-dominated domain, discouraging women from seeking political office. Even as voters, women in some societies still lack autonomy in exercising their right to vote. Oftentimes, the male family members dictate to the family voting patterns, for instance, on how and who to vote for. The second barrier is balancing family and political responsibilities. The dual burden of domestic and political responsibilities can be a significant challenge for women, especially those with young children or other family commitments. Women still face threats, intimidation, and violence during the electoral process, which often deter their political participation. A great deal of time as a resource in elections, particularly requiring participating candidates to campaign, to lay strategies, and plan to achieve victory. It takes a very supportive family for such female candidates to achieve all this. Otherwise, the result in most cases is increased gender-based violence during the electoral period. The women are more disadvantaged in the sense that women have a bigger and disproportionate burden of domestic work as compared to males on a day-to-day basis. This impedes the women's would-be participation in the electoral process. Economic barriers. Women in Uganda generally have lower economic resources and access to financing compared to men, which can hinder their ability to be nominated, support campaign rallies through logistics, among other things, and generally run for office in a smooth manner. The costs associated with political campaigns can be a significant barrier to women. Where we are as a country, we have the unfortunate emerging issue of commercialization of politics. It has gotten to a point where votes are going to the highest bidder. When some people decide to sell all their earthly belongings to contest for an elective office, then winning an election becomes a matter of life and death. This is actually one of the reasons that have increased election violence, because they turn violent during campaigns, and when they sense defeat on polling day, they always want to disrupt the electoral process. And women oftentimes are victims of some of these challenges. Mentorship support, educational and literacy barriers. Women often lack access to support networks, mentorship and training programs that would help them navigate the political landscape and build their leadership skills. There is insufficient targeted civic and voter education programs across the country. Secondly, lower levels of education and literacy among women in some parts of the country pose a challenge that limit their understanding of the electoral process and their ability to engage effectively. The other issue that is now affecting women participation and participation in elections generally, elections have now been listed as one of the triggers of violence. People now have a tendency of expressing popular discontent hiding under elections. When you see people on the streets, like they have been there in Uganda in 2011, in large numbers, in Kenya of recent, in Malawi, in the US, if you were to pick one of the protesters and that protester was to give you an honest opinion on why they're on the streets, in most cases after elections, if at all, would be one of the least reasons why. People go on the streets because of widespread unemployment, because they are talking about corruption, because they are talking about taxes, because they are talking about many other reasons. But elections offer an opportune time for them because they have a reason to hide behind discontent during elections to pour out these grievances. Therefore, election violence has now become one of the drawbacks to democratization in the whole world. In all democracies world over, Elections are highly charged events and are always characterized by confrontations and sometimes violence, both within the political parties and outside. This kind of environment scares away willing female participants. In conclusion, the role of women in electoral process in Uganda is crucial for ensuring a more inclusive and representative democracy. While progress has been made, there is still work to be done to address the challenges and barriers that women face in fully exercising their civic duties and rights. Addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach, including legislative reforms, capacity building programs, and changing societal attitudes towards women's political participation. It is our appeal and prayer as the Commission that all stakeholders, including the legal fraternity, especially the Female Lawyers Network, civil society organizations, and others, to continue to empower and support women to actively engage in electoral processes. The Commission implores all feminists to actively support and supplement stakeholders in raising awareness of elections as a civic duty among women, together with the Electoral Commission, to actively participate in general voter education programs and thereby strengthen Uganda's democracy and ensure that women's voices are heard. I want to thank you very much for giving me this time and space to make this presentation for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamugisha. Thank you for representing the Electoral Commission. A round of applause for him. Indeed, this is also one of the areas that we are, I think you've had the statistics. I don't know if we have any question for him on how we can participate, on what we have to do. He's mentioned the barriers that we have to break in order for us to even be seen in this area. Do we have any questions for him? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now circle back to our other topic on oil and gas. Again, one of the areas that we need to be seen more and more and more, and we are extremely grateful for the practitioners that are already in this area that have gone ahead of us. And it is indeed at this time that I'll invite our next speaker, who I'll start by introducing really briefly, because I know our time is also fast spent, and then invite her to take us through this. So I'll invite our next speaker, and I'll start by introducing her. She's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda, a member of the Uganda Law Society and the East Africa Law Society. She holds a Master of Laws degree from the University of Cambridge and a diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center and a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University. She's a commercial project and an oil and gas lawyer with experience of over 15 years in both private practice and as an in-house counsel. She's currently the head of contracts and negotiations at the Uganda National Oil Company. She has been part of the team that negotiated key commercial agreements for the oil and gas sector, including the Uganda National Oil Company backing agreements, the ECOP shareholders agreement, and the host government agreement, which efforts led to a final investment decision for the upstream and pipeline project in Uganda. She also continues to be part of the core teams that are driving negotiations of key commercial agreements in the sector in respect to the entire petroleum value chain projects. She's previously worked with Tullow Uganda operations. She's also worked with Standard Chartered as an assistant company secretary or head of legal and compliance for the consumer banking division. She was also a Pegasus scholar in 2010, giving her an opportunity to work at different UK barrister sets or law firms and courts. Outside her formal work, she's also a wife and a mother, and she's passionate about sharing knowledge and mentoring the youth, as we're about to hear. So please join me in welcoming Miss Barbara Daisy Nabukit. You're welcome, Barbara. A round of applause for her as she just takes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All protocol observed. It is an immense honor to stand before you today and address such a distinguished audience on a topic that is both professionally significant and personally close to my heart: navigating legal challenges and seizing opportunities in the oil and gas sector, women in law perspective. The oil and gas sector has long been a cornerstone of the global economic development, driving progress, innovation, and growth across numerous industries. However, it is also a sector that is fraught with complex legal challenges and dynamic regulatory landscapes. For women in law, navigating this environment requires a unique blend of expertise, resilience, and adaptability. Today, I draw on my personal experience and sector insights to highlight how we can redefine gender empowerment in the oil and gas sector through innovation and professionalism. I will also address the key challenges, opportunities that can be seized, and how we can carve out our place in this dynamic sector. On redefining gender empowerment, we all acknowledge that empowerment is not just about occupying positions of power, but also about driving change. We need to foster innovation, maintaining professionalism, and lifting a sister behind you in the queue. For women in law within oil and gas sector, empowerment involves breaking barriers, leveraging our unique perspectives, and contributing to sustainable development. I'm going to walk you through some of the legal challenges in the oil and gas sector. I will start off by speaking to the regulatory compliance and international laws and standards that apply to this industry. The oil and gas industry is heavily regulated with a myriad of local, international, and national laws and standards governing its operations. Compliance with these regulations is critical to avoid legal penalties. Reputational damage and operational disruptions. For legal professionals, understanding the intricate web of the environmental laws, trade regulations, international treaties, international standards is essential in growing expertise and relevancy in this sector. The second key element, and probably what made me a bit late today, is because I'm in a negotiation and I had to escape. So drafting of contracts and dispute resolution is one of the other key challenges that we encounter. So the complexity of the contracts in the oil and gas sector cannot be underemphasized or overstated. From exploration to production agreements, to joint ventures, to mergers, the need for precise and strategic negotiation skills is paramount for every lady and every gentleman that participates in this industry. Disputes often arise over contractual obligations, and resolving these efficiently requires a deep understanding of both legal principles and industry practice. I'll probably pause for a moment and speak about UNOC and tell you what exactly we do and how that steps into this particular area. The Uganda National Oil Company is a very young company, but it has a very vast mandate in the entire petroleum sector. We operate from the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. And indeed, probably good news will be flying in next week in terms of our achievement in the downstream sector. So with all that, you have to be ready to be challenged and be ready to step forward and learn at a fast pace. So for all ladies who are involved, there are significant opportunities, but also this is a challenge because we are learning. This industry, apart from the downstream, the upstream and the midstream are new sectors to us. So we are all learning. We have just gone ahead of you, but we call upon all ladies in this room to take interest in this particular industry. The other area that is a bit of a challenge is environmental and social governance. This is very topical of late. So there is a lot of increased emphasis on ESG factors And this poses both a challenge, but also it's an opportunity for all of us. Legal practitioners must navigate the evolving regulations related to environmental protection, social responsibility, and corporate governance. This requires staying abreast of legislative changes and advising clients on the best practices to mitigate risks and enhance compliance. The other area I will touch is technological advancement and cyber security. With technological innovations transforming the oil and gas sector, legal professionals must address associated risks and legal implications. This includes issues related to data privacy, cybersecurity, and intellectual property rights of new technologies. We all know there is that discussion going on whether we shall still have jobs in the coming years. But I want to assure you ladies, please let us just go ahead of the technology. The technology needs us, but we also need it. Innovation and professionalism are very key drivers of empowerment. By embracing new technologies, legal strategies, and professional standards, women in law can redefine their roles within the oil and gas sector. The other key challenge we experience is the stereotypes and the work-life balance. Female lawyers often face bias and stereotypes in the traditional male-dominated oil and gas sector. And indeed, there are very few ladies that are on the top of this pyramid. But for Uganda, we have done well. We are very much aware that the Minister of Energy is a lady, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy is a lady, the leader of UNOC, whom today I'm representing here, Ms. Proskovia Nabanja, she's a lady, and she's doing very well. So companies need to embed diversity, equity, and inclusion as a business case to drive positive change. I don't know how many of us in our respective law firms, companies where we work, who have policies on diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you have not yet adopted these, pick interest in this particular area and define the policies. But above all, implement those particular policies. UNOC is a very good place to learn from. We urge all of you who have questions, who want a case study, please walk to us and we shall be able to support you in that area. So it starts with inviting everyone to the table, and I'm proud to see men in the audience. And a man actually spoke before me. So everybody needs to acknowledge that we need to invite a sister, we need to invite a cousin, we need to invite that person who is lagging behind. Instead of ladies talking about this person behind their backs, it's very critical for us to invite them on the table and start encouraging them to pick interest and grow their profession and career. So the oil and gas is heavily demanding and often impacts on work-life balance. Flexible policies are supporting to drive the work-life integration. I hope many of you in this room are quite aware that we actually don't have a concept of work-life balance. It does not exist. There is quite a lot of research that has gone into this area and people have invested time in this area. What can exist is work-life integration. So I leave that with you to just check it out and see what that means, because it's very difficult to balance. We have acknowledged that we can only integrate the two. What are the opportunities for women in law in this particular industry? Despite the challenges I've set out, and I've just named just a few of them, but I think for me the classification and the grouping them is sufficient to touch the core ones. So despite those particular challenges I've highlighted, the oil and gas sector presents numerous opportunities for women in law. It's just look out for them and embrace them. So one key area is about leadership and influence. As the industry evolves, there is a growing recognition of the value of diverse leadership. Women in law have the opportunity to influence corporate strategies, regulatory frameworks, industry standards, hence driving progress and innovation from the boardroom. Let us get out of the corner office and look forward to sitting on the table. Let us not sit back and say that space is for men. It's not. Claim it, embrace it, and position yourself to deliver when you are there. Specialization and expertise. The complexity and the breadth of oil and gas sector offers ample opportunities for specialization. By developing expertise in areas such as environmental law, international arbitration, all energy policy, women can position themselves as indispensable advisors in this critical industry. There are enough specialties to go around, and being in any of the specialties can put you ahead of the curve. However, be adaptable to understand the broader scope of the business environment. Understand the strategy of the organization and how you can optimally support. Do not put limits on your ability to learn. Explore the impossible. Possibly I'll pause a minute and just tell you that I was not born an oil and gas lawyer. I was not taught oil and gas at law school in Makerere. I did not study oil and gas at Cambridge University in the UK. Rather, when the opportunity emerged, I took it up and said, I challenge myself to start from the bottom and grow through the ranks. Advocacy and change. Women in law can play a pivotal role in advocating for sustainable and ethical practices and policies within the oil and gas sector. This includes championing initiatives that promote gender equality, environmental stewardship, especially in light of the energy transition and growing focus on renewable energy and corporate responsibility. So these are very core areas. I don't know how many of us have picked interest in energy transition. Let us not be dismissive of this, but it creates an opportunity for us. It's making many people tell us to stop exploring our oil and gas. We are not going to stop, and I'm telling this room. So look out for the opportunities. But our commitment is that we are going to do it in a sustainable manner. Networking and mentorship. Building strong professional networks and engaging in mentorship can significantly enhance career development. It can actually help us to fast track our growth through the career. By supporting and empowering each other, women in law can create a more inclusive and supportive industry environment. Joining professional associations like the Association of International Petroleum Negotiators, which is the former AIN, now called AIPN, will be one of the critical areas you can explore. The Energy Bar Associations also provides networking opportunities and industry insights. For those of you who have attempted to attend the International Bar Association, we are very much aware that oil and gas is one of the areas that is significantly discussed at that particular conference. So it's very important that we join associations and attend the most relevant conferences that will support us to understand the industry and better advise our clients. In conclusion, navigating the legal challenges of the oil and gas sector requires a combination of legal acumen, strategic thinking, and a commitment to continuous learning. The first time I entered office, the first assignment that was given to me was to review a production sharing agreement and develop a simplistic document that can be used by non-lawyers to understand the obligations of the company. I had never heard the word PSA, and everything was being abbreviated. So I was hearing acronyms I've never heard of. That's the day I actually walked back home and I said, stop going out, cut the gym for now, and first embrace reading and understanding the industry. And I did that for the first 2 years. So I call upon all the women in law to be so demanding on this journey. The journey is very demanding, but at the same time, it's rewarding. It offers numerous opportunities to lead, to innovate, and drive meaningful change, not just for yourself, but for the community and for the country at large. As we move forward, let us embrace these challenges with confidence and seize the opportunities to shape the future of the oil and gas sector within Uganda and out of Uganda. I urge all of us to look out for our fellow women. Ladies, let us not put down fellow women. Let us raise the bar and actually look out for the fellow women who are trying to blaze this oil and gas trail. I am personally committed to doing so. By leveraging our unique perspectives and strength, we can contribute to a more sustainable, equitable, and a prosperous industry. Together, let us redefine gender empowerment through innovation and professionalism, ensuring that our contributions leave a lasting legacy for future generations of women in law. Thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to the continued discussions and collaborations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. That was quite insightful. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. So yes, without any further ado, I want us to keep the time that Dr. Joyce asked us to keep this afternoon. I'll just invite Lynn once again. Your panel members are present, so that I already introduced Lynn, so I'll stand by that and just let her take this session on. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon again. Thank you, Muchala Nabweke. You've done well. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll get into our panel and then I'll make some comments about your keynote address and then we'll get into it. So allow me to present to some and introduce to others. Asmahani Saad, who is a seasoned advocate, a business leader, a community developer, and a mentor. She's been in the legal sector as an advocate for 15 years. She's a partner at KTA Advocates, a leading law firm in Uganda. I like this, very good, very good. Aside from her legal practice, she supports the governance, management, and growth of institutions in the private, public, and not-for-profit sectors. Welcome, Asmahani. To introduce to some and to present to others, Hawa Bukenya, who is an experienced advocate of the High Court of Uganda, specializing in corporate commercial advisory, international arbitration, energy, and advocacy. She works at Uganda's National Oil Company Legal Department, particularly in the Contracts and Negotiation Division. Today, she sits on this panel as the Secretary General of Women in Energy and Extractive Network Limited, called WIN, a Ugandan company previously founded by UNOC. You're welcome, Hawa. Finally, to present to some and introduce to others, Sandra Mwesije Mago is an enrolled advocate with a master's in oil and gas law from the University of Aberdeen, UK. She has a diploma in legal practice and a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Kent in the UK. She has over 15 years of legal practice in both private sector as a lawyer and in-house counsel and in the public sector. She sits on the panel today as the Deputy Head Legal and Commercial at CNOOC, which is the Chinese National Oil and Gas Company. Okay, so during her address, Barbara mentioned 3 words which I picked up on. One, she talked about resilience. And resilience for me, in the most simple terms, is don't give up. Keep doing what you're doing if you're doing it well, and do not give up. The other word that she mentioned was adaptability. Adaptability for me is think and act outside the box. Figure out what is most appropriate for where you find yourself at, and begin to think in that direction and act in that direction. Don't stick to Lord Denning's judgment of 1886 and refuse to move away to the more current legal frameworks and legal judgments. The third one that I picked up is commitment. Well, commitment to learn and to grow. She says she made up her mind for 2 years not to hang out, not to go to the gym. Our friends of Really health, I don't know what. She made a sacrifice because she realized that she was in an area where she had limited knowledge or very basic knowledge, and she wanted to build herself to the point where she would be recognized. So you have to give something up to be able to get what you want. Okay. So as we get into the panel, I will start with you, Sandra. What are the opportunities that exist within what is called the Joint Venture Partners network of oil companies in Uganda? What opportunities exist for women, young women, middle-aged women, older women who are lawyers and want to get into that space? Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn, for the question. So the oil industry is quite a big one, the oil and gas industry, and it has different segments. So there is the upstream, there's the midstream, and the downstream. I know most people are familiar with the downstream because we have the petrol stations all over the place, but we also have the midstream, which is upcoming. So we have the pipeline, but not just that. There's also logistics and other major transportation like barges. And then we have the upstream, which is, for instance, I work in the upstream, which is the exploration, the development, and the production. So when we talk about oil and gas, it's actually quite very big, straight from the oil coming out of the ground to the fuel that we finally put in your car. And then there's also the refining and conversion of gas into LPG. So it's quite a vast industry. So already you can see that the opportunities are really enormous, and you can sort of plug in wherever you feel comfortable or wherever you see the opportunity. It's not that necessarily you have to be an expert in upstream, because legal work is legal work. It doesn't matter where. Everyone always needs support in the legal sector. I think Barbara already introduced the fact that she's heading in UNOC. She's heading the legal team in UNOC, and yet she didn't even study oil and gas, because legal, the way the industry is structured, it's heavy on regulation. So if you can help your clients navigate the heavy regulation, which is already an advantage to you as a lawyer, because you already know how to interpret the law, then you'll see endless opportunities everywhere you go. Yeah, so I would say it's as a female lawyer, you would maybe look at you can begin by looking at the ring-fenced industries that are in the sector. So if you look at the national content regulations, we have ring-fenced industries in the sector. Things like logistics, catering, accommodation, transport, food and beverages, surveying, crane hire, locally. I mean, all those. So, I mean, all those are potential clients. Yeah. So you can even just, if you look at those sectors, from there you can start identifying clients, and of course you attend conferences and network, and you'll start seeing opportunities everywhere you go. As a female lawyer, that's if you want to practice, or you want either a job or you want to get clients. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I will repeat what has been said since morning. For those of us who have participated from the start, what has kept being said is be open to learning, be open to growing, and especially for sectors where they're fairly new, like the oil and gas sector in Uganda. Asmahani, in your experience, why should female lawyers be particularly interested in specializing in practicing oil and gas law?
Thank you, Lynn. Good afternoon, everyone. Why not? would be my first response. Why not? I think in 2024, it shouldn't matter whether you're female or male, where we are right now. But I think specifically for us as women, we are just good at everything that we do, naturally. I mean, for the men who are here, not to to be politically correct, it's not that you're not good at what you do, but it is what it is. Women have the sixth sense, we are intuitive, we are committed, we are loyal, we can sacrifice, and we can bring out the best out of everything that we do. That's a given gift from God. So the speciality in oil and gas will just set you apart in your practice. Specialization is good because then it gives you more time to acquire knowledge, and not only just knowledge, but get into the skilling as well. So a skilled oil and gas lawyer is beyond one who will just interpret the laws and advise and things like that, but one who would also use that knowledge to perform better, to manage, to lead, to communicate, to, you know, go beyond what your ordinary interpretation of the law, which for now everyone can do. We have AI, clients go on the internet, you know, everyone for one reason or another feel empowered, right? So you are no longer a specialized lawyer just because you can interpret the law. I mean, ChatGPT can shame you when it comes to that. So you become an expert or specialized lawyer where you have the knowledge, but can acquire skills that can enhance that knowledge beyond that knowledge. I mean, one of the key things in delivering a legal task is not just interpreting, but how do you apply that law to the business? How do you apply that law to the bottom line of the business? How do you ensure that even when your clients want to meet their regulatory requirements, which yes, you have interpreted well, but how can you advise them to apply that knowledge to meet their business needs? So it's no longer enough to tell your client, do this, do that, do that. I mean, people don't want that anymore. Clients don't want that. They want someone who has business knowledge. You can look at their books, you can sit in their board meetings, you can interpret and have skills that can enhance your specialty. So as women, I know we can do this, right? As female lawyers, I know we can master the laws, we are good at that. What I would appeal to us today as women, as young lawyers, is let's learn to acquire skills, business skills, accounting skills, leadership skills, communication skills. That is what will set us apart, because everything else is being done. I mean, these days, the other week I was seated with a group of people who have an innovation where you don't have to hire lawyers. They have this group of lawyers seated somewhere, I don't know, in India or where. You just put in your request and what you want a labor, whatever you want this, and they are doing this innovation and they came to us to help them. And I'm just like, okay, what next?
Goes my job.
But in as much as that person can do that, am I able to apply that knowledge to your business as a lawyer?
Yes.
So then I become more valuable than someone who is just, you know, ticking notes and, you know, getting some templates in our contract. And because now even templates are just too many, we have, I don't know, every day people are trying to sell you a template application, a template software.
Yeah.
So these things, let's move away from them. Let's learn skills. Leadership, for example. If you're seated in a room, they've invited you as a lawyer, you have engineers, you have just like a full project, right? You have engineers, you have accountants. How do you see that you are speaking to each one of them? Not giving you legalese, I hear section this, we shall do this, and everyone is just like, okay, why are you even here? You're not helping us. So that is what I think for me speciality today in 2024 looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Swahani. So get skills, guys. Please. Please. Again, Lord Denning. Woi. Please. Okay. So Hawa, please talk to us about WIN. What is WIN about? Why does WIN matter? And how is it relevant to the people in the room? And where can they find ways to plug in a way that will benefit them? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lynn, and thank you for coordinating us. Women in Energy and Extractives Network. Before I go to the child, I would want to talk about the mother and probably where this child came from. And I would want to draw an example from Female Lawyers Network. I'd like to pause there and thank everyone who is involved with Female Lawyers Network for bringing us together as a network of female lawyers. I think you're doing a very commendable job, because outside these walls, each and every one of us is really practicing whatever we can do in order to, of course, put bread on the table, but also giving us that direction and togetherness as lawyers, as female lawyers. It is always important for us to come together, share ideas, and share perspectives. Now, having drawn that example, I'd like to draw an example from UNOC, Women in Energy and Extractives. UNOC is, as already mentioned by Barbara, is one of the leading oil and gas companies. It is a national oil company, but it doesn't only stop at that. It is also a very innovative company. So, of course, as oil and gas players, we have so many women in the oil and gas sector working across the entire petroleum value chain, but also in various ministries, departments, companies, private sector, and even the lawyers that are here. So what UNOC actually thought about, or what we birthed, was an idea where we want to bring together all the women who are involved in the energy and extractive sector, including the women who are giving services to the energy and extractive sector. So yes, including yourselves as lawyers, because we actually give legal counsel to the players themselves, to the companies, and even to the industry at large. So Women in Energy and Extractives is a child of UNOC. It is a platform that offers all the people, all the women in the energy and extractive sector, including the men, support to empower the women. Now, you will notice that, of course, there is a lot of value in togetherness. The women in the energy and extractives, the word diverse, each and every one is just, hustling it out. But WIN offers that platform that brings together all the women in the energy and extractive sector. And you may ask yourself, for example, what are some of our objectives? Our main objective is really to see that the women are supported, are empowered to get the value out of this sector. And I want to draw an example from the oil and gas sector. For the people who know the statistics of oil and gas, we have about 6.5 billion barrels that are buried in the ground. And about 1.5 billion barrels of those are recoverable. Now, when you hear those statistics and you're told that the oil that has so far been discovered is going to be around for the next 25 years, it becomes very important for us as women to get together to get the value that we need to get from the oil and gas sector. And this is what this platform offers to you. Now, as women, we believe that there is a lot that we can get from the sector. Some of the things have already been enunciated about. Some of them have been mentioned. For example, as female lawyers, WIN is a platform that can offer you networks, to network with some of your clients, with some of the people that you can meet and get more knowledge about the oil and gas sector. There is a lot of knowledge that we need to get. And I'll pause here and probably speak about myself. I've been in UNOC for the last 2 years now. Yes, 2 years I joined UNOC. But there is so much more that I've seen that we as lawyers, we can get from this sector. And I want to pause there and just challenge ourselves, deeply challenge ourselves. What do you know about the oil and gas sector? What do you know about the upstream that we've been talking about? Yes, everyone knows there's Tilenga, there's Kingfisher, there is some oil, it's coming, 2025, but in terms of the laws, what do you know about it? What do you know about the kind of services that you can offer? And I'll just give you 2 or 3 examples. There's a lot of procurement that goes on in the oil and gas sector. A lot of procurement, the ministries that are supporting the sector, the companies, the government companies, the private companies, all these companies they do a lot of procurement, both government procurement and private procurement. How can you tap into that space? We have ESG coming up. Barbara mentioned it. What do you know about clean energy? What do you know about the transition from fossil fuels to clean energy? What laws are involved? What skills can I harness? So we need to challenge ourselves. Now, our platform, which is WIN, offers the platform to bring some of that information closer to you. What WIN has done is to partner with the oil and gas companies, partner with the ministry, partner with the regulator, that is Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to ensure that we bring a wholesome package to the females that want to offer services to the sector. So I really want to implore you to get some of this information, but also to get closer to WIN. One of the things that we are doing right now, we run webinars where we share opportunities about the oil and gas sector. We share information. We have the next webinar coming up in the next 2 weeks where we'll have someone from Petroleum Authority of Uganda come to speak about the opportunities for women in the oil and gas sector. That is in 2 weeks. We do have partnered with the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, where we shall be showcasing more opportunities. The convention is happening in November, hopefully, but we are bringing the information closer to the females. We are bringing it closer to you so that we can all benefit from this sector. When you hear the statistics, when someone tells you that the industry so far has employed over, I think it's about 5,000 people, that is both skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled, you pose a question and say, how can I benefit from this industry? So it is important that we all get the information, and that is what WIN is offering to you. We are a young company. We were birthed in 2022, that is when we registered. And in 2023, that was May, 11th of May, we launched very heavily alongside the East African Petroleum Conference. And right now we are trying to set up the governance structures. We've had our first board meeting, and on we are trying to ensure that we bring the females together. We support the women because we know there is always greatness in togetherness. So I want to say that we have membership, we have corporate membership for the companies that want to get involved. Of course, they are tiered. We have individual membership for the females. Females and males, yes, we have members. We have males who are also members, but the membership fee is 250,000 shillings. We have membership fees for students as well. That is 50,000 shillings. And very recently, we were in Makerere, where we partnered with the Association of Petroleum Geologists to just have a platform where they can interact with some of these practicing lawyers. And the stories were very amazing. And I'll just pause there and give you one more story before I conclude. Our CEO was there, that is Ms. Proskovia, where she shared about her journey. She's among the first female geologists that joined the sector. She actually had to move through the jungles looking for where the seeps are, looking for the oil. But that learning, actually, it helped the geologists there to understand that these things can be done. From then on, we are going to create sectors with the rest of the groups at campus, maybe the law section, energy, IT, we are coming. But ultimately, wherever you hear about WIN, please come and join us, because we are bringing the information much closer to you. We are breaking this barrier, and we are actually showing you that the females are there. They're there in the oil and gas sector, and you as a person can also be part of this sector. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you all in our network. I'll just pause there and say that we have already partnered with the Female Lawyers Network. So we will be bringing more information to you regarding the oil and gas sector. Thank you so much, FLN, for opening your doors to WIN, and we hope for a much more collaborative environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Hawa. All right, so many things to learn, but our time is short. I wonder if there's a question or two out there. Question going once. Question going twice. Yes, doctor. Is there a question back there? Yes, okay, so you go after doctor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you, Asmahani, Hawa, and Sandra. Sandra lectured me when I was doing my master's in oil and gas. But I wanted to ask on behalf of the young lawyers that are here, with precision, what exact opportunities can they easily access even before they do the master's in oil and gas? Are there like simple certifications, like what I've seen in legal tech, where someone can do a certification and they can easily, access opportunities? So many of the young, female lawyers ask me, are there internship opportunities? UNOC, CNOC is here. Asmahani KTA has a very strong brand in, the oil and gas bit of it. What opportunities can they easily access? Are there referrals you can give them? Because I'm thinking on how practically they can leave this place when they know, in case I'm stuck, I can call Hawa of WIN, or I can call Asmahani, or I can check on Sandra. Thank you very much.
There's a question at the back. She's in. That's a high jump.
Thank you, Lynn, so much, and even the presenters. My question is to when and specifically ask for the young lawyers in the room. When you apply for a job, you need experience. These people are still young; they are still at the low level. So how are they going to get the experience if we keep asking for experience? From the introduction, I realized everyone there at least has been in the sector 15 years. Does it look like an elimination method to the younger lawyers in the room? We are inspired, but again, we are worried because we are at zero experience. How can you help us? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much to each and every one of the panelists. My name is Jordana Nandaula, and my question has been asked by the President, but I also wanted to ask Ms. Hawa, how do we have access to those webinars that you were talking about? Because you spoke about them, but you didn't give us where do we find them, what are the links, how do we access all these places?
There's one more question. Yes? Yes. No. There's somebody at the back, and then you'll take it after. Okay?
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, ladies, for such a wonderful presentation. I'm called Lillian Arinda from H&G Advocates. I'm a young lawyer, so I want to pose a question to Ms. Hawa. So when I hear oil and gas, and I hope I'm going to speak for majority of the young lawyers because we've had this discussion, seems like, I think we have a general bias towards government. Maybe the jobs are ring-fenced for particular people, and that might not be the case, but that's really a bias we have. So we don't even attempt to try. So what mechanisms or what steps are being possibly taken to raise awareness and tell people that, you actually can try and you can get it. You don't necessarily need to be connected to anyone. And that's really not, I'm not saying that's the case, but that's the general perception. So what steps are being taken by government entities to assure young people, to assure Ugandans that you're eligible for these jobs, and if you try, you're going to get through. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Madam Hawa. I realized you talked about you people visiting Makerere University. So I'm asking, what steps can we take, people from other universities? Like, if at all we want you people to come and visit us and engage us, how can we access you to our different campuses? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the questions. Over to you. Asmahani first, and then Hawa. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone, for paying attention and being able to respond with these questions. I'll speak in two opportunities. So first of all, I just want to pose a question to the young lawyers here, the female young lawyers here. Just by a quick survey, how many, and I think Howard spoke about this, how many of you have basic knowledge or understand the industry, oil and gas industry? Just basic knowledge. Okay, I'm seeing around 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 hands out of maybe 40. Okay, so opportunities are not going to fall on your lap. And I'm going to be very open because I have worked in-house and right now I'm practicing law. So there's no opportunity that will find you seated there. Okay? Ladies, we have to be hustlers. We have to learn the art of, number one, being curious about what's happening around us. Most times we sit back and feel sorry for ourselves. Most times we sit back, we see other people's successes and think we can never be part of it. We need to change our mindsets. Oil and gas is happening. This industry that we are talking about has run for almost 20 years so far. Yes. From 2002, around 2001 or 2, when the first discoveries were done. I joined the industry in 2012. I left the industry in 2017. This is 2024, and we are still here, and some people have no idea about what is happening in the industry. So let's start from there. So I want to challenge you ladies, seek for information. The information is there. There's a program I see on NBS. I think it runs maybe once in 2 weeks or once a month, I'm not sure, and I think it's supported by Petroleum Authority and some of the partners in oil and gas. And all they do is share information. So if everyone is in the industry is there sharing information and telling you this is happening, there are environmental issues taking place, there are land issues taking place, there are logistical issues taking place, there are people who are setting up constructing hotels or accommodations there in Hoima, it's taking place, and we still don't see a space where we can fit in. We need to check ourselves. In case oil and gas is one of the areas you want to practice in. So, Ministry of Energy, there's a lot of information there. Petroleum Authority, there's a lot of information there. That's if you want to play at that level. But also you need to note that oil and gas on itself, the oil and gas that we're talking about, it's the product of the industry. But to get that product out, the industry does not operate in silos. It operates with so many other industries around it. For example, environment. Environment is such a critical player for the survival of the oil and gas industry. What am I saying? Things like, for all who know, most of the operations are around very sensitive environmental areas, right? There is environmental impact that we are all concerned about. Right now, just as Barbara said and Howard, we are looking at things like sustainability, energy transition. What does that mean? That this industry, for it to thrive, the environment has to be also empowered. So you might not necessarily be an oil and gas expert if you feel like studying the actual oil and gas might be too much information. You can just take concern and understand the environmental issues that need to support this industry. Okay? There's land. Oil and gas does not operate without land. There are a lot of land issues that happen, whether it's acquisition, whether it's the companies setting up operations. So that is also an area you can acquire knowledge, skill, and support the industry if you can't get to where you're getting. The other thing I want to really emphasize is that we also need to learn to create our own opportunities and not wait for the jobs that we are looking at. How can we do this? If we get knowledge, ladies, I want each one of you to write this one, Coursera. I don't know if any one of you knows about Coursera. I use Coursera, okay? Yes, I have the 15, 20 years of experience, but I still go to Coursera. And I do different courses. I've learned ESG from Coursera. I have learned about so many things from Coursera. So that is just one among the other things I can give you. And once you get this knowledge, if the jobs you're applying for want the 10 years experience, what do? Start to write about these things. Start to be a thought leader. Start to look at where the gaps. And that's how people will see you. Start to notice where are the issues. Because it's not only about the industries, there are communities around these industries, right? There are service providers around these industries, right? We have a project that is cutting between Uganda and Kenya. So there are issues around, cross-border. That is East Africa. Now you've even gone ahead. So once you get this basic information, how do you use it? So you start enhancing yourself. No one can, you don't have to be paid, or no one has, you just write, put out materials, network. It's good most of you are here. Take up opportunities like this. But don't just come to sit. When you see that FLN has a networking on oil and gas, read about oil and gas. Understand who is going to be around. Ask the right questions. So by the time you leave, you have things that you have harnessed practically out of it. Those are some of the initiatives that you can take as young people to build yourself. And I feel like the world we are in right now, the opportunities are immense. I mean, I'm an employer, but I still don't believe that you need to be employed to thrive in this generation. You can create a lot of opportunities. You can just decide to be a content creator on oil and gas and educate people about it. And eventually you start earning. These companies pay you adverts to, because you have set yourself apart. So my point here around opportunities, right? Yes, the sector might have them, but they are limited. You've just had, for all the years that this industry has been around, it's employed about 5,000 or so people. The numbers of young people we have, we are in millions. So are we all going to wait for jobs that are going to open in this sector? No. It's high time we started creating opportunities for us. And that starts by we need to educate ourselves. We need to have information. We need to be hustlers. We need to fight for our place. And once we do that, people will start looking for us. People will look for us. Whether you have that 2 years experience, someone will see you and they say, this person, I need them on my table.
Thanks, Asmahani. Thank you. The ball has gone back to your court. Oops.
Let me just, I just want to add something to what Asmahani has just shared. So, I mean, I can't emphasize enough just the fact that I observe, sadly, that even though women are generally hustlers in life, right? Like, I can't say that as women lawyers that we are shy flowers. No, generally, women lawyers are confident and outgoing and can take on anyone and anything. In fact, I think even in my time, there were more women in the LDC than men, right? I'm sure it's still the same. So the truth is there are women out there who are lawyers who are practicing the profession. It's not that there are no women lawyers. But when I look at the people who are participating in the sector, you can literally count them on your hand. Very few of them, people like Hawa, who was in AF Mpanga, Asmahani, who's in Keti, there are very few ladies. You know, there are women. There are women lawyers are there. There are women law firms are there, but they're not engaging with the sector, and yet there are very many opportunities. The way the sector is set up, thanks to a very good regulation by the government, Ugandan companies and Ugandan service providers are always going to be favored over foreign service providers. Legal work is your brain and hard work. You don't need expensive equipment. It's quite strange that there are very few ladies. Most of our work is done by men, you know? And yet I know ladies can perform to a certain standard. So for me, I think maybe the gap is coming from either lack of interest or just lack of knowledge of where to go. When I go for oil and gas conferences, you hardly find any lady lawyers networking. Yet that's where business is made. Like I explained, opportunities in oil and gas are everywhere. But you have to know the people who are getting the contract so that you can support them with their legal work, or from a legal perspective. So if you're not networking, if you're not engaging with the players in the spaces where there are things like Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, National Content Conference, supplier development workshops, every oil company has quarterly supplier development workshops and community development workshops, you know, and the contracts are big. I look at these contracts, they are big, the money is good, but people are not engaging with them. So I honestly encourage people to, first of all, open your eyes and pay attention. There's too much information. Dr. Joyce asked what course people can do. Honestly, just load data on your phone, get on YouTube. The amount of free information on YouTube from Uganda alone is astounding before you even have to start paying for a course. Sometimes we have job interviews, we're interviewing young lawyers, ladies. People don't know a single thing. They don't even know the company they're interviewing in. Yes.
It's not a lie.
Yeah, and you just wonder, were you just passing by on your way somewhere else when you came for the interview or what? Yeah, like this, and I know ladies can do this thing, so it's quite disappointing that there are just very few women like Asmahani. Anyway, what I suggest is, if you're interested in the sector, better get mentors who are already in the sector. People like us here, we're open and ready to mentor. Join WIN, network, get the information, just know you can do it, but we are not engaging, and it's quite, because things are going to pass by you. Just know that men are out there making money, ladies are on the sideline complaining. Yeah. Sorry for the harsh truth, but it's what I've observed, you know? Yeah, so yeah.
Thank you, Sandra. All right, Hawa, you had some very specific questions. If you could answer them in 2 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
The moderator has told me 2 minutes, you've told me 2 minutes. I am going to try and take the 2 minutes. But I just want to emphasize that it is not all doom, especially for the young lawyers here. It is not all doom. I'll give you my example. I started out in 2014. I started at a law firm, a tier 3 law firm. It's called Chigozi Sempala Mukasa Obonyo, KSMO Advocates. I worked there for 1 year. But trust me, each and every piece of knowledge and information that I've got from there, I have used it up to today. I learned a lot of litigation skills, a lot of drafting skills, pleadings from there. I didn't know that I would end up here, but right now I am using those skills. I moved on to AF Mpanga Advocates, where I learned a lot of commercial advisory. I am using it here. I didn't know I would still penetrate into the oil and gas sector, but I am here. What am I saying? It is not all doom. Start. If you get an opportunity in a law firm, if you get an opportunity for an internship, if you get an opportunity for even a company in-house, go and learn. Go and use whatever opportunity that you can get. It is not all doom. When you see 5-6 years of experience, when I was getting into UNOC, they wanted about 5 years of experience. Yeah? You may not have the 5 years of experience, but you need to build it. That is the system. That is the system. You cannot jump. However, it doesn't mean that you sit down and sit on yourself and wait for the 5 years. Learn on the job. If you get an opportunity, please use it. And of course, focus. Know where you're going. If your focus is to go to the oil and gas sector, as has already been mentioned, focus. Focus includes, for example, we have the National Oil and Gas Training Register. You can register on the National Oil and Gas Training Register. These days I've seen employers want to look at that register to see whether the people who are applying for the jobs are registered. That register, you can get a lot of information. You can get trainings. Sometimes they offer free trainings. Sometimes the trainings are subsidized. So that is the National Oil and Gas Training Register. You can go, I think it's on the Petroleum Authority website. Register there. And YouTube channel. I also registered there before I got into the sector. So it is not all doomed for the young lawyers. Get the opportunities, seize the opportunities, learn and hard work. There is absolutely nowhere you can get without hard work. What Barbara didn't mention when she was giving the keynote speech is that for the last 2 weeks, we've literally not slept. We were trying to turn around agreements, and that is why we were late. Hard work is always going to be somewhere. Always going to be somewhere. But ultimately, it will pay off. It will pay off. Today, you may wonder, I'm on Coursera, as they've said, I'm reading this, where am I going to utilize it? It will pay off. Okay? Have faith. Do the hard work, do the work. Do the work, and of course, pray to God. Yes, I've been asked, I hope I'm still within the 2 minutes. No, but I've been asked about where we can get information about WIN. Yes. We have a website, and I'll just share that so that FLN can pass it on to its different platforms. We have a website, we have social media pages. We also have a group, a network. We're on WhatsApp and other social media pages. But our website is always updated with information that you can learn about these webinars. You can also learn about what is coming and where you can plug in. And maybe in terms of the universities, I think that was the last question that I was given, that was specific. Yes, we did start with Makerere University. That was a pilot. But I want to emphasize the importance of networks. We started in Makerere, but we started with a network called American Association of Petroleum Geologists, and that is for the scientists, the geologists that are at university. But we had to get a focal point. We went through a network to help us get that platform. We plan to go to different universities to also go through their networks. For example, for the lawyers here, I know we have Makerere Law Society. If you're not a member, you are an alumni member. So we plan to go through that network to get contacts and even give more information about what's happening out here in the oil and gas sector. So if you're not yet a member of a network, that is, if you're not yet a member of Female Lawyers Network, please become a member. Let's register today. It is quite important. Thank you. It is quite important because we're not going to go to individuals to give the information, unfortunately, or maybe social media. But the networks help us to find already an organized group to work with. So we plan to go to different universities to also go through their networks and see how to bring these opportunities closer to the students there, but also to the alumni. The other thing that is coming on board, and I really hope and beseech you to become part of the networks, is that we plan to actually partner with the oil and gas companies and the ministry to bring mentorship series and also see how we can have these companies offer internship opportunities. That is in the pipeline, but also as an individual, get attached to the networks, get attached to the information. As I've said, there's a lot of information, but where to get it from is also important. And keep close to the fire. My mentor always tells me, keep closer to the fire. If the fire is at FLN, keep closer to FLN. If it's the fire is in WIN, but keep closer to the fire. If there's a network near you, there's a network in the university, go there. And also drive the change. This is my last point, actually. Drive the change. If your network is not doing something that it's supposed to do, make sure that it does it. If you have if you're in a students' association, even if it's a school association, and you think there is valuable information that you need, go to the president, go to the CEO, go to whichever network, and, task them to give you the information that you need. So if you're sitting there and you think you need this information, you can approach me at the end of the session, but also approach your leaders to ensure that we get in touch with them and give you all this information that you need. I really hope I've answered the questions. Take faith, take heart, but keep working hard and keep closer to the fire. Thank you so much.
All right, help me appreciate these ladies. Thank you very much.
Please, panelists, we need to keep your memory. So we'll have our cameraman just take one quick picture of you. and then we can let you go and sit. Once again, plus our keynote speaker, yes. Once again, thank you so much. You've emphasized something for us, skilling. I was just thinking to myself that we've focused on the young lawyers, and I hope we've learned the lessons or whatever has been said. Then I thought to myself, what of, I won't say the older lawyers, but what of the other lawyers who might feel like, do I still have some hope with everything that has been said? Can I still, Yes, so anyway, allow me get to the last leg of this conversion today. I'll invite our last panel. Please just give us only 30 minutes of your time for us to wind up with the last panel. I'll just have them invited, and these ones are going to wrap up our entire discussion today on packaging yourself for future professional opportunities and building resilience. So after we've understood everything, every topic or discussion, can we now see how we can package ourselves for future opportunities? And I think it will re-echo most of what has been said. So I'll invite and introduce the moderator of this panel, and she'll invite her panelists in a short while. So allow me introduce this distinguished lawyer. She's an advocate of the High Court with over 10 years experience. She's an associate with Shonobi Musoke and Company Advocates, one of our sponsors today. She has previously worked with the Uganda National Oil Company. She's a graduate of Makerere University and has also previously worked with LegalMark Advocates. She also has an LLM from the University of East London and a diploma in legal practice. She also has other trainings, including an ILFA training. And for the young lawyers, this is also one of the fraternities we would encourage you to join. It's an international fraternity of lawyers in Africa. Please join it as well. So you're welcome, Joan Nakalika. Please upload her as she takes the stand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that flattering introduction. In the interest of time, we really don't want to keep you waiting. I am very aware of the fact that we were supposed to end the entire day by 4:30, and unfortunately, we are starting at 4:43. So allow me in a very short time to introduce my panel. The very first panelist is Deputy Executive Director, Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD. She's also she has professional training in the struggle for health offered by the International People's Health University of the People's Health Movement. She has trained in creative health activism from Nairobi in Kenya. She's also a qualified advocate of the High Court of Uganda, a holder of an LLM and LLB degree from Makerere University, and holds a diploma in legal practice in Uganda. She has over 15 years experience in health rights activists. Ladies and gentlemen, please you put your hands together for Miss Nuru Nachibuka Mosisi. Our next panelist is a senior associate in Marks Advocates in the corporate and advisory team of the firm. She has practiced law in this top-tier law firm since 2016 to date and has previously worked as a consultant from Deloitte Uganda Limited. She's a holder of an LLM in international business law from the University of Liverpool, and she's also a holder of the diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center and a degree from Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Flavia Subo. The third panelist, I am able to brag that she's a personal friend of mine. She's a chief steward of Femfort, Uganda. She's also a team leader of something called Kweshunga. It's in her local language. She's also a creative thinker, an activist, a feminist, a blogger, and an author. She authored a book called Stranger in My Bed. I urge all of you to read it. Finally, she's also a lawyer from Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Sanyo Penelope. Finally, is another senior associate from Signum Advocates, specializing in corporate and commercial law and employment law practice. She has previously worked for 3 law firms. Imagine that experience: Okecha Baranyanga, Sierra Amanya Advocates, and Stake Advocates. She's a lecturer in the Uganda Christian University, Mukono, and is a holder of a LLB from the same university. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Claire Nakabubi. Ladies, I wouldn't really want to be in your shoes because I know people are tired. So let us go straight into the discussion. This panel discussion, like has already been introduced, is on the topic of packaging yourself for future professional opportunities and building resilience. So I will start with the first panelist, Ms. Nuru Nachibuka. When we have this topic, please help us tell us what comes to mind when we have a topic like this. Please help us unpack it as you give your brief remarks.
Thank you so much, and glad to meet you all. I think it is that one person for me that holds your hand to move together. The team that has been around me for all the last 15 years I've been in the health sector, I've always told them to have a handbag with them. I refer to that person as a handbag. And that handbag, you should allow yourself to have that person open up you, to lead you to what you should do. And this is out of experience that as people within the legal profession, as women, there are things that we never taught in school, but things that we find out of school. And you'll not find that out of school unless you open yourself up to learning. I think this has been spoken about. And you need to be patient. So you need to have the willingness to have that person with you and ability to listen. If you are going to stand up as a professional, woman-in-law, you need to learn to listen and have an actual plan with that person towards what you want to do, but also listen to what they advise you on. Now, that person will not tell you how to maneuver around to get jobs, no. They will not show you where the jobs are, no. They will show you how to maneuver through this world and what the future holds. So that means that the person will not just look at you in terms of career and professionalism, but things we never think about. If I pose the question here to the people driving, how did you get your first car? Me, my person held me and told me, you don't earn, but it is possible to get a car. Let's go to the bond. You're not going to buy a car on the streets. I went to the bond with 5 million shillings. And this person said, get the car, go and drive, and then you can pay. Now, because you have it, you have to work and look for the money to pay for it. And before I knew it, the patron was telling me, now we need to construct. I'm like, construct how? He's like, you'll construct only if you get land. I'm like, but I'm married. You're so married, but you're a woman, and you're in law, and the world is looking up at you, and you must develop yourself so that people can look up to you. So that person will also support you to, first of all, prioritize yourself over your family. The people that paid for us or got into the pocket to pay our school fees think that we actually have to pay back. But unless you frame yourself as a professional to say, this is how far I'm going to go and I can do family after, mind you, you're not going to do anything. And they'll always say she's a failure. She's a failure because she failed to bring up herself. So that person who I'm speaking to should be a person you open up to even understand how your family looks like. You'll never understand this in law school, and you'll never get it anywhere. So because you kind of feel like the person is taking you away from your family, but trust me, your family only needs you when you have money. The moment you don't have money, they will never invite you on the table to have a conversation. And that means that you as a person then, you need to uplift yourself and define who you want to be. It is not a must that whoever studied law must be in court practicing. I have never been in court. If I am in court, I am there as a witness. I am swearing affidavits and appearing in court to be a witness. But I studied law and I understand what it means. The biggest challenge with the young lawyers that I've seen, and I'm sorry, and I'm an employer, is people are looking out for money. I posed a question to my colleague when they introduced panelists who I value so much. I said, as a young lawyer, I would actually run away because everybody seems to have a master's. Did you realize that? So what happens to me who is from school, and I want to tell you, I left school on Friday. On Monday, I was volunteering in an institution where I'm a deputy today. So if you're not going to wake up to knock those doors, the jobs will not find you where you're seated. And you should allow that person to walk the journey with you. Have a plan and kind of, go through your plan every time. Even if you fail, you come and say, I had committed to actually have an iPhone in this year, but it has failed. What more can I do? And it's okay to fail sometimes in life, right? So think about that, but I think as I leave, the most important thing is your mental status. I keep telling people, when you see me on a bouncing castle with my children, that is me. Professional-wise, I know how far I can go, but my weekend is my weekend. So the people who follow my WhatsApp status, I think have learned to move the journey with me. And when I don't post, people be like, what is she up to today? So yes, define what you want to be, but your phone should be the networks are on your phone. In a meeting like this, have you shared a card, or you're waiting for your institution to give you a business card? Have you shared your card with anyone? Or you're waiting to say, I saw someone called Dr. X in this room. I didn't get their card, or I didn't give out mine. It is you to network yourself and move as an individual, but also follow up. Sometimes you get these cards and keep them in there. My person has taught me the value of this business card. Send an email. Say, hello, we met at the FLN convention. This is Noor. Can I have a chat with you? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nachibuka. Yes, Ms. Sanyo Penelope. Please, in like 3 minutes, please let us know what comes to mind when we talk about packaging yourself for the future professional opportunities and building resilience.
Thank you, Joan. I went to the same law school with Joan, same class, same desk. So I am honored that she's the one moderating this panel. And I'll just summarize really quickly. What I hear when you talk about the topic that's been given is 3 things. 1, the self. 2, the future and her opportunities and challenges. And 3, how we are able to build resilience in all of those spaces. Now, the beauty with our panel is that everybody else through the day has set the pace for us. You've been told about the opportunities in every space, in every way, in everything. I want to tell you that dead people don't build careers. That's where I want to start. And Noor talked about playing. I am the queen of play. It's no wonder, therefore, that I run an institution that encourages adults to play. Because people in the graves do not build careers. The first preparation you must do as a human being, as a person, as a young woman, as an older woman, to prepare yourself for the future is to stay alive. How do you stay alive? You pick on opportunities to play, to eat healthy, to love, to not hold grudge, to not hold bitterness in your heart, to practice kindness, to be good to people, to give and be generous. That's how you stay alive. So you can build the networks, you will have all these things, you will be called to speak in these places, you will do everything. If you can't stay alive, we will bury you, forget you, replace you the next day. So please try and stay alive. The second and last thing I want to say is learn to read the room, build emotional intelligence. Now, everybody talked about all forms of intelligence, spiritual, everything, but know when to step back and when to step forward. Know when to speak and when to shut up. Know when to ask questions and when not to ask. Build emotional intelligence. Control your emotions, because a man or a woman that controls their emotions can control the world. The very, very last one is about money. All your dreams cannot be built without money. Start preparing your money bag now. I tell people I was more wealthy at university than I ever am as an adult right now at my big age, because I had so many people giving me pocket money and I never saved and I never kept money. So, how are you managing your money? How are you building money? And how are you positioning that money to help you pick on the opportunities for the future or the challenges thereby? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Penelope. Yes, she has always had that commanding voice. Next, we would want to hear from Ms. Claire Nakabubi. Please help us unpack how you understand this topic for the audience.
Thank you very much, Joanne, and I'm very happy to be here. One thing that comes to mind when I think of how one should package themselves for future opportunities is ask yourself, how can I show up as the best version of myself daily? How can I show up as the best version of myself on a daily? What does this mean? As women, we have had and have been told severally that you cannot do this. This gets to your mind, okay? We have also been identified as people maybe who are very emotional. You can do this, you are incapable of doing that. You have been defined. However, how do you define yourself? Are you self-aware? What are your strengths? What is that you can bring to the table? Know your worth and add tax is what people today are saying. Know your worth and add tax. You are not just a lawyer, okay? You are supposed to show up daily as the best version of yourself. Forget what is happening about you. People don't care. People don't want to know. Your employer doesn't want to know. If you are a partner in a firm, that client doesn't want to know that maybe last night you had a fight with your spouse. For those who are married, you know how that goes. No one wants to know. So show up as the very best version of yourself on a daily, okay? Then the other is you need to harness your passion. We all have a skill. We are all lawyers. We can all interpret the law. We can read the law. But what is your passion? What do you love to do? In my instance, I will say that I love to teach. I realized from a very young age that I love to teach. I would love to inspire someone. I would love to enter into a classroom and ensure that what I found difficult at a one-time tea, I can make it easier for the next person. Okay? Step into their shoes. So if that is my passion, apart from practicing, of course, we need money. Okay? Apart from practicing and doing that, how do you give back to society and ensure that that helps you build? So I started teaching. I have been applying. I have been part of the Uganda Christian University fraternity for over 5 years now, and I am teaching. And when I meet my students at such events, I'm like, Madam, this, you taught us this. I am embracing part of me. So what is your passion? Can you build, can you feed that which is your passion? Then I would like to point at something that most of us female lawyers have taken for granted. As we try to aggressively enter into this sphere of men and also package ourselves out there, is that we lose our femininity. We become so aggressive, we forget that the Lord made us women for a reason. Embrace your femininity and use that which they think is the least of you to excel. Okay? So if as a woman I am able maybe to enter a room and bring light and speak and smile, why then am I going to be aggressive and fight? I'm going to fight in the feminine way. Women will tell you that they will achieve so much by doing the very things that and bringing out the attributes of what makes me female. And lastly, and something that I'm going to say that is non-negotiable, is that continue learning. Continue learning, continue adapting. Mentorship, for instance, we have talked about attending trainings, we have talked about attending workshops, ensuring that you continue adding to yourself. But there is something called reverse mentorship. We've talked to young lawyers. Now I would like to speak to the senior lawyers. reverse mentorship. You will realize that there is so much you can learn from those who are below you. There are people who are in your law firms, maybe under your leadership, under your training, that are going to have something to say to you that you can learn. AI has come in, and it's also showing us that we can learn. We need to keep learning. So never stop learning. You're never too learned to learn. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Claire. I'll take it a notch higher and ask a different question to Ms. Flavia Subo. Maybe she can tell us how she personally maybe has packaged herself for the professional opportunities. She's, like I said, she's a senior associate in Marks Advocate, one of the top tier law firms in Uganda.
Thank you, Joanne. I feel at a disadvantage having to speak last, considering everyone before me has had lots to say to the audience. And I think, like Sanyu mentioned, I think our panel is basically wrapping up everything we've learned since morning. But nonetheless, I am grateful. So one of the ways you package yourself, I guess we need to give thanks to the Female Lawyers Network. This is one of the ways you do it. You show up for such events because you're going to meet so many people from different walks of life. People are at different journeys. Some same, you started on the same level, but you're now at different journeys. So this is one of the platforms you empower yourself. You show up, you learn from your fellow women, because you've probably experienced the same things along your path. So that's one way. Then the other one, I think we've had it over and over. You get a skill set. You need to stand out. We are so many people who go through law school, but how many are known at the end of the day? So how do you do that? Get an area to focus on. Personally, from my experience, the moment I left LDC, I think the next week I was lucky enough to join Deloitte in their tax department. And I know so many people fear tax to this day. Very few women are in tax. Somehow it's thought of as maybe it's mathematical. I was very terrible at math, so it's interesting. It's not just math. So find a skill set, specialize. When I was at Deloitte, I think I was there for like 5 years, and then I felt like I specialized too early in life. So I moved to Marks for the corporate part of it. And at Marks, I'm in the corporate department. I'm still doing tax, so I'm still specializing there, but I'm also growing in other areas. Competition, for instance. And I think lawyers, we have an advantage that the law evolves every now and then. We've had people in the telco space, oil and gas. These are things that weren't there maybe 30 years ago, but the beauty is the law evolves. So you can't fail to get an area where you can specialize. It's never too late. We've also heard that even if you started somewhere, you've been there for a couple of years, Barbara had to reinvent herself in the oil space. So choose what you want, focus on what you want, and then move into that area. Then the other thing, I think, as Mahani mentioned it, make yourself known, build your brand. No one will know you unless you put yourself out there. How do you do that? You could maybe have content, write articles. So personally, I try to do that every now and then. Yesterday, I had to send out an article on the recent tax laws. I've done one on competition, data protection. It can be anything because there is always something you have to say. There is never enough that has been said about a topic. You will always have a different way to look at it. So put yourself out there. People won't know you until they've heard from you. People will call you. They're like, oh, we heard you wrote on this and this. So you become an expert in that area. So put yourself out there. Then also get out of your comfort zone. It's not easy. We had the word networking. For some of us, it doesn't come naturally. For others, it does. So how do you make it easy for you? Find groups, people with similar interests where you feel at least you blend in. But even that aside, get out of your comfort zone and reach out, speak to people. Even just speaking at such an event, it's putting yourself out there to the audience so that you're adding value, but who knows what will come back to you. I think there is so much to say. Then as women, we need to work as a team. There is a certain workplace where one of the male bosses was telling the female, if you can't work with this female partner, let me know so that maybe I can help you out. But that's something that's not said maybe in good spirit. So you also need to have the emotional intelligence to know what path are you going to take at that point. If you take up this gentleman on such an offer, what kind of future are you setting for yourself? So as women, we need to stand up for each other. We need to support each other. We need to encourage each other and not pull each other down. We are said to be emotional, but I think in our workplace there are things we need to leave at the door. You can't come into our workplace with your attitude and all that. You need to be teachable. So we need to work as a team and build each other, because the people you've worked with, that's your network. Those are the people who are going to open doors for you. They're going to speak about you and root for you so that you're able to. Then maybe the last one on the resilience part. Each one of us has a different journey. It's not always easy. I've been at Marks for a couple of years. Yesterday we had a colleague who left after 16 years, but that speaks to their journey. They've had to endure things that you have to be resilient. You have to work through and be strong. Things won't always be easy, but you have to be persistent and know the end goal. What are you working towards so that you get to that point? So allow yourself to go through the hardships, but also embrace them, learn from them so that they'll make you a better person, career-wise, professionally, and also personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. And maybe just to wrap up, my takeaway from each of them, and I know I really understand that it's 5 o'clock, but please, just a few minutes. From Nur, she has talked about making sure you stay alive, being someone's handbag. Actually, that's the takeaway I've taken away. I remember when I have 10 years of practice, but I remember when I was very young in practice, one of the lawyers, I will speak the name, Mr. Masembe of Max, used to walk around with one particular guy from his law firm. And I remember he, for some reason, yes, Masembe, I can say, was like a lion in the courts of law, but I had so many whispers about the boy that walks behind him. Because he was already up there, people were saying, now how much experience is he gathering working closely with Mr. Masembe? That is one way of packaging yourself. He was Masembe's handbag, and now he's a photocopy of Masembe. Then Claire talked about having a passion, yes, and one of them also talked about the fact that not every lawyer must be in the courtroom. I will speak for myself. For some reason, when I became a lawyer, I just thought of being in the courtroom. But like I've said, after a certain number of years, I picked interest in the oil and gas sector. That's when I joined UNOC. Now I practice in the energy department in Shonobi Musoke, and I have come to practice and work with almost all the big shots in the energy sector, oil and gas sector, Total, ECOP, UNOC. They are all clients, and I am at the heart of everything doing that work. So look for your passion. I still do the litigation, but I am actually Miss Hawa Bukenya. I am coming to join the network. I think I'm late. Thank you, FLN. Now I know about that network. Flavia has talked about that there is never enough about a topic. This, when I had her speak, it reminded me of a time when I was doing my master's. You know, almost all masters, I'm not saying every, but almost all, they require you to write a thesis. So I sat there and wondered, what should I write about? But to my utter shock, I wrote about a topic and got a distinction. So surely, there is never enough to write about a topic. You will always find something, and the beauty about starting, the author in the room will admit to this, is that when you start writing, you don't even know where the words come from. You will have the words and now have to edit them out. So, yes. So as we wrap up, I'm just wondering, do we have any questions for the panel members? If there are no questions, then we close our panel. Thank you so much for being very patient with us, and have a good day.
Thank you. As they take a photo of our panelists, of course, just a closing remark. We'll have our last closing remarks from our board member, that's from the FLN, Miss Joanita Abshara. She's present, but I'll just allow the panel to have their picture moment. Yes, and then we'll have our closing remarks. And once again, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you for participating. Thank you, FLN. Thank you very much for the good work and stewarding us in this direction. Thank you to all the sponsors. Yes, and once again, I remain Rachel Kemavazi.
I work with Signum, one of the leading law firms in East Africa, and a sponsor to this event as well. Thank you. I now invite our board member to crown it all. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I can see it is 5:15. Some of you may be having to rush home to prepare mpombo for your families, so I will be as quick as I can. My pleasure this evening is to give a brief closing remarks. I think I haven't been in a room with so much wisdom for such a long time. It has been such a wonderful day, well spent, and I'm glad that I was able to participate. So I will start by wishing you a good afternoon. And as we conclude this remarkable conference, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, the notable speakers and attendees for your gracious presence and valuable contributions which have made this a very successful event. I hope it has met your expectations. The very profound discussions that we have had today have looked at the main issues faced by female lawyers and the significant barriers that we face in our different spaces. They have also shown us the innovative strategies that are being explored as some of the means through which women in the legal space can be empowered and flourish. So many valuable aspects have been discussed and raised, but I will mention just a few. One, the importance of creating a positive professional brand and highlighting our accomplishments. That one cannot be underscored. I noticed one of our speakers talked about, I think it was Perry, having your visiting cards. Are they called business cards or visiting cards? I know that many of these young lawyers are IT savvy. Some of them were sharing with me and saying, senior counsel, here is my number, showing me on the phone. I mean, for me, I didn't grasp that. And and those who had cards, I still have the cards. So let us say, there are some things which can remain traditional, and then some things, of course, can be, maybe IT survey, but then having business cards, physical business cards, I think makes a lot more sense. Improving our skills, both soft and hard, that one has been discussed. Being focused on the future and moving with the trends. Artificial intelligence, I think, is an area that we should be looking at as lawyers. Oil and gas, we can't overemphasize that. Energy transition, and all the new trends that are happening now. Finding suitable mentors and mentees, and being finding suitable mentors and also being mentees. I'm shy to say that I was a mentor of Dr. Joyce Nalunga, but she has since overtaken me very, very fast. Now I'm now her mentee. But I think I'm still very behind. But I'll catch up. Okay, so being confident and building resilience, that has been mentioned. Networking in a selective manner. I'm sure this morning or today you've been able to meet people you'd otherwise never have met. And I hope you have been able to at least get their contacts. There are some, like the Justice of the Supreme Court. I don't know how many of you said hello to her. Were we able to? She just passed us by. Those are very, very useful networks. And next time you get opportunities, don't let these people pass you by. Just say hello and you never know when you'll next need her. Going out and seeking opportunities. Hawa talked about that. Asmahani and who was the other speaker? Yeah, sorry. They talked about those going out to seek opportunities. Opportunities will not find you. You have to go out and look for them. Position yourselves and work hard. That one cannot be overemphasized. Defining your legacy, among other things, and most importantly, to start and start now. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. It's not too late. So ladies, start and start now. So the discussions we have had have reinforced the importance of supporting and uplifting each other and fostering an environment where every woman can thrive. The stories of resilience, ingenuity, and excellence that we have had are testaments to the incredible potential within our community, but specifically the legal fraternity. May we continue to challenge the status quo, advocate for equality, and support each other's growth. Together, we can redefine what it means to be empowered, ensuring that every woman in law has the opportunity to shine and lead. One area that I was very happy about that Penelope talked about was the area of financial empowerment. I noticed, I was getting very disappointed that this whole convention was going to end without people talking about money. Until Penelope talked about it and I said, yeah, that's my girl. Money is a game changer. Let no one lie you. Let nobody lie you. I have my staff, lawyers I work with in office, justicial advocates, and I'm always, Bridget and Cynthia, and I'm always singing to them about money. Let nobody lie you. Without money, you're wasting time. There is an inspirational speaker called PK, Peter Chimbowa. He said, without money, you are dead. Yes. So, there is a study which was done in 2023 by a company an organization called Wells Fargo in America, which found that money is almost as tough to talk about as sex for women. Yeah, we are lawyers. I'm sure we bill clients, but even billing is a challenge. You feel shy, and most times people think women don't need the money. And yet we do need it very, very much. And money is freedom. They say money is freedom. If you don't have your own money, you are not free. And money gives us confidence. You may talk about, oh, this empowerment. We've had so many things here. But when you don't have money, you're wasting time. Yeah? It gives us confidence. It gives us emotional well-being. You're not stressed. Because you know after here, you can go and have a glass of wine. You can go for a massage. You can go for tie your hair up to the balm. You can do so many things. You can do so many things. So it gives you balance. So we should make sure that we work hard and make money. And the good thing, the beauty about lawyers is that we are one of the few professions where we make money, to be honest. Many times I thank God when I'm in my bed and say, God, thank you for making me a lawyer. I mean, what if I was tying hair? Really? How many heads? Sometimes when I'm billing a client, because I'm a notary, when they ask me how much, I say 50. Then in my heart I say, but what have I done? Just to put a stamp. And then I know that 50,000 is what women are paid for tying hair for 6 hours. 3 women are on your head. Some of you, I saw you with very long hair up to almost your knees. A whole day and she gets 50,000. I have another my house help, her daughter works in a salon and is paid 2,000 shillings per day. Two like this. Per day, 8 hours. Then for you, they come to commission and you ask for 50. Commissioning, just putting that custom, and then that's it. So, we are blessed. We are blessed to be in a profession where money literally looks for you. Now that it has looked for you, what are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? We must learn to invest. I think Penelope talked about that. We must learn to invest, and we must learn to use our money wisely. And most importantly, we must learn how to insure. We must get insurance. Because all this money that I'm talking about can vanish in a second when you fall sick. A second like this. Okay, that's all I can say about that for now. So on behalf of the Female Lawyers Network, I assure you that we shall continue to do our part in supporting the empowerment of women in law. I also encourage all attendees to continue with the momentum that we have built here. With these few words, I wish to once again thank my mentor, now mentee, my mentee, now mentor, Dr. Joyce Nalunga, and her formidable team for organizing such a successful convention. I want to end by sharing with you a quote from Michelle Obama. And this is what she says: "There is no room for mean girls. As women, mean, selfish, there's no room for mean girls. As women, we simply don't have that luxury of tearing each other down. There are enough barriers out there already pulling us down. So our job as women, as much as you can, do your best to lift each other up. Find someone who is struggling and help them. Don't hold them down. Don't put your foot on their neck. Keep that part of your heart open to each other, because you are going to need it anyway." With those few words, I wish you all a safe return back home, and I look forward to seeing the incredible advances we shall achieve together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause, a big applause for her. Thank you so much, Councillor Joanne. Thank you. Now we've come to the end of this convention. Thank you very much for being patient and waiting till this time. We know your families need you. Some of you have to go to the market, do weekend shopping. Some have appointments that probably have delayed. But what a day without final, picture. So just before we do that, I just want to applaud everyone that has participated. Let's just clap for ourselves, our speakers, our panelists, the organizers, the sponsors. Thank you very, very much. And of course, without taking more of your time, as I close this event, I'll just say that for us that are left in the room, we'll just have one picture with the speakers that are still present, with the panelists. Let's just come forward. Again, Sandra, I'll call on you to just help with the seats. For the speakers and panelists in the house, we'll sit in front, and the rest of us that have participated will just surround you and have a final shot. Yes, Sandra and team, please kindly assist with that. Let's have seats for our panelists that are still present and speakers, together with the board member, president, and CEO. The rest of us, please come join the picture, and let's just have our final shot. After the picture, please feel free to network, depart at leisure. Thank you once again for being with us today, and have a good evening. Panelists present, speakers, please take the seats that are here.